Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 14th edition of Environment Energy Conclave, Journey Towards Net Zero at the Threshold of COP26. Today, the day one, the first session is on green entrepreneurship. The session would be moderated by Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva, Councillor, Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Australian High Commission, New Delhi. The speakers are Mr. Orijit Dash, Incubate, Webel DCCI Tech Incubation Center, founder and CEO of Scopen Solutions Private Limited. He would be speaking on an AI-based BE corridor. And Mr. Nikki Jha, co-founder CEO Saptkrishi, he would be speaking on nature-based storage solutions for agri-products. I would ask Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva to moderate the session and take over. Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva, please.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this. And I really look forward to hearing from both Mr. Das and Mr. Jha on their exciting innovation. But I'll say a few words before I pass it over to them. I guess the important thing to note is that we live in a world now that is shaped by entrepreneurs. And as a government official, one of the things that I really am interested in is how governments can foster the entrepreneurs and also use their developments to shape the big technological challenges that we face in our countries. If I could share a couple of slides, I want to give you an example of how we did this in Australia towards addressing some of the big technological challenges we saw in the context of reducing emissions and also using Australian resources and energy to help our partners in the region shape and reduce their emissions. Would you mind sharing? Are you able to share my presentation? I will be.
Yes, we will be sharing the screen. Admin, please share the presentation.
So if we can
you enlarge the
slide? Yes, and go into slide mode. And if you could go to the next slide. So one of the priorities that Australia has, and one of the things that we want to do is we, as a country, want to become a global leader in low emissions technologies. And I, working with the chief scientist last year, developed and working to our Minister for Emission Reduction, Angus Taylor, helped to develop this technology investment roadmap, which is really a process by which the Australian government surveys low emissions technologies that are emerging in our country and finds ways to prioritize which of those technologies will have the greatest impact on the big technology challenges that Australia is facing. And I won't go through all of these stages, but this is effectively a process for the federal government of Australia to look across our economy and to stay on top of all of the technological developments that are happening. If I can go to the next slide. Australia will invest many billions of dollars in these technologies over the coming years, and they are aimed at trying to address these four big technological challenges that we had identified after talking to our stakeholders and talking to Australians across the board. The first of those is to achieve reliable and secure electricity supplies for the country, especially in the context of Australia having a very high degree of renewable variable power through solar and wind coming into our system. So in that context, Australia is looking, of course, very deeply at technologies like improved lithium battery storage, but other more innovative electricity storage options. And I've had the great pleasure of working with a lot of entrepreneurs in that field in Australia. We also want to, as you can see, the next technological challenge of increasing productivity. That is, we want to make our primary industries, in particular, Australia's mining sector, more efficient and foster the innovation that allows that kind of innovation to take place. Nextly, we want to expand our manufacturing activities onshore, and in particular, we want to do that in the sectors where we are already exporting or part of global value chains as an exporter of raw materials, and we want to use innovation to make sure that we can process some of that mineral wealth onshore, including, for example, in the to gain more value out of our battery supply chains. And finally, sequestration. You know, the IPCC released its assessment recently, and one of the factors is that without geological storage, without carbon capture and technologies, it will be very, very difficult for the world to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. And so that will be a key challenge for Australia. Now, I will leave my own remarks at that, and just to say that as a government official, the interesting thing for me is to understand how the many entrepreneurs and innovators in our community and in our countries can be fostered, so that those innovations and those breakthroughs that they come up with can be brought to a national level to help solve the problems that India, that Australia, but also the globe face. Now, we're very fortunate today and to have two entrepreneurs. I'm really looking forward to hearing from them both. They gave me a bit of a taster of their presentations, and they were both very, very interesting. So the first is Mr. Ajit Das, and I will ask Ajit to speak for between 10 and 15 minutes, and he'll be talking to us about how he has deployed artificial intelligence technologies to help design bee corridors to foster bee populations in major centres in India. This is a problem that we face in Australia and, of course, around the world. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from Ajit. Over to you, Ajit.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. I would quickly like to share my video and hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So to begin with, let's talk about an example. If you look into it, vanilla is the second costliest spice in the world. But on the contrary, if you want to grow vanilla tree, it's quite easy to grow, and it almost survives in all types of climatic conditions other than the Arctic ones. But what makes the spice so much costlier? The reason is, to get vanilla pod, each of these particular flower needs to be hand pollinated. That's because the origin of the vanilla is on the Mexican peninsula, and there a specific type of bee only survived to make that particular pod, to make it a natural pollination to happen. Now imagine a scenario where 80% of the food that you eat needs to be hand pollinated. Are we ready to bear the cost of such a devastating consequence? Because each of whatever you eat, that would become costlier as equal to gold. So this particular phenomena that we call is de-apocalypse. As you can see, look into the picture. This is a actual picture that has been taken in the Yunnan province of China, where the bee population has have declined to such an extent that each of these pear tree needs to be hand pollinated, like this like this person is doing over here, to grow pears. So you can imagine the impact, what it can have on the environment. So our main focus was to make the save the bees in such a way that it has an impact on economy, as well as it is sustainable to work with. It stings gonna hurt, but if they are to disappear, it would hurt much more. That's what the Earthwatch Institute told about the importance of the bees. So we begin our journey with Plan B. On January 2020, we started a pilot project at Eco Park in Kolkata as a planning to raise apiary at the heart of a city. The main agenda was to design the environment around the apiary in such a way that the bee population can survive, thrive, and they can produce honey without needing to move them from place to place like in traditional apiculture do. But that was not easy. Doing apiculture in an urban setup comes up with its own challenges. The first and foremost challenge comes with the environment. The pristine environment that bees are habituated to collect nectar and flower from is not available in the urban context. So we need to precisely plant those kind of plants, those kind of crops, which are essential to make this particular bee colony thrive with all the essential proteins, essential amino acid they require for their survival, as well as to produce honey. So what we did is that we installed some sensors and camera on the existing bee boxes, and the video feed from each of these camera were being processed through AI, with which we could know what is the status of the colony, like what is the status of the population, what is the status of the health, and how much forage are they bringing in, and to a greater extent, what kind of forages are they bringing in. So I would like to share a bit movie about how it works. One second, please. Share. So each of these video feed, as you can see, we take the pictures of each of these bees, and we try to identify from the image what are the which particular kinds of bees are in moving mode, and where they are headed to, whether they are going out of the hive or coming towards the hive. So if the number of and then we try to do an average of them. So the number of bees that are coming towards the hive are the collectors, and the number of bees that are leaving out of the hives are the foragers. So based on the average number of collectors that are coming and the average number of foragers that are leaving, we can actually gauge about how much the forage has been collected over a period of an hour. That is the number of incoming minus the number of outgoing. So that also gives us a impact. Like what happens currently is that suddenly half of the hive just gets destroyed. So by counting the number of bees that are going out and coming in, we can safely presume that how much is the loss of colony life. So that gives a gauge of what is the morbidity of the particular bee. And also we check that particular slide didn't had a pollen carrying bee, but we check about the pollen which has been carried by each of these bees. So the number of pollen number of bees carrying pollen on their sacs, the addition of them over a period of time, that gives you that gives a fair idea of amount of forage that is present outside this particular hive. So if the frequency of this pollen collecting bees increases on the peak hour of the day, that gives an idea of how the environment is performing around this apiary. Since this was a fresh photograph, and currently we are having monsoon season over here, so we do have less flowers around. So that's why, of course, the amount of food that is coming inside the hives is less. So based on these matrices, we try to plant those kind of trees around this particular apiary, so that we have a greater amount of forage being collected that ultimately helps in honey production. So let's talk about a story in graph. Since we do not have a measure of collecting data about what are the status of bee colonies in India, we take US as a standard. Although this is just an example of what US data shows, but it's almost prevailing all over the world. So if you can see, since 1989, there has been a gradual decline in honeybee colonies all throughout USA, but this is also applicable to all of the world. If you even go to the rural parts of India where there are fruit farmers, specifically mangoes and lychees, you can hear them say that the production is not what is expected of. That's just because the lack of pollinator agents. And also on the right hand side of the graph, you can see how the population of the earth is increasing, and the statistical model shows that around 2050 the earth will be overpopulated. That means the existing resource would no longer be able to sustain the human population on the world, and that is definitely going to impact on our forests as well as our wildlife. So that's why we remodified our product to this solution. So what we have over here now is that we have a hydroponic cultivation as well as this smart apiary clubbed together, and all of the whole process is done automatically. So what happens is that the floral density is estimated and is planted on this controlled environment of hydroponics, which itself requires less water to grow food. And the bee colonies are kept inside each of these greenhouses in such a way that that all this pollination happens, as well as we get our fair share of honey production as well as wax. So that's our proposal to save the environment like this way. We go in a small space, we grow our crops vertically, and we do it alongside the bee colonies alongside, so that we can do a little bit ecology. We can zip the ecology of the whole system in a small space. That would help us to grow more food, and as well as save our bee populations, which would in turn help us to save ourselves. And I would like to end with a sweeter note of the honey that we had produced this year. So just allow me one second. So this is the honey that we harvested later in June from our urban apiaries at Eco Park, and this is what honey, pure honey raw looks like. We have this wax capped. As you can see, these are the wax cappings under which we keep the the bees store this honey. We need to cut off this wax covering, and then the honey drips down, and that's what we collect. And for our offerings as an company, we provide this integrated system of agriculture hive as well as the secondary products, honey, propolis, and bee venom. With that, I would like to hear from all of you of any questions that you have.
Thank you, Arjit. Maybe we can have the other presentation as well from Dr. Jha, from Mr. Jha, before we come back to questions for both of you. Is that okay?
That's okay for me.
Great, thank you for that presentation. And it's always been fascinating to me how these global problems we have, like climate change, like increased population, pollution, increasing density of our cities, how that can impact in a single component like the population of bees dramatically declining, and the incredible ramifications that could have for our food systems across the board. So I have a number of questions that I have for you, and we'll follow that up during the discussion session. Thank you very much, Mr. Das. Now on to our nature-based storage solutions for food from Mr. Nicky Jha, who's the co-founder and CEO of Saptkrishi. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But in a world where we waste, I think, around 1/3 of our food production, again, this is one of the big challenges that we face. So over to you, Mr. Jha. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
So namaste everyone. So I'm Nikki, and I'll present you my innovate solution storage that we have built around for small and marginal farmers. So I will quickly share my screen first, and then from there we'll take it further. So am I audible, clear and loud? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so we named our storage as Sabji Koti or preservator. So this is one of its kind storage that doesn't require any kind of cooling, neither chemical, to extend the shelf life of fruits and vegetables anywhere between 3 to 30 days. And why it is one of its kind? Because it only needs 10 watt of power and 1 liter of water, and no further maintenance is needed. And with this, you can extend the shelf life, and not only extend the shelf life, but also preserves the freshness of fruits and vegetables up to 7 days, or like the freshness up to 7 days, and shelf life can be extended up to 30 days. So with this all, I will quickly tell you the entire story behind this, like why I have even built this type of story, and why I was able to think of this. And before going further, I would just like to highlight the USP of this entire technology in a sentence, that the USP is that the entire storage can be assembled upon any suitable means of transportation, whether it could be a thela, e-rickshaw, mini trucks, tempo, whatsoever it is. That's why, just to show it purposely, we have installed this on thela, so that this can show that how decentralized we can go. How and really we are talking about the marginal farmers or small farmers. So we are here at Saptakrishi, we are developing technologies especially catering small and marginal farmers. And if I talk about the problem, like the problem is very huge. So this image itself is from the Bhagalpur Mandi. That's like, I belong from a very small village in Bhagalpur, Bihar. I carry a village background, and there my region is a Gangetic belt, and being in the Gangetic belt, my region is blessed with the production of fruits and vegetables. So we produce a lot of fruits and vegetables, but the production of more fruits and vegetables doesn't mean that the income has been increased. No, it's strictly not. So let me tell you the story of this Hema Devi. This is from the Bhagalpur market itself. So as you can see here, she is selling this bitter gourd. So when I inquired about the price of this bitter gourd, she told me, whatever you can pay, you pay and you take it. Why this was happening? Because due to the continuous exposure to the sun, this bitter gourd has changed the color. And when I inquired with the next vendor selling this bitter gourd, the cost was around 50 to 60 rupees per kg. But right now, she is just willing to get rid of this bitter gourd. So now you can imagine the amount of money which this lady might be earning. She might be earning 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per month. Okay, but you can see that here at least 2 to 3 kg of bitter gourd is here, which is going to be wastage. So this is one of the very important lessons which we have learned from ground. I can talk statistically that India produces 330 million metric tons of fruits and vegetables, out of which 100 million metric tons goes to wastage. But these all are the facts and figures which I can talk. But I will be presenting you more from the ground, because I belong to such places. So even the problem is not only the exposure to sunlight. The problem is more dense. The second problem is that they don't see what if like like this is onion. So onion has a shelf life of 1 or 2 days if kept outside. So what if this all onions are not sold even, so she had to store it at some marketplace. But when you see that when you go in a morning time to see a mandi, you will find that they will be storing it just on the roadside only. So in the night, some stray animals comes and entire crop is ruined, entire fruits and vegetables are ruined. So these are the real incidents from the real life. So what exactly she needs? So she basically needs an affordable solution which should be accessible to her, and as well as a solution in which she can transport their fruits and vegetables into the mandi, and she can sell in the mandi. So this was basically I have taken the design thinking approach for building this storage. So we were empathizing with the problem. So we have not only we have interviewed Hema Devi, we have interviewed several other farmers like her. What are their daily routines, and how they daily they come to mandi and sell their produce. So after empathizing with the problem, we've tackled the problem in a way that one thing was clear, that we had to make a storage that we can take it to mandi and it can be displayed in mandi. So we thought of that entire storage should be packed in a bag first of all. So as you can see that our entire storage can be packed in a bag like this one, and it can be unfolded to create on farm infrastructure, on market infrastructure, on roof infrastructure, and it can successfully be mounted upon any suitable means of transportation. So this was one of the thing which we have done. Now there was a lot of innovations into the fabric part, like making this entire storage insulated. Then the assembly part, like how easily it can be assembled even by a kid or even by a very small farmer. So that was one part of the entire game. So now one part we have solved, like the outer thing, that how it is going to be there. But what about there was a lot other problems in the village. So now India is electrified. Yes, I agree, India is electrified. Each and every village of India is electrified. But for how many hours you receive electricity? That is a major question. For 2 to 3 hours? So if you can even put a cold storage, mini or micro cold storages in the villages, so how you are going to power it up? That is another big question. Cold storages are there. Yes, it is solving the problem, but at what quantum it is solving the problem? That is also very important. So power was one of the biggest issue which was there, of course. The third part was maintenance and requirement of a technical manpower. So see, we had to operate in a village setup. You want to get a technical manpower there. How you are going to operate that? So it should be maintenance free. It should be powered by a battery so that you can transport it. So these were all the long list of weighted problems which we had to deal with while we were making this storage. But thanks to the entire ecosystem of evolving ecosystem of startups in India, thanks to IITs, our supporters like IIT Kanpur, IIT Patna, SCOST Jammu, with their all supports from the professors and everyone, we have devised the stories in a way that it can be powered only by a 10 watt of power. 10 watt of power, it means exactly the same which this cell phone requires to charge. And also maintenance, in the name of maintenance, you just need 10 watt, like, 1 liter of water per day. So now we are coming up with different version of this storage. So now after making this entire storage, we have validated this. We have got the third party validation as well from a university, from different state governments, and now we are catering to WWF, to Arunachal Pradesh government, to Bihar, to Uttar Pradesh, to the places adjoining IIT Kanpur. We have deployed our system in the canteens and mess of IIT Kanpur, and I'm very happy that they are very overwhelming using it. So as you can see that we have kept some of the fruits and vegetables inside the storage as well as outside the storage. You can see the condition. Tomato in 10 days is inside. This is still as fresh as it is plucked from the field, and outside it is completely gone. Fungus attack was there. So even with the spinach, even with the beans, even with the capsicum, you can see, and we have got the validation from different universities and state government. I owe my thanks to them. So yeah, so basically there was a strict market gap between no storage and cold storage. So basically we perfectly fit into that gap of no storage and cold storage. So basically we are there to cater this market gap. So there we lie that we have a very low investment and maintenance cost, and we have a very high portability. Because in the terms of investment, if I had to reveal the price of this storage, this is going to cost you only 10,000 rupees, and we are even planning to make it as $100 storage for the international community. And in this, you can pack anywhere around 200 to 300 kg of fruits and vegetables. So this is the quanta which we are talking about. So right now, if I had to tell you about the total market, so it's a very huge. But currently, we are very focused upon deploying our solution to Northeast India, Central North India, which includes Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and now we are expanding to South as well, and Jammu and Kashmir. So these are the places which we have, which slowly and steadily we are moving along. Also, we are conducting pilot trials into different agroclimatic zones. So which means that we are also going to conduct pilots. We are going to conduct pilot after this month in Gujarat, in Tamil Nadu, in Chhattisgarh, in Odisha. So these all states, so that we can cover majorly all those agriclimatic zones, so that we can deploy our storage. And also, it's not about that we are just giving the storage and we are just done with it. No. So what we are doing basically, so right now we are creating an awareness also. Like how we are creating an awareness. So I will give you again a real life example. That if you interact with any farmers, like let's put into this way that Hema Devi, again connecting with the story of the Hema Devi, let's put into this way that Hema Devi produces 100 kg of fruits or vegetables, which she had to take it to the mandi to sell it. Okay, so now while and the average distance which a small or marginal farmer had to travel to take their fruits and vegetable up to mandi is around 15 kilometers, which is going to take around 2 to 3 hours. So in 2 to 3 hours, what it happens that fruits and vegetable tends to lose the weight because it's a 7th standard physics. Outside is very less humidity, and inside fruits and vegetable is 95% or 98% water. So naturally the tendency will be that water will go out. So when she reaches the mandi and she weighs her fruits and vegetables, the weight is around 96 kg. Just a simple mathematics will do. Like 25 kg, let's put into this way, that let's assume 25 rupees per kg is the fair cost. So 25 into 4 is 100. 100 multiplied by 30 is 3,000 rupees. You just look at the numbers. She is earning 6,000 rupees and she is losing 3,000 rupees just because she doesn't know that there is a weight loss. Just due to the awareness, she is losing 3,000 rupees. So here comes our intervention, that inside our storage, there is no weight loss or insignificant weight loss. So if it is doing nothing, let's put it this way, if it is only setting the weight loss, so she is going to earn 3,000 rupees per month more, which is definitely going to add to her income. So it's like this way we are creating the awareness, and awareness we are creating with our partners like bank, microfinance, NGOs, SSGs, agriculture universities, Krishi Vigyan Kendras. Whatever channels we need to take, we are taking those routes to reach to the farmer, to reach those marginal and small farmers, so that we can create our reach there. And then we are also exploring different ways, because 10,000 rupees right now, even I feel that this is a huge amount for a small or marginal farmer. So we are exploring the ways of microfinance. Like even if I can give it on microfinance, like charging 1,000 rupees and just giving it, and per month we can take it. Even on the rent model, we are experimenting. So we are experimenting on different models. So in terms of mitigation potential or something which is very, very important for today's perspective, is that I will say only this, that if you are buying one sabji koti or gifting or donating one sabji koti, you are avoiding up to 1276.8 kg of CO2 emission per year, which is equivalent to cultivating 60 full grown trees. So how this is calculated? So if you had to preserve those 200 to 300 kg of fruits and vegetables into a cold storage or into a deep freezer, you need electricity, you need cooling, you need refrigerant. And also if that 200 to 300 kg gets wasted, that produces methane, which has 25 times more global warming potential than carbon dioxide itself. So this is how we have calculated this number. Apart from this huge impact which we are making on climate change, we are also able to increase the income of even the small and marginal farmer by more than 50%, and reduction in waste by 30%. Even I have to comment something on reduction of waste. I will comment like this, that one side you are talking about poverty elimination, one side you are talking about zero hunger, sustainable development goals, and on other side you are wasting such a nutritious fruits and vegetables that contains very high nutrition just due to the lack of transport facility, adequate supply chain management facility. So just we had to connect both our hands, just it. With this, this is our journey so far. We have done pilots, we have experimented on different models, we have been validated, we are winners of several awards. Recently, we have received a national awards for this. So this is Meet Our Team. So this is our small team through which we are working. And thank you. I will not take much of your time. I will be open for the questions. We are Team Saptakrisi, uplifting the hands that feed us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jha. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent presentation. I really enjoy your enthusiasm and energy. Now we have had a question for Mr. Das. So we'll use the next 15 minutes to take a few questions. A question is coming on with the chat, and it's: can we have bee conservation projects in line with other animal conservation projects? Is that possible? Mr. Das, would you like to answer that question in the first instance?
Can I have the question once more?
I think the questioner is asking, can the bee conservation projects be sort of fit well with other animal conservation projects? Are there synergies between them?
Yes. Yes, we can. We can extend it to other social insects as well as fishes, aquaculture. We can extend towards them. And it's just the technique is image processing, of course. So based on what type of animal are we trying to conserve, we can modify our softwares regarding and as well as the approach regarding those kind of animals.
Excellent. Now I can see a few other people on the line. Does anyone else have a question they would like to ask our participants, or else I will ask one? Radhika? No questions? Okay.
Hi, Sanjeev. My question is more on energy storage, grain storage. So India has a lot of issues on grain storage, and I saw that we can also conserve emissions through energy efficient storage. So what is the biggest challenge in that? Is it the cost, or is it's because it's a lot of rural India? Is it the distribution challenge? So what are the major challenges in the rollout of something that the Indian government has been trying to do since ages?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
So as I can understand the question, it's not only about the government which is trying to do or something. So what we are doing now is that right now we are taking technologies, agriculture technologies that are focused to large farmers. Okay, you have acres of land. For them, you have viable technologies now, like tractors, trailers, power trailers, or even cold storages that are on the reach of large farmers. But we really, if you go to down the line, you don't have any such technology for small and marginal farmers. Just to name a few, you have just only few manual machines for the operations. So basically, what we are trying to do, we are trying to join hands with the government so that even policies can be made in line with the small and marginal farmers, so that they can have the subsidy benefits. So even we are talking to different state governments to avail subsidy. We are even talking to different channels for microfinancing. So these are all things we are experimenting upon in line with the government as well. I hope I have answered your question, or if I missed some part of the question, can you please repeat if I haven't answered it?
No, thank you, Mr. Jha. That's a good explanation. I kind of want to wish you all the best. It is an initiative that India requires because we are an agrarian economy, and we need storage reaching to these marginal and small farmers, because we have this issue of a lot of grains going to waste in a country that is not able to even meet its nutritional requirement. So thank you for the answer, and all the best.
Yes, I have a follow-up question for both of you. So you're both at the stage really where you have got pilot projects up, where you've got your prototypes functioning, and I assume you have deployed them a little bit, and so you're beginning to see how those prototypes are working in practice. Can you tell me, both of you, what are the impediments to you scaling, like on Mr. Jha, in terms of manufacturing your units? I guess that's a really difficult challenge, isn't it? Because you need to start producing more units, but at the same time, I guess you need to do that whilst demand is growing. So you need to keep those two things in check. And for you, Mr. Das, what are the challenges of convincing people to deploy these technologies? And also something, so if you could just address the, because both of your problems, as Radhika was saying, both of them, the problem of declining bee numbers and the problem of food storage, especially storage at the sort of micro scale, those are big global problems. So if your innovations are able to impact those problems, have you thought about how you can scale, and what is the pathway to get that both deployed more broadly in India, but then also eventually overseas?
So, Mr. Das, you would want to go first, or I should? Okay, then I'll take the lead. Okay, so this is a perfect question, Silva. You have rightly hit the nail on the head right now. So with this over this stage, also I would like to say that the biggest problem which we are facing is the manpower problem. We are looking for, like, every day I am spending my 1 hour or 2 hours every day looking at the resumes of the peoples, so that I can hire good manpower. And that's the biggest challenge here working in India and with the rural setup. you can't find a good manpower. And it's not only about having a prototype. See, prototype for us, like if you ask a serious entrepreneur that what exactly a prototype mean to you, it means nothing more than just having something to play around. So this is literally I'll be very critical on this point. This is literally that's it's something to play around. Prototype is. So the real pains come when you take the prototype to a scalable product. So there you comes the DFM, design for manufacturability. There you comes like how hinges is going to work, how those small nut and bolts is going to be fixed, and also the reliability. So so in India, IT sector or software sector has evolved much, but in terms of hardware innovation, it's still pretty difficult. Why? Because we are into the hardware. That's why I had I can bear the pain. I had bear the pain, and I will be explaining this in a way. See, if I had to take a hardware. So hardware has its own glitches. Like let's say each time you whether you take a very good simulation whatsoever it is, you take it in a very good way, simulations and whatnot. But still you had to test its reliability on the field. So we had to deploy the model and see like for 6 months, for a year, that whether it is working or not, it is working that extensive or not. So we had to deploy in rain, we had to deploy in sun, we had to deploy in all those weather conditions to test it. We had to create those all artificial conditions to test it. We had to think of every bit of our hardware, that from where it can go faulty, because we are a startup. We can't afford to send our service engineer to a place where the system is deployed. So these are all the practical challenges of scaling it. Making prototype, making some initial units is even fine. You can use 3D printer to make some initial units, but 3D printing is not a viable solution. You had to go to injection molding. You had to go to all other practices which you need to take to make the product happen. So these are one of the biggest challenges which we are facing, of course, but I am not scared of any of these. I have all the objective in line. I am here to solve the problem of small and marginal farmer, and I will solve it. This is the only motivation which I have and I carry.
That was a great motivation, Mr. Jha. And to be in line with your thoughts, yes, hardware is actually a problem over here, manufacturing hardware specifically. So that's why we went to the software model at all. I mean, instead of devoting our time doing our own customized hardware. And to answer Mr. De Silva's question, the biggest challenge that we face is it's momentum. It's the people here are not wanting to change their thought process. Say, if I go to a traditional beekeeper and provide us our solution that we have, they would simply disagree to get in line with what are the benefits. They would try to stick to their ways, age-old ways, and they would try to work upon that instead of trying with something new. And of course, if one of the most biggest challenges what we face is the trauma that people have towards bees. So people have this mindset that if they keep bees, they are going to sting them, and that's the end of the story. People are less keen to know a bit about bees. People love honey, but they are not willing to take the risk of raising them. So that's a great challenge. But what we are trying to raise more and more awareness, and of course the economic benefits that we have while raising this bee apiary in this way. So currently we have on the outskirts of Newtown, we have made a group of including some marginal farmers, as well as some old beekeepers, as well as some mango orchid keepers. So their group altogether are trying to see the economic benefits of our solution, and we are looking forward of their outcome. of their changes of mentality. So our strategy is to create small pockets of people who are enthusiastic about that, who are more deeply involved in that, who in turn tells the story, the success story that we can have by approaching farming through these methods. And once that story rises, yeah.
That's very good. Mr. Das, can I just ask, what is the precise connection between the use of the artificial intelligence to count the bees and the population, so you are able to ascertain how many are leaving, how many are foraging and bringing back pollen? What is the implication of that then for planting the green corridors?
Yeah.
How do you use that information to better plant the green corridor?
Yeah, let me come up with an example. So basically, why it's most important to check the population of bees at every time? Because there is this strange phenomena happening all around the world that suddenly within an overnight, all of the hives are getting damaged like in a fortnight. All the bees just vanish in thin air, and nobody knows why. It could be pesticides, it could be impact of monoculture, but there is no certain specific reason. So we were the basic idea was to figure out what is the actual reason this particular colony collapse is happening. So by keeping a track of everyday track of how many bees are going out and how many bees are coming in, we can ascertain whether the colony collapse is happening outside the hive or it's because something that is going inside the hive. So as for we also face this phenomena of colony collapse, but what we figured out from the data is that the majority of the bee loss that happened was because the amount of bees went out and they never came back. So we went out scouting for a reason why. What we could figure out for this particular case is that in the nearby fruit orchard, they were spraying some chemicals to fend away the insects as well as the pests. So since it was a flowering season, bees went to visit those particular particular trees, and they never came back. So this is one of the phenomena that we could see off through the data, and we then took counteractive measures that we won't be we approach the right authorities so that we can prevent this kind of failures in the future. But that's not all. We also found that a particular colony collapse happened inside these particular boxes. The bee didn't move. The bee that went out came in, but something happened that killed all the bees. And then we figured out that it was due to ant attack. When we are keeping bee boxes in a specific place, ants began to come in search of honey. They somehow climbed that particular box and killed all the bees in one night. So that is one thing that we got from the data.
Fascinating, really fascinating. I congratulate you both. Now, I just wanted to check if there were any final questions. I see Shandon is on the line. If you've got a question, now is the time to answer. Ask it, Shandon.
No, I mean, I just wanted to thank both of the speakers for very clear presentation. So both of these obviously have a lot of overlap. It's not just from the livelihood or the overarching ecosystem perspective, but then also considering that there's a very strong science and technology basis behind each of the initiatives. There obviously is a lot of traction, and it's also very good to see that there are some real life initiatives being taken place on the backbone of technology and its interventions in real life applications. So I just wanted to congratulate both of you again, and I'm hopeful that there will be a larger sense of outreach and adaptability that comes in. And if there is any sort of way where we, who are part of the, as part of the Australian High Commission or the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources could help out, then, we would be happy to, work with you and through Sanjeeva, of course. And, that's about it. So yeah, thank you very much for both of your presentations.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the questions that I have is, how do we keep, do you have websites, or are there ways that we can sort of now and then check in to see how you are doing with your startups?
I do have a website, but unfortunately it's I just kept it off yesterday, so I'll go back and I'll make it on. So if you can check it tomorrow, you can get all the updates over there.
Okay, please send me the link. You have my email address, I think, from that. And you, Mr. Jha, do you have a website? Or?
Yeah, we have a proper social media presence as well as website. That is, can I spell it here? Or I should write on the
Sure.
chat. That's a saptakrishi.com. SAPTKRISHI. Saptakrishi.com.
Or if you can actually just send me an email with the link, that would be very useful.
Yeah, perfect. So I have even written on the chat here.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so congratulations to both of you. It was really welcome to hear the work that's happening, and I'm sure that your initiatives sound incredibly useful, and they're addressing, of course, some of the biggest challenges we're facing, both in our country, in both of our countries. So I wish you the best of luck with pursuing those endeavors. I might just ask the organizers whether there was anything else they wanted me to address. Sushmita?
No, nothing. If you have anything asked to, you can, but if you think you can want to conclude it, so we can conclude it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Jha and Mr. Das. It has been a really stimulating and fascinating discussion. Thank you both. And please, can you send me your just links to your websites and things, so that in the future, if I come across people that may be interested in your technology, I can refer them on.
Sure, I will.
Okay, thank you very much, Susmita.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. De Silva. Thank you, Mr. Jha. Thank you, Mr. Das. It was a wonderful session. So we would conclude here for the FV viewers, but it would be on for the Cloud Links and for the YouTube. So, and our next session is at 2 p.m. It is on Water Forum. So we join at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
From each atom of every molecule to thousands of kilometers deep within the earth. From the sparkling eyes of a young knowledge seeker to the silent confidence of a budding entrepreneur. Possibilities ignite the aspirations of 1 billion people. They hold the key to the future of India. bringing them to life is what drives us as a company. We are constantly expanding and harnessing energy for diversified growth. From the largest network of natural gas pipelines in India, and also the first company to lay LPG pipelines in the country, with gas-based processing facilities for value-added products from natural gas. Spearheading new strategies in sourcing and LNG shipping. At GAIL, we are leading India's efforts to deliver clean energy to its people through new and innovative solutions. Overcoming difficult terrains and inclement weather to augment the nation's pipeline infrastructure. We are connecting clean energy sources to energy markets and enhancing lives everywhere. Thus adding momentum to India's growth story. Diversifying our global presence across varied geographical and price indexations. We are quietly striving for India's energy security. With absolute transparency, impeccable corporate practices, utmost integrity, and sustainability in all our operations, we are finding reliable, sustainable options that make a positive difference. The future holds many challenges. Challenges fraught with the possibilities of innovation and of growth. Above all, the possibility of a better life, energizing a billion dreams. We are committed to creating stories of progress, of enhancing India's quality of life. That's what inspires our every move. That's why we exist. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
India is a large country with an ever-growing economy and industries that are progressing every day to cater to 1.3 billion population. These industries form the backbone of the nation, making India one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the power sector, India Power Corporation Limited has been doing just that, steadily and with determination, adding power to the lives of people for the last 100 years. The journey began in 1919 when the then largest coal producer in Asia, the Bengal Coal Company Limited, needed a solution to its massive power requirements. The Sherigar Power Supply Corporation Limited was set up in Asansol to meet their needs. It was awarded a distribution license in 1932 and it became DPSC Limited in 2003. In 2008, it developed a 2-megawatt solar power plant at Shibpur, a first of its kind grid connector solar plant in Asia. On a roll now, in 2013, the name DPSC Limited changed to IPCL or India Power Corporation Limited. And that is how India and the world knows us today. In 2014, IPCL commenced power distribution in Gaya as a distribution franchisee and continued for 4 years with benchmarked performance in such a short period, achieving loss reduction trajectory supply reliability of over 95% and deployment of smart metering technology, being much ahead of others and having the highest performance in its kind of distribution model. Another ace that we have up our sleeves is the implementation of SCADA, a revolutionary mechanism. It is installed at the J.K. Nagar substation, which acts as the central conduit for real-time monitoring and control over quality output and consumer feedback using automated meter reading technology along with automated digitized payment options. J.K. Nagar also houses India Power's Area Load Dispatch Center, which is the nerve center for the operation, planning, monitoring and control of the power system, ensuring India Power to achieve maximum security and efficiency, providing uninterrupted power supply to its consumers. The distribution portfolio also saw an addition with India Power acquiring distribution license for the SEZ region of Tuticorin, spread across an area of approximately 2,518 acres. In 2019, India Power is completing its centenary year as a leading holistic integrated power utility in the country.
We are proud to be celebrating India Power's 100th year in 2019. We are a unique company with a rich legacy of a 100-year-old, century-old organization, as well as the dynamism of a very, very young and futuristic utility. We are one of the first distribution companies who have implemented 100% automated metering infrastructure and implement SCADA and other technologies, which is helping our customers consume electricity more efficiently and making our network more reliable.
India Power today is an integrated holistic power company with foothold in different segments. With regards to India Power's exceptional operational efficiency, a special mention is imperative for its operation in the Asansol and Raniganj area. Despite being in a competitive market, the power distribution scenario is different from the rest. It has the lowest T&D losses of about 3% only. Its supply reliability is rated at 99.99%. distinguished by its customer-centric programs and digitization.
I am very happy to satisfy with the services and all the service rendered by the corporation.
Quick response team, that is maintenance team during emergency, stormy weather, they are giving full support to us and we are happy with the IPCL authority.
The quality of power is very good. And the frequency is also very low, the power cut frequency, the fluctuations are not there.
जो भी स्टाफ है, सर्विस है, सबसे बेस्ट सर्विस है। प्रोडक्शन के लिए हमें लाइन की पावर की बहुत आवश्यकता होती है, जो कि आपके यहाँ बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है। कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने से विद इन आवर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व की जाती है।
We are getting a very good service, very good support. I advise to all the industries or promoter or any other domestic use or commercial use, go for India Power.
A 100-year journey is no easy feat. So, if one were to ask, how did India Power do it? The answer would be simple: expertise and experience. We constantly upgrade our skills by adopting new technologies. Digitization is playing a major role in that direction, such as implementing smart grid technologies through USTDA grants, partnering with others for smarter metering technologies like advanced metering infrastructure systems, and setting up live smart meters, which have been lauded by India Smart Grid Forum. Now, 100 years on, India Power has had its fair share of awards and accolades across segments for best HR practices, digitization, CSR, and quality benchmarking, and the satisfaction of countless happy consumers who helped India Power not just shine in its endeavors, but helped set the legacy in stone. And the mission is to empower millions with the best at the least cost. Mission and vision. India Power is an organization of the people, for the people, and by the people. It strives towards empowering communities around us. The culture is defined by 3 Ds: discipline, dedication, devotion. And the vision is to be a leading and reliable end-to-end energy solutions provider to the country. The mission is to empower millions with the best at the least cost. India Power always strives to provide its employees with a sense of ownership and essential values. It prides itself over its strong and talented team spread across the country. It is target-oriented but not at any negative cost. Integrity, a sense of ownership, fair business structures, organizational pride, customer delight, and constant innovation is what drives India Power, empowering lives for the last 100 years. On to the next 100.
Hello. Hello, I hope I'm audible. So, welcome everybody to the Water Forum of the 14th edition of the Bengal Chambers Environment and Energy Conclave. So, I have with me Mr. Arun Kumar Mukherjee, who is the mentor of the Energy and Environment Committee of the Bengal Chamber. And in this session, we would be discussing water from policies to infrastructure to water as resource. With this, I would request Mr. Mukherjee to please take this session forward.
Dr. Obijit Mukherjee and Mr. A.B. Pandya. Water is the lifeblood of humanity. With it, communities thrive. Water is as important to the world economy as oil or data. Though most of the planet is covered in water, more than 97% of it is salt water. Fresh water accounts for the rest, although most of it is frozen in glaciers, leaving less than 1% of the water available to support human and ecological processes. Every year, we withdraw around 4.3 trillion cubic meter of fresh water from the planet's water basins. We use it in the agriculture, about 70%, industry around 19%, and household around 11% globally. These percentages vary widely across the globe. In the US, industrial usage 37% is almost as high as agriculture of 40%. In India, on the other hand, agriculture claims 85 to 90% of water withdrawals, while 2% is put to work for industry. China's withdrawal are 65% agriculture, 22% industrial, and 13% household. But when the supply and the demand of the fresh water are misaligned, the delicate environmental, social, and financial ecosystems on which we all rely at risk. Climate change, demographic shift, and explosive economic growth all will aggravate existing water issues. The availability of fresh water also varies greatly by location. The majority of the world's fresh water is divided among 410 named basins, which are areas of land where all water that falls or flows through that region ultimately ends at a single source. These include Huang He, Nile, Colorado River, Indus, and many others. Of these 400 named basins, almost a quarter are considered high-stressed, meaning that their ratio of annual withdrawal to total available annual supply exceed 40%. About half of these are located in 3 countries with enormous water needs and high economic activity: China, India, and United States. According to the Composite Water Management Index report released by Niti Aayog in 2018, 21 major cities, namely Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, and others, are reaching zero groundwater level access for 100 million people. However, 12% of India's population is already living the day zero scenario due to excessive groundwater pumping, inefficient and wasteful water management system, and years of deficient rains. As per a global study, many of the world's basins could see a supply decline of around 10% by 2030 and up to 25% by 2050. According to UN estimate, 1 in 4 people may live in a country affected by chronic shortages of fresh water. The World Bank estimates that the crisis could slow GDP by 6% in some countries by 2050 as well. Water stress is a risk multiplier. Alone, it is a powerful risk with the potential to upend socioeconomic and ecological systems. It becomes uncontrollably detrimental when compounded with other risks, such as those related to food and energy systems, politics, and infrastructures. 2/3 of the businesses have substantial risk in direct operation or in their value chain. As water stress grows, industries will experience the risk in 4 forms: physical, regulatory, reputational, and stakeholder. The water issue is the reverse of the carbon problem. The cause is global, but its manifestation is highly spatial and can be addressed in a concentrated way. There are 3 spheres of influence that companies can affect to help mitigate water stress in direct operations, supply chain, and wider basin health. Most of the industries are implementing water measurement and reporting practices, exploring technologies for reducing water consumption through recycle, reuse, and efficient utilization. Another significant initiative is the Water Resilience Coalition, a creation of the UN Global Compact's CEO Water Mandate, launched in March 2020 with a water resilience pledge that binds signatory companies to a set of water goals to be addressed by collective action in water-stressed basins. As per the latest IPCC report, climate change with the increased temperature will add further stress and uncertainties to water supply and water-based ecosystems. This will compel for an ecosystem-based approach for any water system management. There is a need for greater engagement with communities and stakeholders who depend on water for various reasons. The upstream measures need to be taken to ensure that a river maintains a minimum flow or aviral dhara, which is required for all water bodies. The government policies should enable greater agency for all water stakeholders and not just see water as a commodity, but take into consideration the sociology, the environment, and the economics linked to it. The traditional fragmented approach is no longer viable, and more holistic approach to water management is essential. In India, we are required to implement the integrated water resource management approach that has now been accepted internationally as the way forward for efficient, equitable, and sustainable development and management of the world's limited water resource for coping with the conflicting demands. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Ajay Pradhan, President, Consulting Engineers Association of India and Managing Director, Cetus Consulting Solution Services, to share your views.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. First of all, my apology. I'm taking this call and speaking from you at the Imphal airport. Little bit crowded, and I'm not removing my mask. Therefore, you might have some problem in listening to me. But however, I'll try to really do whatever justice. Maybe I'll try to show you some presentation, so that will take care of if you don't hear me properly. Sir, can you see my presentation
yes.
screen? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Am I okay? A little bit of audible or not so bad?
You are absolutely audible. There is no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and good afternoon. And I thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak and share our knowledge on the water and water sector, and looking at the broader of a water environment. As you have already introduced, I'm going to speak, actually my intervention will be for 10 minutes. I'll talk essentially how states should develop a model water policy linking to the national water policy. That's what I'm going to really do. I see Mr. Ashwini Pandya Sahab is there. He is the author and he knows most of things. Being in Central Water Commission and helm of affairs, now the Secretary General, he will probably take it further down. But I'll talk about a little bit better on the macro level understanding. Now here is the context, as you mentioned, Chairman Sir, and actually the problems you have already highlighted. But if you look at, why we need a model water policy for states, that is what we need to really look at. I'll show you, talk to you about why water is so much of the state, not the center. So that I'll talk a little bit of a national water policy, and then how the water as a subject been involved right from the independence. So that's what I'm going to discuss that. There are a number of intervention or policies being taken by central government, federal government, and more or less most of the states, they follow that. You can see the national water policy started first in 87, 2002, 2012. Now further revision going on 2022. And there also Niti Aayog came out with something called composite index to rank the states based on their water uses and efficiencies and so on and so forth. So this is also another initiative taken by the central government. So there is a last committee which was there, it's called Need for Identifying Clear Strategy and Actions, which was under the chairmanship of former member Dr. Mihir. That is also another aspect we have to see. Now what is happening, actually you must have heard and seen that number of national missions like a Jal Jeevan Mission, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Prime Minister of Krishi Sanchai. So they are targeting actually rural water supply, the districts which are actually in the index of the water, what do you call it, dry states or non-availability of water, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, so restoration, rehabilitations and water harvesting. So the districts with more than 1,500 blocks, they are under those category. Then we come back with the Prime Minister Krishi Sanchai Yojana. So that's also looking at the irrigation, which is the major sector we are looking at. Now, just to recall our understanding and the memory of what has happened, how things happen, there are two lists, which is entry 56, the list one, where the Parliament actually guarantees that all the major intrastate river basins and projects will be centrally governed. It will be centrally governed, like all the major river basins. Then there is entry 17, which allows the state to do all kind of utilization of the water in their domain, like water supplies, irrigation, canals, drainage, even for industrial water. Now there comes again another entry 20, which is a concurrent list that gives look at the economic and social aspects. Now there are a number of other also entries have been over the years been enacted or acted. But the last one, if you look at last two, basically, one was actually Pollution Control Enactment Act. That's one of the brought in all the state pollution control board in line with the central pollution control board for abating the pollution abatement. The last one, which is actually dam safety bill, which is in 2009, which has been passed by Lok Sabha and required to be passed through the Rajya Sabha. That will bring again all the states as per the legislation required. So those are the aspects about the various macro level and central level how things are happening. But as mentioned that water is in a concurrent list and the states has to take and enact those activities or the laws, and therefore they need to really come out with a kind of a model water policy how they need to really manage, because central government look at it from the federal point of view, but each state has a different geography, different hydrogeology, hydroclimatology, hydrometeorology settings, and therefore the rainfall, the droughts, all aspects actually is different. So therefore one states need to look at from their socioeconomic and their mission vision perspective how the state need to be allocate or look at the water as an integrated manner. So that's what one need to look at. Therefore national water framework also highlights some of those things which the state probably can look at and follow. the certain things like reuse of wastewater is one of the things which is 12 states of the already adopted, which starting from the Gujarat, the many states. So we still need to really approve this reuse of wastewater in different sectors, non-potable as well as for the agriculture. That's one. You know that when this 2011 things happened, 2014 actually the new government came in, they made it mandatory that Minister of Water Resource became Minister of Water Resource, River Rejuvenation and Ganga Development. So they brought in restoration rejuvenation to the front as a headline. The ministry actually known as now rejuvenation or restoration. So that's another fact which you can see. Contamination is an issue, as you know that the fresh water actually we are losing and more groundwater also getting contaminated. Water in agriculture, I leave it to Pandya sir to give some ideas on that. But as you know that water is, the fresh water availability in India, whatever is available, is mostly used by the agriculture, almost 80-90% some states. Therefore, one need to really bring in technology or innovation or the efficiency in cutting down the water which is being unnecessarily being used. And you can see what are the implications. Implication is that, for example, holding the water in the rice field. So there is a greenhouse gas release, and you can see the numbers actually. I'm not reading it out for the time lack of time. Water usage, like 1 kg of rice is going to 3,000 liters. If you can save some water in that, that will really bring a revolution, and you can, you can allocate that much of water to there. And I'll tell you what we have done an intervention. There is an intervention we did for the World Bank. I think in West Bengal we did, and we did also Punjab. And you can see how you can use certain simple technology, wetting and drying period, using the IoT-based sensors and technology. Soil moisture, you look at how much water you hold at what different period of the growing up, right from transplantation to harvesting, and what are the equipments, how you can do this. Not only help you to the minimize our crop water requirement, also increase the productivity at the same time, also you decrease your energy swing. Look at Punjab, it is a free electricity. So the farmer will go and switch on the machines or the pump, it runs overnight, and then it will, the water which will be delivered to the field is much more what is required, because you are not measuring, it is a free. So therefore, those are the things one can do. And this is not a big thing, it can actually work on the district wise, in the block wise and all, but it requires a little bit of investment. And this is one way of working on the using the technology for using the water use efficiency, or improve the water use at the same time energy. Irrigation, and I can just tell you that what actually happened actually. Look at the first line. We in our exercise, we increase the productivity by 4%, which is large, and 17% irrigation we did. And this we did with 30 farmers as a pilot. And also we did the what you call the testing at the same time laboratory. So these are some of the things one need to look at. And what I would like to see that IoT based irrigation things or alternative wetting and dyeing is one of the aspects to look at. Now this is my last slide. I want to like to stress from here. Days are over when water trading was not there. I think you will slowly see privatization is coming, water trading will happen. Somebody has a storage and you wanted to sell the water, whether irrigation, drinking water, or for the industrial water. So this is going to happen. It's at the need of the hour. Groundwater, already there is a legislation, it has to come for conservation price, just like you do the forest alternative forest clearance and you give a equivalent amount of forest or do the plantation at the non-forest land. Similarly, groundwater, whenever you take a license and do this much of water you want to extract for industry or whatever purpose, you have to pay a compensation price or the tariff. And that's also coming very fast, and you will see that. Groundwater contamination is actually not been understood by many, but if you look at certain states like eastern part of UP or Punjab or many parts where there's a high irrigation, irrigation and use of NPK is high, so you can see most of the areas of groundwater is polluted. Even urban, peri-urban, urban areas, the groundwater is also polluted. Water regulator is another aspect. Like you have electricity regulator, you have telecom regulator, you have most of the linear or the utilities having the regulator. Water is unfortunately do not have regulator, being a state subject. I think these are the things one need to look at. The state need to evolve based on their understanding, their economy, their socio-cultural aspect, their geographical setting and hydrometeorological setting. With this, I thank you, Chairman, for your kind attention and all.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan. It's an excellent deliberation. In fact, you have covered almost all the facets of the usage and what can be done as of today for the improvement of it. Thank you very much. And also I'd like to thank you for maintaining the time schedule with which we are struggling right now.
Yeah,
May I
right,
now,
sir.
request Mr. Rudranarayan Kumar, Chief Manager Business Development, and Mr. Akhan Gupta, Manager Finance and Accounts, Swachh Environment Private Limited, to share your thoughts. Please restrict yourself within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all.
Please unmute.
Yes.
You unmute. You are unmute, sir.
You are unmuted, sir.
Can you hear us?
It's not coming
Hello?
on the screen.
Are you audible, sir?
Rudra, we can all hear you, but
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah.
I think BCCI will connect.
Yes. Can you hear us now, sir? Can you hear us, sir, now?
Yeah, Mr. Rudranarayan, we are able to hear you.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Panelist side.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible to you, sir?
Mr. Narayan, can you reshare your presentation once?
Yeah.
Our speaker is not operating.
Yes, sir. Can you see the screen now? Hello?
Hello. Can you see the screen now? I hope this permission is required from the. Yeah. Host permission is there, madam?
Yeah, you have the sharing rights.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
we are sharing. It is visible in our system, but I don't know whether it is available. See screen?
Sir, your bandwidth is low. Can you switch off your video, then reshare it?
Sure.
Video. Yeah, is it better now? Can you see the screen?
No, it is not visible yet.
Okay. Video.
So just speak out our things that we are supposed to tell. That would be better because otherwise we'll lose some time. So I would like to tell about Swachh Environment Limited and its innovative financial models that we use for our water business. And Swachh is an organization which are into this drinking water supply and wastewater treatment business for over a decade. And we are
Your presentation is not viewable.
Yes, our presentation is not visible. That's why I'm just telling our experience from the presentation. Whether that will do.
Can you switch it off your video and then reshare, because your bandwidth is very low.
Yeah, is it better now, ma'am? Can you hear us and can you see the screen as well?
No, we can hear you, but we cannot share, we cannot see your screen.
So we are sharing the screen, ma'am, but sorry that the bandwidth is low. So what we'll do, we'll continue with our presentation. We'll maybe you can hear it out, hear us out.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you can then go ahead.
So Schwarz is basically into this water business for over a decade. We have started our journey since 2011, and we have acquired 2 big projects in public-private partnership mode. So in this PPP mode, the main concern is that the project that the client used to give us, there are several challenges in this kind of projects. So the main is the grant. So always grant is not available, but you take the route of the PPP HAM model. The PPP HAM model that is proposed by National Mission for Clean Ganga for such kind of project is very useful. If you see this model, you will understand that there is a 30 to 40% grants. These are given to the contractor or the concessionaire during the construction period. So this 30 to 40% grant, capital grant, is used for doing the capex work. So it is basically a milestone-based payment, and it helps the bidder or the contractor to do the capex work. But the remaining 60% that need to be financed by the contractor or concessionaire. So in this remaining 60%, it contains the remaining capital expenditure as well as the annuity payment for the interest and the operational expenditure. So in a typical concession agreement for this kind of PPP projects, there is a duration of about 15 years for 15 years duration for operation and maintenance. So a contractor has to operate and maintain their plant for 15 years, and at the same time they need to maintain an escrow account. The government used to deposit their payments in the escrow accounts, and it helps both the parties to get the payments in right time. So in the escrow account, 2 quarters payment is deposited by the government in advance. In a typical structure of a PPP project, there is a SPV which is created by the bidding companies. There could be a consortium of bidders, say a company whose participation interest is 51% and the company B which is having a participation interest of 49%. So they can make a JV and they can form a SPV, that is called a special purpose vehicle. Now this SPV is supported by the government agency or the main client. They used to give the capex grant to this SPV. This government agency, this SPV is also supported by the technology players who used to provide the technology, and the insurers and the lenders. Now there is a regulatory body like the National Mission for Clean Ganga in case of NMCG projects, who are the regulatory authority, and they provide the regulatory support to such kind of SPVs. There is a viability gap for different PPP projects because not all the project receives this initial grants of 30 to 40% in a HAM model. So there is a viability gap funding. So some projects which are cost heavy and their initial costs are very high. In that case, the government agency or the client can provide up to 20% of viability gap funding that helps this kind of project to make viable in future. Now we will discuss about a project, our Haldia project, that will be discussed by my colleague, Mr. Akshan Gupta.
So, like Rudra mentioned about the project regarding Namami Gange and the structure of hybrid annuity, similarly for projects which are already operational, which are doing the operation maintenance currently, those can be taken up under this model of Haldia Water, which is a refurbishment and O&M model. Basically, it is a typical example of the national monetization plan that has been recently announced by our Honorable Finance Minister. In this model, the main clause is that the asset is being leased out to the concessionaire, Haldia Water, by the principal client, that is the Haldia Development Authority, for a term of 15 years, during which we have to upgrade and refurbish the asset to its current value and take up the repairs works which have been not done over the last few years, for which we'll have to pay out a fixed fee of around 8 crore to the authority. There is a performance guarantee also, as well as a fixed annual contract. Apart from the fixed fees, there are also fees which are associated to the revenues that as a company Haldia Water generates, which will be shared with the authority and which will provide even more value to the authority, which was earlier not present while they were operating on its own. While these are the commercial clauses in favor of the authority, for the concessionaire, that is Haldia Water, the biggest plus points are that since this is a take or pay clause, that is minimum 50% of the volume of sales is guaranteed. There is a significant high percentage of revenue collection that is happening. Also, there is typical clauses in the concession agreement that guarantee payment in case there is any default beyond a certain period of time. Along with that, there is also yearly escalation of the tariff, which is chargeable on the water that is provided by the Haldia Water, that is the concessionaire. Apart from that, the ownership of the asset will remain with SDA, and it will be residing only as a repair and maintenance asset for the concessionaire, that is Haldia Water. Any deterioration in the water quality or any major improvement required in the plant to meet the enhanced water quality will have to be compensated by Haldia Development Authority as well. So while all the normal repair and maintenances are under the scope of the concessionaire Haldia Water, whereas the major refurbish or upgradation works are under the scope of Haldia Development Authority. So how does the revenue mechanism work here? So Haldia Water will bill to the customers on behalf of Haldia Development Authority. Haldia Water is also responsible to collect the money on behalf of Haldia Development Authority, which will all go into a joint escrow account where visibility is there. All the funds are clearly visible, and utilization is also very streamlined as per the concession agreement. First, payment has to be given to the power, which is essential to run the plant. Then the fixed license fee that has to be paid to the authority. And then there is the operation maintenance cost for the concessionaire, that is Haldia Water. After that is paid. So now we will just briefly touch upon the benefits that Haldia, this project, which is supplying water to the entire city of Haldia, has seen. So since we have taken over in November 2019, we have seen a sharp increase in the water, mainly due to the good level of operation maintenance work that has been done. Supply has increased mainly for industrial customers, as well as we have been able to service the demands of municipal customers by tapping in leakages, by arresting non-revenue water and increasing the supply, whereas treating the same amount of water, thereby increasing the profit to the government as well as the organization. While this is on the revenue side, on the cost side, electricity, as you all may know, is a very huge cost in the operation maintenance. And since takeover, we have more than achieved around 5 to 7% of savings and around 7 lakh savings per month directly through the improvement of panels and overall machinery. Under this contract, we have the option of using renewable energy sources, so such as solar, for which we are also doing a DPR, a case study, to see the viability. Currently, what we have worked out is it will give us a saving around 20 to 30% of the current value, which is a huge saving again, and that whose benefit will also accrue to the authority. So overall, it's a very, very good asset model which authorities can adopt for monetizing their asset to generate residual cash flow, assured cash flow, which will also improve the delivery and the water quality.
They got disconnected. They got disconnected. Okay. Should we go ahead to the next session? Okay. May I now request Dr. Abhijit Mukherjee, Associate Professor, Geology and Geophysics, IIT Kharagpur, to talk about groundwater condition of India, present status and future possibilities. I know, Dr. Mukherjee, this time slot which is given to you is very, very short. I personally heard you on the CSE webinar, and because of the time constraint, you can take 15 minutes and cover. And we are planning to have a full-fledged program on water session, and there we shall be again requesting all our speakers today to come and share your views. Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee, and thanks to the BCCI organizers for inviting me in this August to this August audience. As Mr. Mukherjee pointed out, the time is very short. So what I'd like to do is I just highlight a few of the things that we who are doing some studies and research in groundwater in India and across the world would like to say in this water forum. So let me share a few slides that I have prepared. Is my screen visible?
No, it's visible.
Okay. So, okay, as I was introduced, I am Abhijit Mukherjee. I teach groundwater and groundwater availability at the Indian Institute of Technology, or what you know as IIT Kharagpur. And I'll be talking about the groundwater scenarios of India, what is the status at present, and what might be the future possibilities. So, the speakers before me, they talked about the water availability and water security. And of course, these are very important aspects and management strategies. But being a scientist, I'll possibly try to take a more, scientific and quantifiable viewpoint. So in India, groundwater is something that has been used for ages, for thousands of years. But that was mostly for, sustenance and survival, mostly for drinking and domestic purposes. But in modern times, if we talk about more societal way of looking at the usage of groundwater, groundwater consists or contribute to about 9% of India's GDP, 8 to 9% of India's GDP. And these 8 to 9% kind of ranges from food production to drinking water, to domestic purposes, to industrial usage, to urban development, to industrial beneficiaries. Of this, food production is something which is not that highlighted. I mean, all the other aspects are there, but when we talk about water and groundwater, we are mostly concerned about the drinking water, which is of course the need. But then the groundwater, and specifically water at a large, is actually more related, or usage is related to irrigational water, which is used for food production. And as you can see from this plot that I borrowed from the Central Water Commission, about 85% of the water usage in our country is related to irrigation purposes or food production. And of this, a major portion is for groundwater. Now, this is becoming more and more important. The water sector is becoming more and important because as we are all converging to the 2030, the year for the for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that unifies our planet. Goal number 6 explicitly talks about availability of clean water and sanitation. And water at large, and specifically groundwater, is something that the world is looking at, is not only in achieving goal number 6, but possibly achieving all the 17 goals, because water is linked in with all these goals. So it is just not like a hearsay or just some policy that we are going to make in India, but this is a kind of a unified world that we are looking at, where we are going to use the one water concept. Now, if we have to understand like how we're going to get it and what's the requirement and so on, we also need to understand the groundwater issues. Now, you're all very knowledgeable, but I'd just like to highlight that water scarcity, which translates to groundwater scarcity really, has been plaguing our country for the last several years. And it has grown more and more every day. Earlier, only the more water-stressed part of the country were having issues on water scarcity. But in today's time, you would get to see this kind of water scarcity pictures even in water affluent parts of the country like West Bengal and Bihar. So this is going to something that is going to intensify even further and possibly going to stay. But when we're talking about water scarcity, almost simultaneously in other parts of the country, we do have water excess. And this water excess, of course, it is somewhere linked with the excessive rainfall or flooding through rivers. But in the hydrological forum, we know that much of the flooding is also related to the groundwater. The dynamic balance between the surface water and groundwater. So this flood that I'm showing you, or the water excess, is also related to the excess groundwater we have in places. Now, that tells us that, if you have water scarcity in one part of the country and few hundred kilometers down the road, you have water excess, that needs to be, it has to be a thought-provoking challenge, because it is a management issue. It's just not a, availability of resource issue. It is a management issue, and some kind of bottleneck is there, which we need to, solve together as a scientist, also in the governance and management roles. But either way, whether we have scarcity or excess, we are looking at what we call the drinking water security issues, because we cannot survive without our secured drinking water sources. So in the changing world, this is going to be a game changer on the availability of drinking water at places in our country as well as in other places. The problem is that even if there is drinking water that is available, not all of them are usable for human consumption. This photograph that I'm showing you for water quality and pollution are photographs that I've shot myself for people who have just, done the crime of drinking bad groundwater from the subsurface. Bad groundwater. They have not done any sin or previous life, crime or anything like that. It is just that they have been drinking bad groundwater. And this photograph is taken from parts of West Bengal where people are suffering from arsenic pollution. So taking all of this together, you can understand that there are multifaceted problems. And it is just not, getting the water or treating the water or supplying it to the people, but there has to be a holistic solution. Now, the government of India and the state governments do undertake a lot of efforts in present times, and our previous speakers already mentioned a few of those. To my understanding, while all of these are very beneficial and there are a lot of benefits that we are expecting out of those, one big problem that lies within is the connectivity between these different schemes. And furthermore, with the impending climate change, this is going to aggravate. So again, I don't think we understand climate change that well yet. But if climate change is happening and possibly already started, these issues are going to get aggravated. So it is just not a resource issue, it is a changing resource, a dynamic resource that is going to, the availability is going to change in future, and so would be the resilience, adaptability, and the management of it in future times. Now, as I mentioned that just getting water is not sufficient, and the quality of water is also very important, the groundwater, because as of today, to my understanding on statistics of the Minister of Jal Shakti, almost 80% of India, for drinking water purpose, they rely on groundwater, and groundwater is polluted in places. Now, why they are polluted in some places, why they are not in others, that's again a scientific question that we need to answer. The other fact is that India, it is using or it's consuming groundwater, which is possibly twice the level that our nearest water consumers, groundwater consumers, US and China taken together would provide. So India is actually, one of the largest consumer of groundwater in the world. And that provides, or that creates a stress, and it creates an emergency. Why? Because in the Indian subcontinent, which includes India and its 7 neighboring or sister countries, we only have about 3% of the global terrestrial land, but hosting about 23% of the global population, 30% of the global irrigated land. So in no way, you are a business organization, you can no way think that 3% of the global terrestrial land can sustain 1/4 of the global population and 1/3 of the food production of this world. So, an obvious outcome is that the Indian subcontinent, specifically India, is the largest consumer of groundwater in this planet. It's not only the largest consumer of groundwater in this planet at present times, but it's also the largest user of groundwater in human history. And that also tells us that we need to take a more special look at the availability of groundwater in India and where the pollutions are. So if you look at these two maps, which kind of shows the simplified version of, where the aquifers are, or, the geologic media that host the groundwater are, and how they're polluted. What you can literally see is that, the bright blue, the Indus Basin, the Ganges Basin, and Brahmaputra Basin, which occupies about 30% of the terrestrial land of the Indian subcontinent, host almost 70 to 75% of the groundwater reserve of this country, of the subcontinent. Whereas the rest 70% of the landmass only barely have 20-25% of the water reserve. So you can start with an extremely polarized, distribution of resource. The problem is, even if this Indus Ganges Brahmaputra Basin, which also is the densest populated place in the world, have a lot of groundwater, it's prolific in its availability of groundwater, much of it is polluted by geogenic or natural source pollution like arsenic and fluoride and so on. Sorry. So in the last few years, there have been, about a decade or so, there have been huge uproar in the global media as well as in national media on the possible groundwater depletion or drought that is happening in the subsurface of our great country. So what I have been studying with my colleagues and collaborators and students is to find out how much safe groundwater is available in the subcontinent and what is the future. I would like to stress the word safe here. So here is kind of the decadal groundwater storage change calculation for India. Now, this is done in conjunction with NASA. And what I'm showing you is the NASA data in collaboration with the Ministry of Jal Shakti, which was the Central Groundwater Board, and the Minister of Water Resources, erstwhile Minister of Water Resources. So a combination of these data sets from NASA and the Minister of Water Resources shows you that over the years, the groundwater reserve of this country has changed. And in recent times, it has changed from, you can see the colors from blue to red and red to blue. Now, red is bad and blue is good. Don't go by the exact numbers. They are in a more scientific units, which would need some explanation. But what you can think of is blue is excess groundwater and red is depleted groundwater. So what you can possibly see is that, portions of the northern India, which is the Indus Ganges Brahmaputra Basin, has turned from blue to red, which means which had excess groundwater in 2003 has systematically turned red in 2014. Whereas parts of southern India and western India, which were more red, which were the traditionally water scarce part of the country, which had less groundwater in the past, has now become increased with the groundwater storage. So if you kind of filter out all these noises, you see there are parts of the country where the groundwater storage is increasing, whereas part of the country where the groundwater storage is decreasing. Now these are quantifiable measured values, irrespective of sensitization and media highlights. These are real numbers, and much of these real numbers are related to various public policies and government policies that have been taken over the years, as well as human consumption that has happened over these regions. Now, one of the invisible outcome of this happening is that in the northern India, where you saw that the groundwater storage has significantly depleted over the years, in the last about 20 years or so, one of the significant or substantial outcome of that is the Ganga River is drying. What I'm showing you are pictures of the Ganga River in the central reaches and the southern reaches. And what you're saying, because of the groundwater which is depleting, and the groundwater which used to feed the Ganga River in the non-monsoon periods, the system is depleting.
Dr. Mukherjee,
so obviously,
another 2 minutes,
I'm
please.
closing. Absolutely, I'm done. What we're looking at is that the Ganga River is on the verge of drying, and if it does happen, by 2050, more than 100 million people are going to have food insecurity in the Ganga Basin or northern India. And as I also mentioned, that there are all these problems of natural pollution. This is one recent outcome that I would like to share with you. Again, based on like 2.7 million measurements that the Jal Jeevan Mission is hosting. We used artificial intelligence to predict the groundwater arsenic pollution, and you can see that much of the Ganga Basin, as well as the Indus and the Brahmaputra Basin, are polluted by natural arsenic, thus exposing the population living herein and drinking untreated water to the risk of developing arsenicosis, which can lead to death. So, in conclusion, we are looking at a scenario where northern and eastern India are losing about 13 cubic kilometers of groundwater every year, whereas as an optimistic view, about 3 cubic kilometers of groundwater is getting restored in parts of southern, central, and western India. And these are related with groundwater policy interventions that have been happening in a very small scale, in a village level, to in country scale interventions. Thank you so much, and I'd love to take any questions if you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Mukherjee. In fact, we shall be collecting all the questions from all the participants, and then we shall share with you and get the answers, and then give it back to the audiences. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
May I now request Mr. A.B. Pandya, former Chairman, Central Water Commission, to kindly share your views.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And I'm thankful to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for having...
you are not audible.
Okay. Hello, is it better now?
Yeah, yes. Much better. Please go ahead.
So I'm thankful to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me an opportunity to talk to you with regard to a very important topic of water, especially in the context of climate change that is happening, and a lot of global concern as well as the local concern that we are finding for the phenomena. Presently, since I am working very intensively with the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, which is an apex international organization covering about 80 countries and providing something like the countries together take up about 90% of the irrigated area of the world. The agricultural water management is a very important topic which has not received its due when we are talking in the terms of climate dialogue. Especially as all the speakers before me have been able to tell that the largest share of water is getting consumed by the agriculture. And this is not only a universal fact, but also locally as the development levels go down, the percentage of share of water consumption in agriculture increases drastically. Because then the heavily dependent people on agriculture are there in those kind of countries. So there's a lot of relevance of agriculture water management, and for that ICID had provided a lot of thought to it, and we came up with a vision 2030, in which we have tried to work out at the global level what are the kind of measures that are needed and what are the interventions that are possible in order to manage the situation of agricultural water, which is going to impact the overall water scenario in a very substantial way. So the roadmap that was created with the support of the various national committees, which are the nodal agencies in each of the member countries, and a vision was articulated that we have to have a water secure world free of poverty and hunger through sustainable rural development. The real issue of water management lies especially at the rural level, because the rural level is the one where the consumption of water, especially in the agriculture, takes place. And for that, certain goals are required to be achieved. Number one and foremost goal is to enable higher crop productivity with less water and energy. This has got a very significant impact. In fact, when we talk about the climate dialogue, this particular issue is not really brought about in a very significant way. The issue is that as far as the other phenomena are concerned, like the melting of the ice caps or the melting of the glaciers, these will have impact in a different footing. But the real impact will come if our crop productivity decreases or if we are not able to maintain our crop productivity. Because climate change is not a single phenomena. Climate change is coupled with population increase. Climate change is coupled with our tendency to increase our consumption. The increase in consumption is not necessarily bad. It should not be looked at from a bad point of view, because there are large parts of the world which are actually severely malnutrited. They don't have enough nutrition. And if you have to bring them up, you have to provide that extra nutrition. And that extra nutrition will require extra crops, extra production. And that is where the availability of land for the purpose of production is limited. We already have a stress on our green cover, and most of the time we find that we cannot really decrease the green cover beyond a limit in order to maintain the overall climatic patterns. And now for this purpose, the higher crop productivity is the one which becomes very important for all of us to really look at. Now, how do you really achieve it? You have to be a catalyst for change in policies and practices. The policies and practices affect very severely on the water management part. One of the examples is already been talked about the free power, about the practically no charges for the water, which leads to certain bad practices. And because of those bad practices, not only the overall crop productivity suffers, but also simultaneously the availability of the water for other stakeholders also go under the stress. So it is very important to facilitate the exchange of information, knowledge and technology. We need to really work very strongly towards this. The climate change is not going to go away. And if we have to really combat the climate change, and if we have to maintain our lifestyle, even under the context of climate change, this issue is going to be very important. There is a lot of knowledge that is existing. There are a lot of information that is available. What happens at the climate change level? When the climate change happens, your hydrometeorological context changes. But that change in the hydrometeorological context may not necessarily be on the worst direction. But the similar kind of a hydrometeorological context that may be existing elsewhere in the world will be really happening to you. So if you exchange the knowledge, if you understand that going from a water-rich area to a relatively water-stressed area will require what kind of interventions, will require what kind of concerns, this will come through the facilitation of the exchange of knowledge and information. And the cross-disciplinary and intersectoral engagement becomes very important, especially from the water management point of view. Because in case of water, we are all connected to each other. And since we are all connected to each other, it becomes very important that various disciplines who are impacting the other disciplines have to really merge together and come to a solution which is beneficial to all. Now, for example, we have a heavy nitrogen pollution in our groundwater all across the northern parts of the India. And most of this nitrogen is coming from where? Most of the nitrogen is coming out of the fertilizers. And there is a excessive fertilizer use because there is an excessive water use. When you have a large amount of water available in the field, you have to put in good number of, a larger amount of fertilizer in order to see that the necessary concentration is achieved. But in the process, you'll end up adding more and more salts to the soil. So a multidisciplinary kind of an environment is needed where you have to regulate the fertilizer use, where you have to regulate the water use and maintain the soil productivity. Then you will be able to maintain your crop productivity, and consequently you will be able to prevent hunger and manage the development. And for that, of course, the research and support and capacity development are something that becomes very, very important. Huge amount of work is needed if we have to really look at the various goals of the action plan. And one of the very important goals of the action plan is the modernization and O&M of irrigation systems. This is a very important topic that is not being touched in the country in a very systematic manner. We have primarily allowed the water to be free, and being water being free, we are simply trying to create assets. We have created a lot of assets, and then we have allowed those assets to degenerate. After all, they are all man-made structures. They are all man-made interventions. They require the operation and maintenance strategies. But these strategies have not really been put to use in the manner that is required, because there is no revenue stream that is coming out of it. People don't understand that simply because I am getting the water for free, the water is actually free. Water is not actually free. It has been associated with a huge amount of cost. And that cost has to be repaid back in order to maintain that particular system. So these issues are something that requires to be really looked at very, very seriously if we have to manage our water use and if we have to manage our water systems. So from this angle, I feel that we need to really look at the situation, especially from the water management during the climate change kind of context is concerned. We need to really look at very, very seriously and very, very aggressively. And for that, the global level views are required, because there are huge amount of technology changes and technology gradients that are existing across the globe. And those gradients have to be minimized. The gradients have to be made flat so that everybody has equal kind of knowledge and everybody has equal kind of capabilities. For that, you will not only need the knowledge, you will also need the investments. The investments will also have to flow appropriately. And for all these issues, there has to be a necessity for working with an action plan and working towards the achievement of the sustainable development goals on which this action plan has been based. I will not go in much detail because the time is extremely limited. We don't want to really look at all the other issues. And I would like to conclude my presentation because I think already I have come to about 15 minutes. I'm thankful to once again to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and all the organizers for having given me the opportunity to speak. And I'll be happy to interact with various stakeholders and various people in the audience as and when the opportunity arises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pandya. Thank you very, very much. I know such a vast subject is very difficult to be concluded within 15 minutes. We shall be looking forward in future convenient dates where we can have a very detailed discussion on this. We would like to conclude this session. I would like to specifically thank Dr. Pradhan, Mr. Dr. Mukherjee, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Gupta, and finally, Mr. Pandya again. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. So thank you for joining for this session. Our next session would be roundtable on policies for green agenda. We have Mr. Manjeev Singh Puri, Honorary Distinguished Fellow of TERI, and who is also the India's former ambassador to EU. He has flown from Delhi to join us in this session. Along with him, we have Consuls General of Australia and Italy here with us at the chamber. Our additional Chief Secretary, Department of Power, Government of West Bengal, will be joining us online. This roundtable on policies for green agenda would commence at 3:15. Would request you to please join us back. For YouTube and LinkedIn, this session would be ongoing. For Facebook, we are going to close this session and going to relive again at 3:15. See you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. So, welcome you all to this roundtable on green policies. We have with us Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri, Honorary Fellow of TERI, who is also India's former ambassador to EU, and the Consuls General of Australia and Italy at the Bengal Chamber here. Our Additional Chief Secretary, Power of Government of West Bengal, is joining us online. So as we start the session, we would just take a couple of minutes to see how corporates are making a difference. May we have a video of one of our partnering corporates?
In the air, Srijan takes it! India win!
The word first is ingrained into our DNA. The first organized steel service center in India for industrial customers. The first steel service center capable of processing high tensile steel up to 1100 megapascal, revolutionizing the industry through futuristic innovations. Equipped with cutting-edge technology to deliver innovative products and services to customers. In perfect harmony with Tata Steel, that enables it to extend its reach, facilitate order customization, optimize lot sizes, and execute just-in-time deliveries. Partnering with blue-chip national and international brands through a nationwide footprint and a vibrant, motivated, and agile workforce. In tune with current market dynamics, yet future ready. 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel, we are Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited.
Thank you. With this, I would request Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri to please take the session forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Angana, normally they say thank you for giving me the floor, but I believe that the current nomenclature is thank you for giving me the screen. So thank you in any case. I want to start by expressing a very big thank you to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Of course, many of you know that it is not just one of our oldest establishments dealing with commerce and business, but also one of the ones most active in the area of the environment. And I particularly want to say thank you to my good friend, classmate, but currently the president of the chamber, Mr. Dev Mukherjee. Thank you for inviting me. Happy to see your vice president and other senior members even with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit about myself. I served for 38 years with the Indian Foreign Service, anchoring a lot of multilateral stuff, but in particular being one of the lead negotiators for India at the climate change negotiations. I will say a little bit about that and what these negotiations are about, especially since today, once again, and particularly after the change of the administration in Washington, D.C., they are once again the international flavor. But I had more than 10 to 15 years of dealing with these subjects, having represented India at numerous conferences of climate change, sustainable development, and having represented India at the United Nations. I have thereafter served as India's ambassador to the European Union and retired a year and a half back as India's ambassador to Nepal. A bit of a change, but again in the same kind of ecosystem and the same kind of requirements of sustainability and vulnerabilities that we all in the entire region of South Asia face from climate change. I want to say that I'm very delighted that today in our panel we have two absolutely important and perhaps representatives of countries which mean a lot to the global sustainable development agenda as well as the climate agenda. To my right, we have the Consul General of Italy. Italy, as many of you would know, is a member of the G7, perhaps the most important set of countries which really in various ways can do something and for whom the expectation of the world is that they will always do and lead. Italy is also chairing the G20, and that makes it particularly important, especially for countries like India and other large players in the developing world, because this is the one forum which brings together large developing and developed countries and allows for global action on matters of the global economy. And I must say that whichever way we look at it, climate change, or even if we look at the COVID-19 pandemic which is facing us, at the end of the day, the impacts are economic, and that is the great affectation on society. So, Mr. Consul General, a great welcome to you. And I want to say that all of us very much look forward to hearing not just Italy's perspectives, that too is important, but perspectives that Italy brings as the chair of the G20, as a member of the G7, and then let me say, as a very important member of the European Union with its leading climate activism, and there's so many things that we hear of and so on. In my understanding, for all of you who are here and who are part of this webinar, coming from the area of business, I would like to leave with you the thought, both for him as well as the Consul General of Australia, who I'll just introduce in a minute, are the possibilities of what these countries actually bring. They bring this to the global agenda, but they bring this particularly to the agenda of countries and societies and economies wishing to pursue a sustainable agenda. They bring technological hue. They bring a hell of a lot of actual experience. They bring abilities to be able to do things. And I dare say they bring partnerships. And I think that is something that each and every one of you listening to them today should take the opportunity of then reaching out, and I'm sure they too will reach out, because at the end of the day, for a country like India with its very ambitious green goals, very ambitious goals on sustainable development, they do require partnerships and they require collaborations, and these are two of the more important partners that we have, and we are therefore very happy to welcome them here. Madam Consul General, let me also say that Australia and India, of course, we just saw this thing bound together in cricket, and you know, nothing could be ahead of that. Somebody mentioned in that particular advert that we only hear the word first. That's the only word that both of us always hear. So, you know, cricketing ties, no doubt about that at all. The home of Saurav Ganguly, that's where we are. BCCI's president and all of that. But you know, yours is a country which, because of your location, because of the nature that you are also entwined with this Anglo-Saxon world in which we in India are also familiar as a result of our histories, you bring to bear so many elements that we can work together commonly and which become of interest and ease of doing business for our businessmen. And finally, I will say that this is the area where perhaps both India and Australia will have to grapple, no matter what our governments may be saying at a particular time, but in the real sense of the word, which is what do we do with perhaps currently the most, let me say, finger-pointed fossil fuel, which is coal. And I think this is where you and your country become particularly important for a country like India. In the course of my career, I used to serve on the board of a thing called the Clean Development, not the CDM. This is a board set up between major economies which actually focused on clean technologies. And let me say, the two countries which were most focused on what to do with coal, because there's no escaping from coal, were India and Australia. And of course, let me remind you that the United States is perhaps the biggest player with coal. I think most people forget that today more than 60% of electricity generated in the United States is generated from fossil fuel plants, and they aren't going away no matter what you hear. Now, my intention is not to talk about, what the others are not doing, etc. My intention here is to leave with you one very specific thought. Irrespective of what you hear that's happening in the global negotiation, the stance that we may take as India as a country, remember, all of that is about a different aspect. The aspect is really what is called global burden sharing. But in terms of green action, and action that is truly green, whether it's renewables, whether it's solar energy, and I'm so happy that you have Dr. Ajay Mathur speaking to you here, whether it's pollution drives, any of these particular things, I have no doubt in my mind that one of the countries that will set some of the highest goals for itself domestically on all aspects that have something to do with greening, sustainability will be India. And so therefore, it is my considered belief that for Indian business, these are an opportunity. And if you can ride ahead of the curve, you would have the advantages. These are the people with whom collaborations are possible. Remember, we are the country which is in a position to provide a market. Technologies get incubated in different places. The leading developed countries of the world, the United States in particular, but other members of the G7 and Australia too, each of them are great hubs of incubation of technology. Let me give you an example from today's world. We are all talking about vaccines for COVID. When it all began, there were 2 vaccines which came to the fore right in the beginning. You'll be surprised, but actually both of them were incubated in Europe. One was this vaccine which we all talk about today, Pfizer, a new kind of vaccine. Actually, a Turkish couple settled in Germany which incubated it, Pfizer bought it. That's the business story. And then you have what we in India call Covishield, but AstraZeneca, again from Europe. But would AstraZeneca become that great, a huge big demand, equivalent to what Pfizer is doing, for example, with its huge capacities in the United States, if they hadn't been having a massive manufacturing plant sitting in India? And that's where, the abilities to be able to dovetail, our abilities to produce scale, and also to provide a market. Because at the end of the day, if you manufacture hugely and everything is going outside, most businesses would think twice whether you should invest or not. There has to be some fallback elements of domestic market. Whatever way Mr. Poonawala done is their way of doing it. But the idea itself remains particularly important. And I leave this particular thought with you. When we look at Italy, do you recall all the good works? Forget the issue of food, etc., which really, capture the heart. But look at industrial design. Look at the designs for automobiles. The future mobility is going to continue to remain centered around automobiles of some kind. Without fossil fuels, will they be electrified? Yes. But can design play a role in making them better, more efficient? I have absolutely no doubt. And this is the country, perhaps the only country in the world. In fact, most of the manufacturers that we do in India, if they're not designed elsewhere, they're invariably designed somewhere in and around Milan. This is the kind of technological problem. I mentioned to you Australia. I'll come back to the issue of coal. We are in an area where coal is particularly important. We can look here and there, but Bengal and the larger area, which at least this chamber used to cover once upon a time, and I'm sure all of you are involved in, the dependency, or rather, let me say, the criticality of coal for the economy remains particularly central. And we can keep saying we should shut down the coal plants. Frankly, the situation is that today, while solar power has become as inexpensive as thermal power during the daylight hours, for times when the sun is not shining or the wind is not blowing as far as wind power, there are a number of issues, but more than anything else, the critical issue is that balancing power cannot come from the solar as is currently known. We need to do far more than just PV cells and solar panels and so on. We need to do far more in terms of technology. I don't know where that technology will be developed, but we certainly have to be a country which needs to be wanting that technology. And hence the impetus that we can give to research and development, in my opinion, is particularly important. There are several other areas. So when we look at coal, I'll give you this one little example. You know, the Germans they removed nuclear power after Fukushima, a political decision. And then they said, we will focus hugely on solar and wind in a very big way. And they did it. And they have some enormous success with that. They haven't been able to shut down their thermal power plants. And in fact, much as we may talk about it, despite all of this, the technological abilities remain that there is this particular balancing issue which thermal power continues to provide. The answers, however, are in the long run, or let me say even in the next few years as we develop other fuels, principally we're looking at hydrogen or we're looking at other elements, we would be able to get rid of this largest sea in the world, which is coal and carbon. But till then, can we do something about it? Carbon capture and storage, one set of ideas. Reusing carbon dioxide, another set of ideas. I don't know where they're going, not much. But in terms of cleaner coal and far better utilization of that, can we do it? If there are countries which have technologies, perhaps Australia is one of them. So I again, strongly underline the fact of why we have the Consul General of Australia with us. I will speak now. I'll speak again after our two interlocutors have introduced themselves, their ideas and the plans that they bring. But Mr. Consul General, I want to tell you, I arrived in Calcutta yesterday and I was delighted to see this article, co-authored by you and your British colleague, which says, COP26 will be a moment for the world to seize. I can't agree with you more. You're absolutely right, but I think just turn around. The next article, and I think because you are the Consul General, it had to be on the top front, is the one by a dear friend of mine from Bangladesh, Salimul Haq, and his colleague on the importance of adaptation. Why did I show these to you? Both sides are right. Are they complementary? Yes, they are. But the way they appear is as if they are juxtaposed. We would have to do something in terms of the international negotiation, in terms of the burden sharing, which is inherent in what is being negotiated, that we try and come to a solution which makes it a win-win situation. Yes, thank you very much. I haven't mentioned, but I'm very delighted to see the Additional Chief Secretary has joined us virtually. Mr. Suresh Kumar, welcome to this panel. I fully understand that, as a serving officer, there are competing requests for your time, and more than anything else, you are wielding executive authority. And so we're particularly delighted to see you. I want to leave a thought. So, one of the things that I mentioned to you, I think if they are applicable to the business members of this particular chamber, they are equally applicable to the governments. And you, in a sense, represent that. And coming from the power sector, I think it's particularly important that, you are part of this particular process of taking this forward. I look forward to hearing from you. Over the years, almost every state in India has set up state action plans to deal with climate change. It's become a national mission. The other day, the Prime Minister mentioned not only major national missions from the ramparts of the Red Fort, including a national hydrogen mission and 100% electrification of the Indian railways, but in a later speech mentioned that we need to try and take climate change to resonate with the people of India as a kind of dharma, and therefore try and take this forward. I think it would be willy-nilly impossible if the states in India, especially the major states like West Bengal, were not major players, and I'm sure you are. I also want to leave with you the thought that not only your state, but this great city where we are, Kolkata, needs to itself be in the forefront. As you pursue more development potential and doing other things, please try and see if you can build in a certain element of greening in it. There may be certain costs, but there are long-run benefits which flow from it. And so this particular element is particularly important, and I hope that we shall try and see something for it. Mr. Kumar, I believe that you may have to leave us and you have another engagement. So I would start the panel by asking you to sort of set the agenda for this particular discussion of ours, because in a sense, you set that particular domestic agenda, which is of course Indian, but local, and that is also particularly important as we pursue this greatest global challenge of our time, which is climate change. The screen is yours, Mr. Kumar. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson, the distinguished panelists, and members from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. I hope I'm audible. Okay. The issue actually, I think, is related to more of decarbonization, which is a global trend, and every nation is definitely picking up wherever possible, because they have understood that the energy transition is happening. Energy transition, which was previously based on fossil fuels, is undergoing a change, and we're now getting into more and more into the renewables all over the world. West Bengal, fortunately, has always been very beneficial in the sense that we have had a number of coal mines, and we had a number of pit-head power stations too, and we didn't have to transport coal more than maybe around 20 to 30 kilometers away. So I had this advantage of having the best of the natural resources available close to our power stations. But then even we are, in fact, are going through a transition now. We understand that it's not feasible to run more and more thermal power stations. The gestation time of a thermal power station is around 55 years. In 2 years flat, I can put up a solar power plant of the same capacity, and the cost of a unit would be half or even less than that. Everyone understands that the base load will definitely have to come from the thermal power station. So whatever existing thermal power stations are, we will try to run them as economically as possible. But we have to rely more and more on generating power from the renewables so that we can reduce the cost on the consumer. And the consumer is now becoming the most important player in the whole agenda. Previously, the way tariffs have been fixed is that consumer is consulted notionally. I mean, he has absolutely no role to play in the overall tariff determination also. But now consumers have become much more alert. They're demanding that the cost of power should come down much more. And renewables definitely have a major role to play in this scheme of things. And all over the country, in fact, the Honorable Prime Minister has also brought in this one sun, one grid, one world. This concept also has come in. And during the last Paris Accord also, we're committed to putting in around 450 gigawatt of renewables by year 2030. We have already reached around 150 gigawatts of power. And I am 100% sure that over a period of time, we would be able to generate more and more power through renewables. The belief that the coal sector, which generates a fairly large amount of jobs, will not be able to transition to the renewable sector is also not, is completely unfounded, I would put it. Renewables generate far more, I would put it, jobs than even the existing coal sector. That's something which evidence is coming out gradually, and surely the politicians would also understand that renewables is the area to go by. With this, I think I would hand the floor back to the chairperson to make his comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kumar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you very, very much for what you said. And I think it's particularly important that you drew attention to all those who are participating in this seminar on both aspects. The importance of the thermal power situation as is currently and as it will develop, as well as the need to move towards renewable. And I am particularly happy that you highlighted and underscored the fact which affects everyone, which is the question of employment and jobs. And that what we are really talking about is a kind of transition, but a transition which can be dovetailed with development and with employment. So I think that is particularly good. I'm sure it is great news also for all the industrialists and businessmen who are attending this particular thing, because if the government remains focused on that, there would be targets there would be measurable goals, and there would be state policies which would allow them to plan what they wish to do and take things forward. I think this is particularly good. Thank you very much for being with us here and for making it quite clear in terms of what are the plans and which is the way forward in terms of the government and its thinking. I again leave with you the thought that the city too is important. You started by mentioning something about decarbonization, and I have absolutely no doubt, but I also want to leave with you another thought, that sustainability comes also as a result of several other actions beyond just decarbonization. In terms of the way we live life, we like to use the expressions of lifestyle changes, in terms of sustainability. Each of these things, especially as we urbanize a lot more and all cities become larger, India needs to put that in its own sense in terms of top gear. And I'm sure that's also something of great priority with the government here. So thank you very much. Mr. Consul General Italy, may I please request you to take the screen? Let me hand over the microphone to you, sir.
Sir, only name? Yes, Suresh Kumar. Huh? Yes, Suresh Kumar. Okay, thank you. Carry on.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you to the organization for inviting me, to the speakers, the colleagues, and those who are taking part in this seminar/webinar. In my brief intervention, I will try to focus on the multilateral dimension of how it is possible to establish a green agenda. Why? Because the phenomenon of climate change has challenged both the legal and the policy instruments which had been deployed by governments in setting their own agendas in the environmental field. Together with migration, terrorism, and now also pandemics, climate change is a clear example of a really global challenge, which needs a new set of instruments, starting from the legal frameworks we want to give. A green agenda, until a few decades ago, would have been based on a more bilateral sort of nature. Why? For a series of reasons. First of all, multilateralism was not so well established, especially in the field of the environment. And secondly, because the normal case scenario would be that of a transboundary sort of dispute. If we think of the trail smelter dispute, it was a case involving Canada and the US, in which you had state A producing pollution on its territory, and then this pollution moving to state B, which was, of course, next door. This was in 1941, and it helped establish in international jurisprudence the principle of no harm, and that means that it was a first step towards the global, how can I say, recognition of the idea that you cannot harm other countries from the point of view of the environment. But that would be an easy case, because it was easy to identify the source of pollution, the first state, the consequence, because you would see the consequence in the second state, the cause link between the act of pollution and the damages, and the direct consequences of the damage caused. With climate change, of course, this is a totally different game. Why? Because with climate change, industrial plants, they emit pollution, let's say in China or in any other country that you want. And then what happens? As a result of these GHG emissions, the ice melts in the poles, the sea level increases in the Mediterranean, the desert areas become bigger in Africa, and so on and so forth. So compared to the simple case that we have mentioned before, differences are striking, because in the case of this global phenomenon, the source of pollution can be anywhere in the world, and the consequences can be anywhere else in the world. Therefore, the responsibility is common, is shared. And this is exactly the starting point for a multilateral agenda. Why? Because we have to recognize this idea of common and shared responsibility. Of course, the inherent forum to address this kind of concept is COP26, which will take place in Glasgow at the end of the year, and you may have read the article that the ambassador was referring to. But it is equally important to come to a sort of big gathering where all the states are included, at least with some common ideas. Therefore, I think it's essential to create smaller fora in which people can start creating a consensus. And I'm thinking particularly of the G20. Why the G20? Not just because, as the ambassador mentioned, Italy is chairing the presidency of G20 in 2021, but for the first time, it was decided this year, it happened in July, last month in Naples, to have a G20 energy climate ministerial. Why is this step relevant? First of all, because the G20, as you know, is an international forum that brings together the world's major economies. Its members account for more than 80% of the world GDP, 70% of global trade, and 60% of the population. So the starting point is, since there are all those global implications that we have seen, can anything be done in the world without an active involvement of this particular group of countries? Clearly, the answer is not. Second point for which it's important, it's the emphasis that has been put in the final declaration of the link between climate and energy, which was recognized, I think, for the first time on such a strong, in such a strong manner, and it defines a clear objective. Let me quote, the objective is accelerating the clean energy transition to tackle climate change in order to build a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, secure, and sustainable society that leaves no one behind. Of course, I challenge anybody to disagree with this big objective in terms of policy. And of course, the G20 is not the only group of shareholders, because as we said, in this particular field of climate change, every country may be called to suffer the consequences of the behaviors of other countries. But it is crucial to have at least a common view, because if no action comes from the group of the richest and most industrialized countries, those that command the latest and the best available technology, then I don't think we can expect too much of headway. In order to have effective policies for a global green agenda, I'm therefore convinced that we have to welcome this progress that was achieved in the G20 and hope that the COP26 in Glasgow will be able to find a bigger consensus on the actions and the practical steps to be taken in the coming years. Because this, as we said, is a global challenge, and therefore everybody must be on board. Thank you.
Mr. Consul General, thank you very, very much. I think it's particularly good that you have drawn the attention of the webinar to what is happening at the global level. We are talking about perhaps the greatest global issue. Many of the other issues which are mentioned are certainly plaguing the world, but action domestically has results domestically also. This is the one thing where domestic action has global reaction, and hopefully global action may help domestically. It's a very peculiar element of what is happening. But Mr. Consul General, you were also very right in saying that if the richest and most capable take action, then they demonstrate action. and lots of people look to that. This perhaps is not the place for us to get into the politics of this, but I just want to leave one thought. Irrespective of how and what are negotiating positions at the COP as well as the UN, India will be without any doubt one of the economies in the world with the largest amount of climate action. I think one of the things that we need to do is to also re-nomenclature many of our actions that we do, because the world is using a certain sense of phraseologies, and some of these things need to be factored in. But without any doubt in my mind, we shall be the place. We actually are seeking much stronger collaborations in terms of R&D, in terms of lots of things. The global burden sharing is a slightly different problem, and we'll talk about that in a little while. Madam Consul General, may I please give the screen to you, as they say.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues and members of the industry, and everybody joining us virtually as well. I'm delighted to be participating today in the Bengal Chamber of Commerce Ministry's 14th Environment and Energy Conclave. Thank you. And I think it is a given that this issue is Australia's and, of course, really the world's, thank you, most pressing issue. That is, as we move forward toward COP26, our green initiatives and the roadmap that we are following to achieve our united goals. As a country, Australia is very conscious of the need to take practical action to reduce emissions, to protect our unique biodiversity, and to care for our oceans and ecosystems, and the importance of adopting renewable energy sources to fuel our growth. Australia and India alike have a commitment to reducing emissions through the wide adoption of technologies. Australia's focus is on developing these solutions while partnering with other countries to decarbonise and ensure our economies can grow. So in the next few minutes, I'd like to address just a few of the key strands of Australia's approach, starting with reducing emissions through hydrogen and renewables, discussing also oceans and blue carbon, and finally, looking at our cooperation with India. So, low emissions. Australia's approach is to invest in new and emerging technologies to reduce emissions and support a sustainable economic recovery from COVID-19. So, we are transitioning to a low emissions future by promoting renewable energy and investing in future technologies. And we know that removing the green premium, that is the price difference, between current technologies and low emissions solutions, is the key to widespread global adoption. We need to bring down the cost of low emissions technologies so they're competitive with existing approaches. One such priority is clean hydrogen. I note that India shares this focus with your National Hydrogen Mission, and Australia's version is the National Hydrogen Strategy. And we are discussing opportunities to collaborate with India in this area. Australia's CSIRO, that's our peak scientific research organisation, has developed a national hydrogen roadmap to the development of a hydrogen industry in Australia. The CSIRO is currently completing a 2-year research project to develop a hydrogen production system that uses its vanadium membrane technology. And as I understand it, that means a vanadium membrane which allows hydrogen to pass through and stops other gases from passing through and makes extraction of hydrogen from ammonia much easier. Our goal is to produce clean hydrogen for less than $2 a kilogram. And by the way, in case you're wondering who the CSIRO is, they're the folks that brought you Wi-Fi back in the 1970s, so they're pretty good with their research. And all of this is contained in Australia's technology investment roadmap, our plan to accelerate low emissions technology deployment. And the roadmap sets these stretch goals, such as attaining $2 per kilogram for hydrogen, to accelerate the deployment of priority emissions technologies both in Australia and overseas. Another part of Australia's low emissions pathway is investing in renewable energy. For example, the country with the highest uptake in the world of rooftop solar is Australia. 1 in 4 houses in Australia has rooftop solar on it. Adding wind power, only my European colleague here is actually doing better and has more wind and solar capacity per person than we do. But in Europe, they're still beating us. The Australian government is also backing renewables through the Snowy 2 project. This is the 2,000 megawatt pumped hydro storage project, and it's the largest renewable energy project in Australia, accelerating the decarbonisation of our national electricity market. The Snowy 2 project has almost $1.4 billion of equity investment by the Australian government, and it's addressing the increase in intermittent power sources in the electricity grid by providing energy storage. On oceans and blue carbon, I'd like to touch on these issues. As I'm sure you're all aware, blue carbon ecosystems form a major part of our environmental resilience. Not only can they sequester 2 to 4 times more carbon than terrestrial forests, they provide significant benefits for biodiversity, fisheries, economic livelihoods, and the resilience of coastal communities and coral reefs. And I'm sure nobody knows that better than all of us here living on the edge of the Sundarbans, one of the biggest and most important mangrove forests in the world. Australia also has a large area of blue carbon ecosystems, about 10% of the world's such ecosystems. We're pursuing greater recognition and protection of coastal blue carbon, for example, through the International Partnership for Blue Carbon. And this partnership was launched by Australia at the COP21 in Paris back in 2015. It brings together governments, NGOs and researchers to work in collaboration. Australian support will strengthen blue carbon expertise and data and encourage public and private sector investment and financing of blue carbon projects. In Australia, the government is supporting several projects related to blue carbon. For example, exploring restoration techniques for conserving coastal ecosystems, improving our understanding of the extensive seagrass meadows, which are habitat to dugongs and green turtles, assessing the Gulf of Carpentaria mangrove dieback, working with traditional owners and local citizens to better manage Great Barrier Reef estuarine wetlands, assessing the status of threatened and migratory marine species, underpinning the repair and conservation of Australia's threatened coastal marine habitats, seagrass mapping, research on how coastal vegetated habitats store carbon. With one of the largest maritime jurisdictions in the world, we are investing in building healthier oceans to combat climate change. Actually, over 3.3 million square kilometres, that's 37% of our nation's marine areas are protected, and scoping is underway to expand this further. So Australia has joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, and this coalition's central goal is to protect 30% of land and ocean by 2030. And the 37% of protected areas, marine areas that Australia already has, shows that this is possible, it's achievable, at least the ocean component there. Counted together, Australia has more than 29% of its land and sea in protected areas already. But we recognise that globally, only 15% of land and only 7% of seas are currently in protected areas. So achieving protection of 30% across the world will require significant international effort, action that is critical to halting the loss of biodiversity and protecting ecosystems. And now to Australia-India cooperation. I'm not going to mention cricket. Of course, at the crux of the global energy transition is an understanding between nations. International collaboration is crucial to lowering the cost of low emissions technologies across global supply chains. We are collaborating with international partners and supporting our neighbours in the Pacific to tackle climate change. India and Australia are like-minded and have complementary interests as we both seek an energy transition while maintaining economic growth. The Australian government is committed to technology-driven energy transition, just like India. In the comprehensive strategic partnership between our two nations, our Prime Ministers committed to enhancing energy cooperation, and to hold annual energy dialogues which encompass discussion on energy storage systems, efficiencies, and the grid integration of renewables. As India looks to increase its renewable energy, aiming for an installed 175 gigawatts by next year, scaling up to 450 gigawatts by 2030, we are keen to support this transition, and congratulations on already achieving 100 kilowatts, by the way. As I mentioned previously, we're both working on hydrogen as a low emissions technology, creating ample scope for collaboration between our two nations. And Australia is proud to be a founding member of the International Solar Alliance and appreciates India's global leadership of this important issue to enhance energy security and sustainable development. There is also positive momentum in Australia and India's collaboration on critical minerals. These are key to many of the energy technologies on which our transition to lower emissions will rely. Australia has major deposits of key battery minerals, including lithium and cobalt. Austrade has commissioned a report identifying how Australia and India can, together, unlock the potential offering of Australia's critical minerals to meet India's demand, using Australia's minerals as inputs for Make in India renewable energy technologies. Lastly, globally and more prominently across the Asia-Pacific, water security is declining due to rising population growth, prosperity, the industrialisation of agriculture, and of course to climate change. Our High Commissioner joined with Joint Secretary Yadav to launch the Australia-India Water Dialogue, bringing our water experts together to the table. And of course, last year, our Foreign Minister launched the Australia-India Water Security Initiative, which is enhancing India's urban water security. So together, we're building more water-resilient cities and healthier cities. So Australia and India are like-minded in our approaches. We're both committed to a technology-driven approach to reduce emissions, and our governments are investing heavily to achieve energy targets. Like India, Australia is on track to exceed our 2030 Paris goals. Over the last 2 years, our 2030 position has improved by 639 million tonnes, and that's the equivalent of taking all the cars off Australian roads for 15 years. Sustaining the pace of our coordinated efforts and building on international partnerships as the foundation of global energy transition is the key to a low emissions, resilient and renewable energy-driven economic growth. Technological developments that support energy affordability, improve energy systems reliability, and contribute to long-term emissions reductions will be vital as global energy markets continue to evolve. And that is something which I believe India and Australia are doing and can expand upon together. Thank you.
Madam Consul General, thank you very much. And I think you have certainly had a large number of people who are in our vast audience network quite excited, because even before you had closed, I had a question popped in on my screen, and I'm not going to therefore let you off the hook. And this is an interesting question. Perhaps it should have been fielded to our colleague from Italy, but it's coming to you. It's from Sushmita Das from El Sameh. The question is, how are the environment protection policies different in developing countries like India? And of course, she used the expression from the West, but I mean, from the developed world. And then she asked something about inclusions of sustainably developed procedures and mechanisms in various realms of work. But I think she's gone to the bottom of it. His Excellency, the Consul General mentioned shared responsibilities. The word is differentiated. But let me hear from you what you have to say on what she says, how the environment policies in the developed and the developing world need to be different. How they need to be different. Well, are different and need to be different. Let's hear from you.
I'm not sure that they are that different in terms of their goals. How they need to be different, I think it's the responsibility of the more developed nations to provide, particularly when we're looking at a technological approach, to provide that research, to move forward, and of course, those that have the capacity and the funds to pour more into research and technologies and can do so, able to do so and can do so. And I believe there is a responsibility there. But I think the underlying point of that question misconstrues the idea that we're all in this together. This is a global issue. So pointing to the differences is perhaps not what we're trying to do at the moment. It's pointing to where we can work together, where we can complement each other, and where we can find solutions that will actually bring everybody forward, which is what technological solutions will do.
Madam Consul General, I can't agree with you more because the word is common. And I think you said it very well. You know, before we say anything else, and there are very good people on the webinar who are taking interest in action, is there anyone around this table who would like to say something or add something or has anything to ask from the two Consuls General? I think you understood everything that they were trying to say. Let me say this to you. These are countries which in their own and in terms of their global collaboration are good role models and have produced things which are useful. But let me take you, we have about 10-15 minutes to talk about, what's happening in the world. First of all, as I mentioned, it is my convinced belief that India will be the place for a great deal of green action. And by green action, I not only mean renewable energy, where of course we have suo moto taken target, which many people, including many of you sitting here, would say is fairly ambitious, difficult to do, 450 gigawatts by 2030, considering we are just above 150 or so at the moment. And it's a tough call. But we are determined, and we've taken this particular thing all by ourselves. On electric vehicles, again, we were kind of late starters, but we've taken the target that about 30% of all new vehicles in the next 10 years will all be electric driven. Herein obviously lies an opportunity. I'm sure many of you here are looking at issues of how electric mobility will be taken around, whether it's simple things such as charging stations, whether it's the entire issue of batteries. After all, why was mobility, why did it not 100 years back become electric and instead became internal combustion engine? Because we know this is exactly what happened in the United States. The oil companies rolled out petrol pumps and the Edison Electric said it's too difficult or whatever. That's the way history is. I want to leave with you all many thoughts of ideas that we have crystallized in some of our webinars and so on technologies which we think would be of great relevance to India. And so if you can look at partners, you can look at others with whom you can work. For some of you, these might be areas of opportunity. One, and you will have Ajay Mathur speaking to you right now, is solar energy. The Consul General just mentioned to you, and the other Consul General also was pointed out to the fact that there's wind and solar. They are our two primary kind of focus. Now within solar, a great deal of effort is taking place on these PVs, the solar PV. And obviously, so it's the cheapest, it's the best thing. Some of these things may be rolled back to some extent. I don't know how the China trade, etc. will go on. But do remember that there are going to be several other issues which may come about with all of this in about 20 years' time, including disposal of this waste. What are we going to do about rare earths? Again, a good points were made, but these are issues. I would leave with you one of the thoughts. Today, solar panels, for all their ease of use of installation, etc., are cumbersome. If we could look in terms of flexible solar panels, there are some little laboratory scale answers that people are talking about. If I leave the thoughts with all of you who are in a solar rich country, if you look at some ideas, these could be ideas which we can look at for collaboration and taking things forward. There are several other areas, the entire business of the development of hydrogen technology. Where is it going to go? How is it going to go? But let me take you to COP26, because that's where we started off and that's the headline topic. 5 major areas have been identified for global cooperation. And these areas are adaptation, and rightly so, because climate change, which is going to be fueled and which is being fueled by the carbon emissions that have already taken place. Climate change is one of those sort of things. It's not only that what we emit in India affects the United States and what they do affects us. but what they emitted 100 years back is continuing to affect us. It is a peculiarity as a result of the stock of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and not so much the current emissions. Current emissions contribute to stock. So, the technology and the understanding of this is such that these responsibilities do have a thing to do with what has happened. The fact that, don't do it much more today is of course relevant, but the fact of what has happened is one that cannot not be defining the way responsibilities and people accept it. For developing countries, there should be no doubt that adaptation is going to be the critical element, because these are the products of things that have already happened. Now, whether we are looking in terms of sea level rises, we are looking in terms of what do we do with frequent weather events, etc. All of these are going to be issues which will need to be debated. The problem with adaptation, unlike mitigation, which is really cutting down greenhouse gases, is the difficulty in identifying quantitative goals, and hence for a global discussions become difficult. And these then all come down to the issue of money. Now on money, I'll say something, this is purely Manjeev Puri's own views and thinking. There's a great deal of talk that the world, the developed world, committed to $100 billion a year at Copenhagen, which is 2009, but that they've fallen short. Yes, there's no doubt. But it is my convinced belief that with the renewed interest in climate and the renewed imperative for doing something on climate, especially with the change in the US administration, the developed world is looking at ways and means by which this kind of figure could be realized. Now, it won't be a simple matter of cutting a check. It will be a complicated set of financial transactions involving multilateral institutions and involving the private sector, necessarily so. But in various ways, the availability of finance of this 100 billion will be there. I want to leave a thought for everyone in India. Is this really going to be the kind of thing that we are looking for? I think that time has passed. The time when the most concessional World Bank loans, IDA, etc. came to us, I think that time is past. I would say that all of you in this chamber and elsewhere should be prepared to look at what the market has to offer. So if the market becomes more ready to do greening and give you whatever special discounts, etc. on that, that's the kind of thing. And there I would leave a thought very strongly with everyone. The general understanding of a study on finance in India is that most of the projects that we prepare are difficult bankable internationally. And so this is an area of capacity building, but looking at very seriously. Internationally, it might just become very difficult to be able to raise money for coal power, for example. Might just be very difficult. There are similar kinds of things happening. But one of the very interesting things to note is that the Europeans who have been in the forefront of developing how the capital markets can be structured have been working on developing a taxonomy, which is a set of, systems or definitions of what qualifies. I think we in India need to buck up and join them, because we are not in it as of now. And they are perhaps the only ones who are going far ahead. The West sees in India a market also for finance. Let's understand that it's not just technology. So again, these are very important collaborators for us. And if we can try and take this thing forward, it would be particularly useful and good for us. Clean road transport, I've mentioned that, we are going to become large players in this particular thing. When we talk in terms of energy transition, I think the additional chief secretary was very clear on what the lay of the land currently is. Are we going to have any great revolutions? Well, we have to see. Will the national hydrogen mission result, not only in India, but global hydrogen missions, result in being able to remove the C word and replace it by the H word? I don't know the answer. But we need to try and see what we can do in terms of harnessing all of it. We need to use the best of technologies. Why not AI? Why not IT in its various ways? But each of these things is going to be critical. Because let me say this, that the businesses will start getting judged, especially those which come up for, let me say domestic judgment, people's judgment. They will start getting judged also on criteria of greening. And we need to be part of these conversations. By we, I mean industry in India, government in India, all of us need to be part of these conversations, because global norms are getting developed. And this is particularly, I think, a very opportune time that you've convened this particular thing. I want to say that I don't know how much time, Angana, do we have? Do we still have some time, or we need to wind up? 5 minutes. So if there are any more questions anywhere else, we'd be happy to take them. But India has a number of strengths. One of the things that we talk about are nature-based solutions. But again, we need to try and sharpen this particular edge and see what we can do. You heard the additional Chief Secretary mention about decarbonization. I mean, there should be no doubt that the concepts of mitigation have a great deal to do with decarbonization. But you know, if we try and define the thing a little broader in terms of sustainability, the UN adopted Sustainable Development Goals with an end date of 2030. In all probability, a little bit of slippage, courtesy COVID, etc., would have to be accepted. But if we look at sustainable development, then can we find ways of using even the carbon that we are using in a more intelligent manner? Can we get more out of that carbon? So I'm not talking about, you know, stop carbon. Can we be better in it? Can we do more of, let's say, recycling? And there are so many aspects. Education, hunger, each and every one of them costs. Look at this. You know, COVID-19, the 1 year plus of lockdown, perhaps was the one time when the current emissions worldwide went down. But you know, in terms of its impact, in terms of global climate change, it's minimal. It has to be minimal because no matter how much you do today, its impact in terms of the global stock would only be that much. Which is why you look at the latest IPCC report, it stresses the need to do much more. And when we say much more, I mean, there is little doubt that the Europeans have been working very hard, have done well, have done a tremendous amount. I'll give you one set of statistics just to underline this point that you hear a lot from India about transition, justice, equity, etc. So let me take one set of figures. They are spoken about a number of times. They are important to understand, internalize. Globally, the per capita emissions of carbon dioxide have been coming down. And they have, you know, there's China on one side, an increase, India, all our developing countries. But among the developed countries, they've been coming down. What have we seen as to the current state of play? The Europeans as a whole are roughly in the region of about 5 to 6 tons. The Chinese are above them. They are today in the region of 8 to 9 tons, whichever way you look at it. The United States, on the other hand, is 16 tons. And frankly speaking, it's an economy which is as big as Europe. At $21 trillion, the European Union at 18 trillion and Britain at about 3, it amounts to roughly about the same amount. Action at that end, I don't know what's going to happen. Global commitment is tremendous. There is no doubt that President Biden, Mr. Kerry and others are globally committed. How much of domestic action would happen? And why, in my opinion, is domestic action in the United States important? It's of course there for their own footprint to come down. But it's important because they have the leading ability in catalyzing what you said, madam, technological transformation, as well as making money available. When it becomes a case where they are hugely invested in it for their own reasons, believe me, at least I don't think that much of the developing world, but particularly India, will stand behind. India is a country where once the technologies becomes known and is acceptable anywhere in the world, we are very happy to bring it. There's a sense of comfort, there's a sense of doing it. We can see it with mobile telephony. If we become the largest market in the world, we're soon becoming one of the largest places in the world for e-commerce. How is it happening? Because we are seeing that this technology, this methodology was used in countries where the systems are such that we are comfortable with and that they work. We become big users. We will become big users. But these technological shifts really need to come from that. I've made this point to you so that, you know, there is a clear understanding that India will be on the path of wanting to do much more. This global burden sharing business is a different thing. It is a kind of negotiation because there is a global burden sharing issue which revolves around all of this particular thing. The other point I would like to make to everyone here, including our two colleagues there, is that It is true that as developing countries, the larger group, the group of 77, which is actually 132 countries, we and China sit together. We are also together and collaborating on a number of these discussions in terms of what is called the basic group, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, in terms of global negotiations on climate change. But let us be very clear of where India is and where China is. Among the G20, we are the only country in the world where per capita emissions are less than 2 tons per person. This is completely different from anyone else, including the developing country in the G20, let alone the developed world. We are a country where the development imperatives are tremendous. But can we do what the Chief Secretary was doing, dovetail this with a degree of element of greenness? Both sides are equally important. One for the health of the planet, which would mean our health, and the other of what we do. So I leave this thought with all of you, that the decisions are complex. They are complex by the nature of the question that was asked. Do policies have to be different? They have to be somewhat different. They are common, but there has to be somewhat different depending on development imperatives, which by itself are perhaps the greatest global challenge in any case, all over the place. I want to thank the Chamber very much, Mr. President, to you, to Angana, my colleagues here. The Chief Secretary is not there, but in absentia. Thank you very much for this most wonderful and enlightening discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs and madam. With this, we are closing this session here. So our YouTube and LinkedIn would be continuing. So we are closing the Facebook. So we will start the Facebook relive again at 4:30 for the inaugural session of the 14th edition of the annual Environment and Energy Conclave. So Facebook is closed, right? So I would request the President of the Chamber to please present a token of our appreciation to Ambassador Puri. Thank you, everybody.
Possibilities. They're everywhere. From each atom of every molecule to thousands of kilometers deep within the earth. From the sparkling eyes of a young knowledge seeker to the silent confidence of a budding entrepreneur. Possibilities ignite the aspirations of a billion people. They hold the key to the future of India. Bringing them to life is what drives us as a company. We are constantly expanding and harnessing energy for diversified growth. From the largest network of natural gas pipelines in India, and also the first company to lay LPG pipelines in the country, with gas-based processing facilities for value-added products from natural gas. Spearheading new strategies in sourcing and LNG shipping. At GAIL, we are leading India's efforts to deliver clean energy to its people through new and innovative solutions. Overcoming difficult terrains and inclement weather to augment the nation's pipeline infrastructure. We are connecting clean energy sources to energy markets and enhancing lives everywhere. Thus adding momentum to India's growth story. Diversifying our global presence across varied geographical and price indexations. We are quietly striving for India's energy security. With absolute transparency, impeccable corporate practices, utmost integrity, and sustainability in all our operations, we are finding reliable, sustainable options that make a positive difference. The future holds many challenges. Challenges fraught with the possibilities of innovation and of growth. Above all, the possibility of a better life, energizing a billion dreams. We are committed to creating stories of progress, of enhancing India's quality of life. That's what inspires our every move. That's why we exist. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
So welcome you back to the inaugural session of the 14th edition of the Environment and Energy Conclave. So at the chamber we have Mr. Dev Mukherjee, President of the Bengal Chamber, Mr. Gautam Ray, Vice President and Chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee, Bengal Chamber, Ms. Sophie Ross, Acting British Deputy High Commissioner in Kolkata and Deputy Head of Political and Bilateral Affairs, British High Commission, India. We are having dignitaries online as well. Ms. Melinda Pavik, Consul General, US Consulate, Kolkata, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, ISA, Mr. Saurav Kumar, Executive Vice Chairperson, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, EESL, and we'll be also having Dr. Sunita Narayan, Director General, Center for Science and Environment, and Director, Society for Environmental Communications, and publisher Down to Earth. We also have Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri, Honorary Fellow of TERI and former Indian Ambassador to the EU, here with us in the chamber. So I would request the dignitaries to please take their seats on the dais. Mr. Gautam Ray, Mr. Dev Mukherjee, Ms. Sophie Ross, and Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri. And with this, I would request Mr. Gautam Ray, Vice President and Chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to please deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Ray, please.
I think we need to take this off, isn't it?
I think if we're seated, is it permissible? It's very hard to know what the protocols are these days.
It's difficult.
Good evening. Welcome to the 14th edition of Energy and Environment Conclave of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is one of the signature events of the Chamber. And BCCI, with all its endeavor in various sectors for the industrial development and the development as a whole, but sustained effort on building sustainability is one of the key agenda for the Chamber. This is a session for brainstorming, an event for brainstorming and thought-provoking interactions. We have seen in the past, and also predominantly in the recent past, that various small and distributed initiatives in regard to the sustainability efforts, civic societies, NGOs, government of course, pressure groups, and recently the corporates also. On their boardroom agenda, this has become a very priority subject. But simultaneously, we also feel that with the endeavor of micro to macro, if we do not have something macro to micro again, the synergy will not develop. So there is a necessity of policy integration, both at global and national level, prioritization, focusing on strategy, awareness, building awareness and capacity building. These are the focal themes on which this event will deliberate on. Now, unless we bring synergy with the economic development, rightly said in the last session, nothing tangible will come into the surface. There are issues of risk mitigation. We have seen in the recent past the adverse effect of natural calamity. Even this city of Calcutta witnessed 2 major super cyclones. And how to really mitigate and combat those calamities. This is on the one hand. On the other hand, the issues of market penetration. Market, as we know today, is driven by the customers. The customer expectation is changing very fast. So today it is not black and white. Today it is not 0 and 1. There is a fuzzy logic in all omnipresence. And we have to find out the transition within that framework. So definitely the other areas are bringing efficiency. This has also been discussed. And optimization of resource. The whole lot of investment what we have done. For example, in the fossil fuel, should we just throw it away? Or how to really phase it out and accommodate the transition? That's the challenge. Because in the customer mindset also today, we need options and the choice to have an optimized solution among the options. We have been talking about the e-vehicle. Is it purely e-vehicle? Is it purely fossil fuel vehicle? Or is it the hybrid vehicle we will be speaking of? Particularly in the transition period I am speaking. So, this flexibility, today all the fossil fuel plants are advised how to really accommodate the green energy and how to really, earlier it was, green energy was taking the stop gaps. But today, the fossil fuel plants are also asked to really make the music as a symphony to the way we are going to the greener one. So, the event will discuss on net zero. This concept, this has also been discussed, that today, apparently which was appeared to be contradictory, today it has to be collaborative. It is not a conflicting situation between the development and the greening of the planet. Rather, it is a collaborative effort we have to take. So this transition management, shifting economy to the green economy, and we are probably passing through an era of qualitative changes. Time will come, like the latent heat converts water into steam, the qualitative change will come into place. We are all waiting for that decarbonized economy. We are all eagerly waiting to listen to COP26. Only a month away, few months away. Investment definitely will be required. There have been proposals of many funds, bonds, specifically for the green initiatives. Large-scale investment has taken place in last few years. Only before I would invite the speakers one after another to speak on the subject in the inaugural session, only word of, I would not say caution, I would say that while there is a target to achieve something 2030, 2050, but we should not encourage that. There are countries which probably is saying this, that peak is yet to come, then we will decline. So that's very important. We have today with us Ambassador Manjeet Singh Puri, who has taken the pain for flying all the way from Delhi. Our great and deep regards to you, sir. And he had made a sustained effort in the global platform on the question of sustainability. We have with us Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General, International Solar Alliance. I can be allowed to say him as a friend, philosopher and guide for the chamber. And he has become an institution, not only in our country, worldwide. We have with us Mrs. Sophia Ross, Acting British Deputy High Commissioner, Kolkata, and Deputy Head of Political and Bilateral Affairs, British High Commission, India. British High Commission has always been with Bengal Chamber, working very closely on the issues of sustainability. We are also grateful to have Mrs. Melinda Pavek, Consul General, US Consulate, Kolkata. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Saurabh Kumar, he has also accepted our invitation to address this session. Executive Vice Chairperson, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. And finally, the lady who has dedicated his life for this cause, for the last 4 decades, relentless service to the nation, Dr. Sunita Narayan. She has also been kind enough to be present. So thank you, ma'am. With this august gathering and host of dignitaries, we will initiate this session with Mr. Debe Mukherjee, who is the ambassador for Bengal Chamber on the cause of sustainability. So we are grateful to him for bringing the vision that this is probably the subject on which, if we can work, if any platform or any chamber of commerce can work, they will be doing their duty for the next generation. So with this, I request Mr. Debe Mukherjee to give his welcome address.
Thank you very much, Gautam, for your very, very kind words. I'm not worthy of what you said about my being the ambassador on the subject of sustainability. Certainly, I'm trying to play my part in the chamber. And yes, sustainability is something which we all deeply care about. And in the current context, especially the current time context, the importance of sustainability has been realized and understood, I think, by all of us. I join our Vice President, Mr. Gautam Ray, in welcoming all of you to this 14th edition of Bengal Chamber's annual Environment and Energy Conclave. And this year, the theme, as you all know, is very pertinent, very focused, very relevant in terms of time, context, and importance. Journey towards net zero. And that becomes even more relevant because we are, as the theme further elaborates, at the threshold of COP26. And we are all deeply honored to have Ms. Sophie Ross, the Deputy Head of Political and Bilateral Affairs, British High Commission, India, and currently also the Deputy High Commissioner in Kolkata. Deeply grateful to you, Madam, for your presence, physical presence in person with us this afternoon. A very warm welcome to Ambassador Manjeev Puri, my friend from college. Manjeev has been so kind to come down in person. As our Vice President mentioned, we are deeply grateful to him. And we had a very interesting session just before this, this session. I won't like to call it an inaugural session, but yes, the session before this session. And certain policy level issues were discussed. The global perspective was understood in sustainability, resilience, adaptation, the focus areas of COP26. A very warm welcome, of course, as our Vice President rightly mentioned, our friend, philosopher, guide, mentor, You name it, he has been with the chamber for many years and has played a pivotal role in guiding certainly the energy and environment initiatives and all other aspects of sustainability and business resilience. Dr. Ajay Mathur, and we were very fortunate again to have him in person here in the chamber just a couple of weeks ago, and we heard from him the ISA vision on the one world, one grid, one sun, that concept. And I think we were all enriched by his talk. A warm welcome to Her Excellency Melinda Pavic. Melinda, we have not met in person. I knew your predecessor quite well. Let's hope we'll meet in person sometime very soon. And thank you very much for partnering with the Chamber in the cause of sustainability and also sharing your time with us this afternoon. Also, a warm welcome to Mr. Saurav Kumar, who has also been a friend of the Chamber and an advisor, and interestingly took the initiative of starting a very interesting and possibly the first of its kind in a heritage building in the country to put in energy efficient measures in the building to gradually bring in a green and sustainable operating environment in the chamber in this heritage building. Thank you very much, Saurabh-ji, for having, we would have loved if you had come in person, but I take it you will join us virtually. And of course, we are so grateful to you, Dr. Sunitha Narayan, for and a very warm welcome. We are deeply honored to have you with us, again, virtually online, but we have seen you in our Energy and Environment Conclave in earlier years, and we would love to have you in person again sometime very soon. Having said that, I think in terms of the time context, the theme of this year's, the 14th conclave, has been very, very appropriately positioned. A lot will, we have already mentioned at the policy level, the initiatives that's been taken up. We will talk a lot over the next 2 days in terms of what this journey would mean towards net zero and what the context would be on COP26, for COP26. But allow me to just make a few observations and give a few pointers in terms of where we, as a responsible and responsive Chamber of Commerce, could place ourselves in this whole piece. You see, today, if memory serves me right, I think it was in 2019, there was this campaign, the call for Race to Net Zero. Well, it was called Race to Zero campaign, if I remember right. And I think it is time for us at the Chamber and as a responsible business community to join that campaign. The question is whether the transformation or this journey towards net zero, carbon neutrality / net zero, would be a calibrated approach or a radical approach. And I think that's something that we need to debate, but certainly a radical approach would possibly be a preferred option. I do not know how that can happen, but certainly, as I said, as a responsible chamber, in our own way, we have to start working towards that, and at a speed that is absolutely imperative and necessary at this point in time. Look at the world, look at the situation around, look at where we are. The second point I wanted to mention is how we should see business As we had said at the beginning of the chamber year, towards the end of 2020, how do we see the business of tomorrow? Because we were right in the thick of COVID, we are still in COVID, but we are gradually coming out of it. Now, in this context, given this current situation and the environment, the question that I think we should all, as a business community, we should ask ourselves is whether we should reimagine the why and how we do business, the purpose of what we are doing and how we are doing it. The question to us is whether we need to rewrite the rules of business, whether we need to build sustainability and sustainable practices which should not be looked in a restrictive sense, but in a holistic, integrated sense, localizing all aspects of SDGs, all 17 aspects of SDGs, and that is what will bring about a meaningful green transformation and help in building a resilient business that will be sustainable. And that is the broader definition of sustainability from a business point of view we should look at. And that is something which we should demonstrate through cooperation and collaboration, business to business, business to the civil community, to the communities at large, and also putting forth demonstrable activities on the ground, which provides empirical evidence for policymakers to come forward and adopt the right policies, or at least come out with the right policies. As I have said earlier, it is dovetailing policy push, but market pull. So that market pull will only come if we as a responsible business community make the change on the ground. On that optimistic note, I would look forward to next 2 days of really productive discussions in charting out a doable, actionable plan and make the journey a race rather than a calibrated journey towards net zero. And I know even the International Energy Agency has said that you need a wholesale makeover of the energy system if you want the green transformation. So whether it is on the power side, whether it is on the transport, clean transport side, whether it is use of nature-based solutions, and above all, adaptation and resilience, and most importantly, green finance, all these 5 aspects which would be discussed at COP26, we from the Chamber and as a larger business community would like to play our part in it and make our own contribution. I wish this conclave every success and look forward to very productive discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you very much and enjoy the proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Debe Mukherjee, our President. And you have rightly said, the debate is not whether the journey has started or not. It has already started. Debate is what will be the speed, whether it is calibrated or a radical approach. And business also need to decide on the approach, on the roadmap through which it will be led in future to come. From the Chamber, we have captured some of the thoughts collated in the form of a video, and I would request the Secretariat to play the video. Thank you. We all know that in November this year, the COP26 will be held in Glasgow, UK. We are all eagerly waiting to listen Mrs. Sophia Ross, the acting British Deputy High Commissioner, Kolkata, on the subject, where we are, and what would be our responsibility in this particular area. Mrs. Ross.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to you all. And let me start with my warm greetings to Dr. Sunita Narayan, Director General of the Centre for Science and Environment, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, Ambassador Majiv Singh Puri, Honorary Distinguished Fellow at TERI, Ms. Melinda Pavek, Consul General at the US Consulate, Kolkata, Mr. Deb Mukherjee, President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Managing Director at Synergist Energy Private Limited, and Mr. Gautam Ray, Chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee and VP of the Bengal Chamber and Executive Director of CESC Limited, and finally Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Executive Vice Chairperson at EESL, and all the speakers and participants of this brilliant conclave and friends from the media. It's really encouraging and I think heartwarming to see that despite the challenges of COVID, we've gathered here today to address yet another huge threat to our existence that is posed by climate change. During my 2 years in India, I've had the privilege to visit the diverse and breathtaking landscape of India, from wildlife sanctuaries in Karnataka, the Himalayas in Himachal Pradesh, the backwaters in Kerala, and I've been struck by both India's natural beauty and the climate's vulnerability. As I stand here before you in Kolkata, I'm aware how this beautiful, vibrant megacity is itself impacted upon by the changing climate, how much the city, its adjoining areas, and the Sundarbans have suffered during Cyclone Amphan last year, right in the middle of the pandemic. And this cyclone wasn't the only one to have affected this climate's vulnerable state. Looking ahead, scientists have predicted that such disasters are only going to intensify with unabated climate change. And countries across the world, while grappling with the pandemic, suffered from floods like Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, Germany's worst natural disaster in 50 years. We ourselves had flash floods in the UK, there were unusual heat waves in Canada and in the US, wildfires in Turkey, France, and Greece. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, comprising 195 member countries, as I'm sure many of you know, recently released the most comprehensive assessment to date of the physical science of climate change. Published just recently on the 9th of August, this report paints a stark picture of the state of the climate and the perils the world is likely to face should we fail to take strong action now. It also, I think, importantly tells us that 1.5 degrees is still within reach, but only and only with strong, immediate action. Today I'm here to set the context for COP26. You will all be aware that the UK, together with our partner Italy, will convene the world in Glasgow in November for 12 days of climate talks at the UN COP26 summit. It will be the moment that every country and every part of society, we hope, will embrace their responsibility to protect our planet. And that is why in the run-up to COP26, the UK is working with every nation to reach consensus on the steps we can take to tackle climate change. This centres on calling for all countries to make a consistent and concerted effort in 4 areas. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, to enable communities and natural habitats to adapt to the impacts of climate change, to mobilise climate finance, and to work together to deliver action. Globally, we must find ways to transition away from coal, to curtail deforestation, to speed up the switch to electric vehicles, and to encourage investment in renewables. To meet the Paris goals, we need to take urgent action to halve global emissions in the next decades, to restore our relationship with nature, and to reach net zero by 2050. With only 2 months to go till COP26, the message is clear. We must act now to tackle climate change before it's too late. But amid crisis, there is always opportunity. Climate action for us is not a narrative of cost. It's one of sustainable economic growth. We need to transform the world's economies towards new low-emission pathways, and India is well positioned to play a leading role in this process globally. By making the right choices now, India can chart a more prosperous path towards a low-emission future, benefiting its own citizens and safeguarding its own future growth against climate risks. Moreover, it can seize the opportunity to export key technologies and experts that could accelerate progress in the rest of the world. The road to a prosperous future will mean we'll have cleaner air, our relationship with nature will be restored, and we will protect the world from the dangerous climate change, all while creating from the dangers of climate change, all while creating jobs and boosting the economy with green investments. In the UK, our economy has grown by 75% and emissions reduced by 44% over the last 30 years. This shows we do not have to choose between cleaning up our environments and growing our economy. The UK has recently released its decarbonising road transport plan that builds towards the commitment to transition to 100% new car and van sales being zero emission by 2035. Despite the pandemic, new policies and technology partnerships are being established. And I hope that you'll all be able to hear more about these in the UK session on COP26 and clean transition tomorrow. We are so glad to see the great work by India in the clean transition space. India's domestic progress on clean energy transition has been outstanding. More than 100 GW of renewable energy installed. And I'd like to congratulate India for achieving the emission reduction of 28% over 2005 levels against the target of 35% by 2030, committed in its nationally determined contributions. And it's great to see Indian states and cities adopting ambitious policies on electric mobility. India has shown impressive leadership on climate and clean energy even during lockdown, with commitment to achieve 450 GW new solar and wind by 2030, and on the global stage by launching the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. The UK is proud to be a partner in both to help stimulate a clean and resilient recovery from COVID-19 and to improve lives, livelihoods and economies. This is a long-term partnership. We've been working together with India on developing secure and sustainable sources of energy for more than 35 years. As many of you know, the COP26 President Alok Sharma was in Delhi last week, and he had very good discussions with the Indian government and important partners like Dr. Mathur and some of India's biggest companies. It's inspiring to see businesses grasping this opportunity opened up by the low carbon economy and committing to a net zero pathway through the UN's Race to Zero initiative, which is a great signal of corporate leadership. And I'm pleased that nearly 30 major Indian headquartered companies have already made that bold commitment and have joined the Race to Zero, including Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, Mahindra Group, Renew Power, and Dalmia Cement. Many others are committing to bold action to use more renewables and to improve efficiency and switch to electric vehicles. Now is the time for more Indian companies to join these movements and show leadership, just like Zomato, who recently committed to completely transitioning to electric vehicles by 2030. To contribute to a sustainable and green recovery, the world is looking once again to industry to lead the way. The UK has always shared great partnership with West Bengal and its businesses when it comes to climate action, clean energy, clean transport transition, and building adaptation and resilience. We've worked closely with the Kolkata Municipal Corporation for the multi-sectoral programme to develop a roadmap for a low-carbon and climate-resilient Kolkata. We're glad that Kolkata has built on this to emerge as one of the top cities in India, showcasing leadership on climate action. And we're collaborating with the West Bengal government on the Living Deltas Hub project, a multidisciplinary project to address climate vulnerability in the Sundarbans. And with the West Bengal government on knowledge exchange on electric mobility. The city is now internationally recognised as one of the leading cities in the world on the uptake of electric buses and public transportation system. And through this partnership, we're confident that West Bengal will do even more. Journey towards net zero at the threshold of COP26 is the theme for this 14th Environment and Energy Conclave. This needs concerted and collaborative efforts. This needs individual and collective action. And this needs partnerships at all levels to work on shared priorities and common challenges. Because embracing a greener future is the only way forward for a more prosperous and a healthier world. I'd like to extend my thanks to the Bengal Chamber for putting this brilliant event together and wish you all the best for the rest of this conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ross. You started with the diversity of India, mentioned about the threats of the natural calamity all across the world, including the Amphan, what hit the city very badly. One very important aspect you have mentioned, that we must act before it is too late. Probably that is very, very contextual in today's perspective. Definitely India has a very, very ambitious plan, not only setting up the renewable. India operates one of the largest, fourth largest power grid in the country, in the world. So there are high hope on India, as well as you have also mentioned about the promising and very aggressive plan and program for the state of West Bengal. Now from India, we also need to listen about the global perspective, and for which nobody better than Ambassador Manjeet Singh Puri can deliver it. We are very fortunate, we are grateful to have him with us. So, Mr. Puri, please.
Mr. Ray, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. I am not at all sure that there isn't anyone far better qualified than me. But I want to thank the Bengal Chamber. I want to thank the President in particular, my friend from college, and an activist on environmental and sustainability issues who I've known for a long time. I want to thank you all for being here. I also want to recognize that there is something very interesting in the way coincidence has brought the greatest players together in having both the United Kingdom and the United States in our midst here. Of course, the UK as the hosts of COP26 have a special role, but without doubt, the pull and the engine that the United States provides, we would not be able to make truly meaningful progress in the area of sustainability, in particular, both with finances, technology, and of course, in terms of global emissions. I think we should be very clear. I'm delighted to see two of my great friends, Dr. Sunita Narayan and of course, Dr. Ajay Mathur there. Mr. President, it's fantastic that you're asking Ajay to deliver the keynote address. someone who I believe is one of the leading members of the Indian community engaged with sustainability and the environment. And every single one of us is benefited by his knowledge, his expertise, and above all, his passion and involvement. The ISA will certainly go places. And Sunita, I'm very thrilled and delighted to see you, although on the screen, a great activist. We all know what she has done in so many ways. But you know, today the buzzword in India is climate justice. And I hope I can remind everyone, with your permission, Sunita, that this word is today used by us so much, but the idea of climate justice has much to do with the seminal work done by Sunita and her mentor, which is the one which has resulted in all of us being cognizant of the need for justice, equity, and doing the correct things as we move towards a resilient planet. What a good idea to honor her today, Mr. President. Kudos to you, and great to see you there, Sunita. Friends, let me say a few things to you. I arrived in Calcutta yesterday and I saw a copy of The Statesman. The lead op-ed articles were one by the Consul General of Britain and the Consul General of Italy, talking about seize the moment, COP26, sign up to net zero. On the other side of the page, and I understand why, it was Adaptation First, written by Salimul Haq from Dhaka, a leading member of the environmental community from the global south. Mr. Ray, you asked me for global perspectives. I think I've given it all in just the way this particular newspaper was structured. Let me try and say a few points to you on all of this. First of all, for the global south, and I'm speaking in very big and broad things, there should be no doubt that the question of adaptation is absolutely critical. You know, we've all been through climate change, these negotiations, the science behind it now, at least since 1988, when the first UN resolution was adopted. We know what differentiated responsibilities are. We know what common responsibilities are. We know that it's the stock that matters perhaps more than what current emissions, though the importance of current emissions cannot be understated. And when we look at this particular thing, the global south, including, madam, many of the events that you mentioned, they are the outcomes of what has already happened. During COVID, during the pandemic, global GDP has never fallen that much in our lifetimes, and so did global emissions. Yet the impact on global warming has been really minuscule, simply because the stock is already there. We need to understand this, and we need to also act in trying to understand what that means and what it has to be done. Comes the issue of climate justice. I don't think I need to spell that out a lot more, but equity and climate justice are important, no doubt. They're raised by leaders of India, they're raised by leaders of the global south. But adaptation is really the big thing for us. We really will have to find ways of tackling those elements which will come about because of what has already been done by the world, let alone what we are doing today and tomorrow. One of the subject matters at COP26 is to discuss adaptation. A global goal on adaptation? I don't know. We've been talking about it for a long time. Difficult one, because quantifying is rather difficult. Can we do something about finances? Much of the conversations all over, both in the developing world as well as in the developed world, is what about the 100 billion which was promised in Copenhagen? Well, it is my understanding that now that climate change is once again in focus in terms of the global agenda, the Western countries, the developed industrial world, is going to put its might behind to try and see that, if not the figure itself, but we come somewhere close to it. Of course, taking into account not just government grants, but multilateral money, private sector, and so on. I think that is there. But is it going to be sufficient? The answer is absolutely not. Look at the size of the Indian economy. Look at the size of where we are going. We in India tend to only look at ourselves, and rightly so. We are going to become the largest country in the world. We are the second largest country, hopefully the third largest economy in the world in about 10 years' time. But look at how other large developing countries are doing. Look at Indonesia, Nigeria. Look at many others, even outside the BRICS and G20. And when we look at all this, the amounts required are absolutely stupendous and tremendous. I'll just tell you one little thing, something that Dr. Ajay Mathur may recall from his previous avatar as the Director General of TERI. They did a study for Shell on the issue of net zero for India by 2050 and what is possible. The study was not on money. The study was on technologies and is it technologically feasible. So let me tell you, it said yes, with a lot of push and shove, something is possible. But let's say India would be at about 6 gigatons of CO2 emissions in 2050, about 1.3 would not get abated. There are no technologies. And if you wanted to do something, for example, reforestation would be of the area that is today the state of Rajasthan. And CCS, you know, we've talked about it. I used to be on a panel with my American colleagues some 15 years back. And I'm afraid I don't want to share what happened. But you know, dreaming is very good, but these technologies are not on the anvil. Neither is hydrogen. I hope that it will be. It is my considered belief, and I'm a great believer in collaboration. Similarly, on monies, I must mention this point. General conversations are, do it now. I completely agree with you. We can't wait because it is the order of the day and the requirement for the global south, global north, and everyone. We must do it today. But monies required are tremendous. They're not the small sums that usually get mentioned because, and I'll leave this thought with those of you who are mathematically inclined, these sums are discounted sums. If we don't discount them and look at real figures, the matters are completely different. I don't want to sound alarmist in any sense, but when you look at figures which are not discounted, from now to 2050, the kind of investments that would be required are of a very stupendous nature. They have the potential to having developmental impactation. Therefore, it becomes very necessary for political decision makers to take the decision. Now let me come to India, sir. I have no doubt in my mind that we will be one of the largest geographies in the world undertaking green action. This has nothing to do with the burden sharing negotiations which are taking place at the UNFCCC. India is committed. Look at our commitment, the suo motu commitment at 450 gigawatts of renewable power with a large chunk coming from solar. Look at the kind of heft and hue that we will bring in, and almost all of it is being done by ourselves. We are going to be therefore committed in a very big way in terms of great and huge, large global action. I sincerely hope that in the industrialized countries, the same in terms of domestic action will also take place, not just in terms of the international requirements. Many people ask, and you know, I think I might as well use the word, what is this net zero? And why is it that we are shying away from sitting here in talking about net zero? You know, the idea is not just net zero. And Minister Alok Sharma was here recently. I had the privilege of being among those who met him. And at one moment in a slightly, you know, mischievous bent, I asked him, Mr. Minister, are we talking about net zero? Are we talking about net zero by 2050? Before he could answer, a professor launched into the entire question of what exactly was it. And of course, the minister was diplomatic enough in giving his answer. The issues are, and I don't think that the world would be particularly, there would be issues about net zero by 2050 as a global goal. The idea of reducing global temperature rises from 2 degrees, the Paris goal, to 1.5 degrees may seem very simple for those of us who are not involved in it. But you know what it does? It effectively limits further global carbon space available to merely 500 billion metric tons. It's just not there unless we involve something very fantastic in terms of technologies. Will we have the pull and pressure? I firmly believe that when you set hard targets, you try and push and get them. It gives a push. But remember, and the president mentioned something about the race. I like the idea, but I'm a little wary about tripping. And I think these things are also particularly important. Collaboration, to my mind, is particularly the most important thing. If we do bring about global collaboration for technological innovation, not just everybody doing the right thing, and if we move also a little bit beyond just decarbonization into issues of lifestyle, we're talking about nature-based solutions, we're talking about several of these things. If we look at these particular things, we would have assisted the idea of decarbonize electricity, use more electricity. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the ramparts of the Red Fort announced a national hydrogen mission in global goal. Let's try and replace the C with the H if we can. 100% electrification by the Indian Railways. Look at the carbon footprint that would be reduced. Can we do much more in terms of sustainability? If we do as a global community, we would do everyone a signal favor. I want to sort of leave it at that, but make one or two other points. One, the specific aspect of where India is. I think we should understand and realize that even among the G20, even as we talk in terms of being one of the largest countries in the world in aggregate, we are a country with some of the largest development imperatives that any country has got. Our carbon footprint remains below 2 tons per person, which is among the lowest even among developing countries in the world. And this is something that needs to be understood even by the international community in terms of the negotiations and possible outcomes. Quite apart from the fact that we are one of the very few, even among the G20, which is on line of achieving its stated goals in Paris, our suo motu commitments in terms of renewable energy, in terms of electric vehicles, and so many other things that we are taking on and doing all by ourselves, and our willingness to be part of the change that is necessary to bring in the world. Finally, let me leave the thought with you. There is a difference between India and China. I think that should be clearly understood now. I don't want to go into the questions of, developing countries, who sits with what, and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is, at 7 to 8 tons per capita emissions, they are perhaps in a league of their own, in a different league. One of the largest emitters in the world, that is a different kind of subject. But in my understanding, the per capita emissions metric is a much better one which captures it. And in that, they sit along with those countries which are large emitters. That includes the European Union, which is above 5 still. Madam, I'm not mentioning the United States, but these are the countries which are there. India, therefore, is in a different situation. When we look at all of this, we need to understand that I personally believe that India's commitment, decisions are of course that of the government, but as a citizen with an interest, India's commitment to green agenda, greening and sustainable development will be at the highest levels in the world. We will do the maximum. We see collaboration. Very happy to see the United States, UK here, and all others in this collaborative mode. We would be there. Net zero by 2050, I think that's a subject matter on how the issue of burden sharing will come about, how the questions are formulated, and what exactly does it mean in terms of global collaboration to try and reach this. Many people ask the question, so what's the problem? The problem, if you don't mind, and let me say it once again for everyone, if you say net zero by 2050 as a global goal, it's a goal which the entire world agrees to meet, but meet within the principle accepted for climate action, which is common but differentiated responsibility. The effort is not that. The effort is to, in a sense, let me say, outward differentiation. We will do, everybody should take that as a goal. If you can understand the mathematics of it, it tends to be a little different. The responsibility shifts to those who are today coming on steam. Anyway, let me stop at that. I think these facts are known to everyone, and many people will be very happy to hear Ajay Mathur talk about that sunrise area in which India truly is showing to the world what it can do and what it has already done. Thank you very much, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Ambassador Manjeet Singh Puri. You have truly brought the global perspective. The climate justice and equity with which you started, the importance of global south. But the most important word which I never forget is the adaptation. Adaptation in a sense that what is the call of the day. You also mentioned about differentiated responsibility and collaborative responsibility, and another very important aspect of domestic responsibility and international responsibility. So, contradiction was there between the developed and developing. That will remain, but how from that contradictory framework we can bring the collaborative framework. That's possibly the call of the day. And technology will play a pivotal role. Money is something which we have to think of. Yes, India is a country which has a very ambitious plan, and we are expressed our highest degree of commitment to the cause. Thank you, Mr. Puri. And you have started with that the pull and the engine behind the entire journey, the role of US. We have with us Mrs. Melinda Pavek, the Consul General, US Consul at Kolkata. We are all eagerly waiting to listen to you. Madam.
Thank you. Namaskar. Good evening. Distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to join this event virtually today. Thank you for inviting me. I arrived in Kolkata 2 weeks ago, and I already feel at home in this beautiful, warm city. The Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I have learned, has a long history of being the voice of local business in shaping economic policies that foster trade and businesses leading to economic development in this region. So your focus on encouraging businesses to adopt environmentally sustainable technologies and efforts to influence government to create policies that lead to a cleaner, greener world is truly commendable. I want to applaud President Mukherjee's call for a call to action and a race to net zero specifically. The United States is placing climate change at the center of US foreign policy, diplomacy, and national security. As you are aware, we are already edging closer to a 1.5 degrees Celsius warmer world, and the prospects for averting the worst impacts of climate change become dimmer every day that emissions rise. We cannot delay ambitious climate action any longer. Therefore, on his very first day in office as President of the United States, President Biden fulfilled his commitment to rejoin the Paris Agreement. To meet the global climate challenge head on, the President has committed to reducing US emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030. It is a whole of government effort with new policies and initiatives being announced regularly. In a recent announcement on August 16th, the US Department of the Treasury announced new fossil fuel energy guidance for multilateral development banks, which aims to promote ending international financing of carbon-intensive fossil fuel-based energy while simultaneously advancing sustainable development and a green recovery. Placing climate cooperation front and center in our bilateral relationship, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi agreed to launch the US-India Climate and Clean Energy Agenda 2030 partnership. This partnership will elevate ambitious climate action as a core theme of US-India collaboration and support the achievement of India's ambitious targets, including reaching 450 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. The partnership will increase financing and accelerate the deployment of clean energy and will proceed along two main tracks: the Climate Action and Finance Mobilization Dialogue and the Strategic Clean Energy Partnership. Working together, the United States and India will develop innovative clean technologies needed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in industry, transportation, power, and construction today and into the future. We will also increase capacity to measure, manage, and adapt to the climate crisis-related impacts we are already seeing today. In this context, I would like to highlight a bilateral initiative already ongoing under the leadership of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, to deploy clean energy in our region. The US-India Partnership to Advance Clean Energy Deployment 2.0 Renewable Energy, known as the acronym PACE 2.0 RE, partnered with Assam and Jharkhand to develop a state-of-the-art renewable energy procurement optimization and smart estimation software tool. This software helps electricity distribution companies forecast demand, establish resource plans, and optimize future procurement costs. Assam and Jharkhand are already using the tool and have shown they will reach their 30% renewable energy target by 2030 while reducing costs by approximately 5%. Environmentally smart and financially smart solutions are a double win. Aiming to put the world on a sustainable climate pathway, the United States has launched the Global Partnership for Climate Smart Infrastructure. To work with our partners on this initiative, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, USTDA, has launched the Climate Technologies Exports Initiative. It is a public-private partnership to support the development of market opening standards overseas and the export of clean energy and climate-smart technologies and services. India is among 5 priority countries where this initiative will focus on connecting U.S. industry partners with key Indian stakeholders at the subnational level on training, workshops, feasibility studies, pilot projects, and technical assistance. The initiative will support projects and activities in transportation, including civil aviation, energy, and smart cities. We are eager to collaborate on a path to decarbonize emissions-intensive sectors that cross borders, such as aviation and shipping. The United States is committed to working with countries in the International Maritime Organization to adopt a goal of achieving zero emissions from shipping by 2050. We are also committed to working with other countries on a vision toward reducing aviation sector emissions in a manner consistent with the goal of net zero emissions for our economy by 2050, as well as on robust standards that integrate climate protection and safety. One great example of the type of climate solution collaboration we want to support is already being pursued in Kerala by some innovative private sector companies. Cochin-based green solutions provider Team Sustain, New York-based boat maker Elco Motor Yachts, and California-based solar power company SunPower have joined forces to successfully design and pilot a 24-seater solar hybrid electric boat. This technology can be used to convert hundreds of boats owned by the government of Kerala into an electric fleet. And that is just the beginning. 16% of fossil fuels in India are used by the fishing industry. Imagine how deploying this technology will help India achieve its climate goals. I look forward to hearing your ideas about how to bring climate-friendly transport technologies to this region. Transportation technology breakthroughs are key to conquering the climate crisis. I welcome the government of West Bengal's efforts to decarbonize the public transport system and the announcement of the state's electric vehicles policy. Positioning West Bengal as a sustainable transportation infrastructure hub is a smart way for government to play its role in encouraging the private sector to innovate. We are also following with interest the state's efforts to develop the inland waterways system as an environmentally friendly, cost-effective mode of transport that will divert traffic away from congested city roads and help improve air quality for all residents. The United States is a global leader in technology innovation and the development of solutions that can sustainably and efficiently support the state's climate ambitions. Our foreign commercial service team at the consulate stands ready to forge collaborations between U.S. companies and local government and private sector partners to ensure the success of these tangible initiatives. I am glad that 2 American companies, Climate Resilience Consulting, a Chicago-based company with expertise on climate resilience, and Power Engineers, a Boise-based engineering and environmental consulting firm, are participating in the technical sessions tomorrow. These kinds of exchanges of ideas will not only create success for our nations, but will also help to save the planet and its human inhabitants from a world that could become increasingly hostile to our survival. We need to act together with urgency and do everything it takes to protect our planet and our future in this decade and beyond. While governments provide the enabling policy framework, the private sector needs to step up to embrace climate-friendly business practices at all levels of operation and production. I have no doubt that you, The members of this historic chamber and participants in this event are the leaders, problem solvers, and decision makers who will envision and create the new technologies, processes, projects, and collaborations to help achieve our climate ambitions. I urge you to take on this challenge wholeheartedly because the future of our children and our grandchildren depend on us. Thank you very much to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mrs. Melina Pavik. You have mentioned about the US government highest importance to this policy, new fossil fuel energy guideline, and highlighted the US-India partnership and the collaboration. Definitely, you have also mentioned about environmentally and financially smart solutions. These will show the path for the future to come. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Just, I think, a month back he was here. I was looking to this side of the dais, that whether Dr. Mathur is physically present. Every time I find you here. So, I would request you to deliver the keynote address, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. It gives me great pleasure to be with all of you, albeit remotely. The International Solar Alliance is carrying out its regional consultations with ministers of member states from Africa today, which is the reason that I could not leave town today, but I could not but be absolutely sure to join you in this occasion as well. As has been mentioned, the International Solar Alliance is a treaty-based organization which has approximately 98 member countries, and this number is increasing day by day. It was initially made as a grouping of countries from the so-called solar-rich countries between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, so that they could fully utilize and accelerate the utilization of solar energy, which is abundantly available in their countries. But early in its life, the Solar Alliance moved to change its eligibility for membership, and today all members of the UN can be members of the Solar Alliance. As a result, we have seen fast growth in numbers in the recent past. I would like to share with you the kinds of lessons that the Alliance has had regarding financing for solar energy, and consequently, what do we do about it? In the first 3 years of its existence, the Solar Alliance worked with a wide variety of countries, particularly the least developed countries and the small island developing states, those which are most impacted by climate change but have the least amount of capacity to answer with responses to that problem. One of the things that we noticed was that despite the fact that these countries had access to huge solar resources, the solar buildup in these countries was relatively limited. Not just solar, energy buildup was relatively limited. This is because of a wide variety of reasons, not the least important of which is access to finance. Finance finds it difficult to flow into these countries where individual project sizes are very small, and the international investor community based in places other than the least developed countries and the small island developing states finds it difficult to focus and figure out the safety of their investments and the safety of the returns on these investments. It was with this in mind that the Solar Alliance started looking at the concept of making capital available to these countries for investments in solar applications. What we realized was that there are a large number of institutions in the world, financial institutions, funds, banks in the world, which are ready to lend for solar energy. So access to capital becomes the issue rather than the availability of capital itself. But that's not all. The other thing that we understood was that one of the key issues in all countries, but especially so in the least developed countries and the small island developing states, is the cost of capital. If you look at solar electricity, approximately 95% of the cost of solar electricity is due to the cost of the solar panels and in the future of the solar panels and battery systems together. On the other hand, if you look at fossil fuel-based electricity, less than 50% of its cost is based on capital costs. The balance 50% is based on the cost of acquiring the coal or the gas or other fossil fuels used to run that plant. In other words, while solar electricity is cheaper, solar electricity today, when the sun is shining, only when the sun is shining, costs 1.99 rupees per kilowatt hour, as opposed to coal-based electricity, which costs 3.5 rupees per kilowatt hour. However, much of that cost is front-loaded and captured in the capital cost, the cost of the equipment itself. This means that it is amazingly sensitive to the interest rate at which that capital has been borrowed. If the interest rate is high, so is the electricity price. If the interest rate is low, so is the cost of electricity. In fact, if you look today and look at the cost of electricity from various solar plants in India and across the world, the defining factor in their difference, at least in countries where the financing is occurring, is the cost of capital. Those which are able to de-risk the projects, as has happened to a number of projects in India. In fact, that's one of the major learnings that is occurring from the Indian experience. As you de-risk the projects, the interest rate falls. In parts of the world, the interest rate is very near zero. That is where solar-based electricity is the cheapest. Consequently, for the Solar Alliance, one of the major challenges was, how do we de-risk projects? How do we enable that the capital to be available and to be available at a lower rate? This led us to look into the structure of financing of solar projects. And we saw that particularly in countries where solar is still in the early stages of development, you could think of financing in terms of three concentric circles. The first and innermost circle is the actual money that it takes to set up a solar plant. This could be provided by a fund, by a bank, by an investment agency. And the person invests because the person or the organization believes that over a period of time, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, whatever it is, they will get a return commensurate with the investment that they made. So if they invested 100 rupees, then over a 25-year period, they would get 175 or 200 rupees or whatever it is. But this is not always so. As I said, there are a number of risk factors. Investors wonder whether the electricity produced would actually be sold. They wonder whether the electricity that is sold will be paid for. They wonder if the payments would be adequate to meet the kinds of returns they're expecting on their investments. For all of these kinds of reasons, therefore, the second concentric ring is that of risk mitigation financing. The risk mitigation financing is the financing that makes it comfortable, makes it confident, both for the user country and for the investors to see that the investment occurs and that the returns accrue. So this is the second ring. But nobody is going through all of this effort of putting in money into a transaction, of putting the risk mitigation around it for just one project. In other words, we need to make sure that there's going to be a second project, a fifth project, 100th project, and so on. So the third element of financing is the readiness infrastructure. Do we have people who can prepare the projects? Do we have a banking system that can do the risk assessments? Do we have a policy system that can tweak the policy so that it becomes more amenable to accepting renewable energy and managing the grid so that you and I as consumers get reliable electricity? The unfortunate part is that these three kinds of financing, the transaction financing, the risk mitigation financing, and the readiness financing, occurs from different kinds of financiers. As an illustration, the transaction finance is mainly done by banks and investment funds. The risk mitigation finance is done by bilaterals and multilaterals. And the readiness money is largely provided by philanthropic organizations. Now, there is obviously, the bilaterals could also invest in projects, multilaterals could also provide the readiness financing. So there is a certain amount of overlap, but by far and large, these are the three constituencies for financing. Now, when countries are beginning their journey, all these three are needed for the first projects. And what we saw was that this is not happening. Consequently, the Solar Alliance is in the process of building up a blended finance facility, a facility of $700 million to provide, number one, the risk mitigation. It could also be used to provide the concessional loans that are used for viability gap funding, providing the risk capital, and providing non-fund-based support. Together, these would enable the first projects to take off. The good thing about risk mitigation finance is that if it works, it's never used. If it's not successful, it will be used. So a lot of help and support is needed together with the funding. And that's why the readiness becomes important, because national capabilities to manage these projects is important. As we move ahead, it is important that this, as Ambassador Manjeet Puri mentioned, needs to be a collaborative exercise. The International Solar Alliance itself is a collaborative exercise. But as we look at lowering the cost of capital, as we look at demonstrating that the financial viability of business models, as we look at the creation of human and institutional capacity to develop and manage these projects, all of these imply that we would need to have a blended finance facility to meet these. And the blended finance facility brings together the different kinds of financiers who are there for this. We look at this as the first step of a World Solar Bank. Because if this works, it tells us what the needs are. It helps build the confidence as well as the credibility of the actions that will occur in the future. At this time, an international agency which is in the process, which is in the business of creating these kinds of blended finance facilities, is conducting a feasibility and landscape assessment across markets, starting with Africa, and then we'll follow it up with Asia and then with Latin America, across these markets to see what they need. narrowing down and identifying the segments which the envisaged facility will cater to, and then designing the facility and its offerings. Friends, we are at a historic moment. We are at a moment where the costs of electricity from renewable energy are already lower than those from fossil fuels, albeit only when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. In the evenings, now, you have the peak electricity demand, but unfortunately there is no sun. And at this point of time, clearly fossil fuel-based electricity is the cheapest form of electricity until storage facilities become cost-effective. In West Bengal, you have the Puralia's pumped storage facilities, which can provide the kind of balancing that is needed between the variable renewable energy sources, sun and wind on the one hand, and a stable electricity supply to the consumers on the other hand. We will also be looking forward to the price dynamics of batteries. In the past 3 years, between 2017 and 2020, the price of batteries fell by 50% from about $300 per megawatt hour to about $150 per megawatt hour. When it reaches $100 per megawatt hour, and we expect that to occur in the years 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, the cost of electricity from renewables at any time of the day, round-the-clock electricity as it's called, would be competitive with that from fossil fuels. In other words, we are at the cusp of a point where economically, renewables and storage could become the energy sources of choice. We look forward to enabling the transition across the world. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. As usual, you brought in the table very contextual issues and mainly dealt on the investment part. Definitely today goes without saying that it is established the cost is less. But what about the investment? And you have mentioned about the transitional investment, risk mitigation investment, and the readiness investment. So these components of investments have to have a return, a reasonable return at all point of time, and the investment has to have a security also. So these are the areas where we need to work on. Thank you again for bringing a very, very contextual and very, very relevant subject on the table. We have with us Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Executive Vice Chairperson, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, who have otherwise also involved with the Chamber, as President has said in his welcome address, that he has been with us for bringing some efficiency measures on the energy efficiency aspect for the Chamber. So I would request Mr. Saurabh Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Mr. Mukherjee, I'd like to first thank the Bengal Chamber for giving me this opportunity. Excellencies, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Dr. Sunita Narayan. I'll be very brief, and I'll first mention what we have been doing in EESL. This was a government startup, and about 6-7 years ago, we were doing small little energy efficiency projects. Our turnover was about $1 million per year. As we speak today, we have invested about $2 billion in energy efficiency and clean energy projects. Our turnover is about $400 million. Our actions have helped the country reduce emissions by about 50 million tons every single year, avoided coal capacity of more than 12,000 megawatt that were not needed because of our actions. And therefore, this has all happened without any subsidy, no grant from either the government of India or any multilateral or bilateral. And this is what my first point I wanted to make. Her Excellency, the Deputy High Commissioner of UK is here. We have the Consul General of the USA, COP21 is being chaired by UK. If you look at any assessment over the last decade or decade and a half by the International Energy Agency, whether it is the 450 ppm scenario or the World Energy Outlook, and you look at the mitigation options, that report says 55 to 60% of the mitigation options lie in low-hanging fruits like energy efficiency. So my appeal to the two excellencies here is that with your leadership in COP, we still don't have an international effort towards energy efficiency. Our actions have shown that this is a proper business that can be enabled. There is enough private capital available. While there are other aspects of the climate change negotiations, and I know Dr. Sunita Narayan, Mr. Puri and Dr. Mathur who have been part of the negotiation from the India side, there are politically challenged issues of finance, technology transfer. I'm saying while that go ahead the way it goes ahead, can the world in this critical juncture look at energy efficiency as something which is high on the agenda? 6 years ago, when in COP21, we had the birth of the International Solar Alliance. I'm not suggesting that we create a treaty-based organization or anything like that, but something which becomes high on the agenda. It skirts the political issue. It is a bankable program. It is something that pays for itself. It invites public sector participation or a private sector participation. If we were to do that, what is it that we need to do? And we being the largest energy services company in the world, and there have been several attempts. I mean, the World Bank, for example, used our example in about 8 or 9 countries. None of them have been able to scale the way we have been able to scale. For example, simple things like replacement of light bulbs with LED bulbs. We have done 367 million in this country. That itself is saving about 40 million tons of CO2 every single year. So what can we do? And again, I'll pick up from what Dr. Mathur mentioned, 2-3 things. Readiness. What is needed is project development. How do we create these projects? Because each sector for energy efficiency has a different set of barriers. Someone needs to create instrument that overcome those barriers. What is the second thing that is needed? Second thing is a robust, again, something that Dr. Mathur mentioned, risk mitigation of repayments. If we are able to do these two things, the billions of dollars that is being talked about under the Green Climate Fund may actually come through the private investors into this economy, into economies like India, which will have the same impact that we are trying to do by getting grant money, etc., etc. In fact, I and Dr. Mathur are great adversaries of grant money being used for energy efficiency, because that then only reduces the market size. It doesn't allow scale to happen. Number 2, I would like to also mention one more intervention that we have been doing. That is something which is extremely important as we feel, while a lot of emphasis has been on utility scale solar. But look at countries like India, I mean, while we have connected almost 28 million households in the rural areas, but if you ever go to a rural area and see the quality of supply, it is really, really bad. Number 2, there is almost 70 gigawatt of electricity demand that is used for agriculture, which uses fossil fuel. And because in this country, the price of agriculture power is zero, there is a lot of wastage of power and also groundwater which gets wasted. What we are doing, and I quickly leave this, what we are doing in the state of Maharashtra in rural areas, we are putting small ground-mounted solar power plants right at the edge of the village. And we are supplying power to agriculture at a rate that is 1/3 of the rate that a fossil fuel power is able to come. We are also putting in a very innovative concept, and if you see the logo on top of my head, we call this subject convergence. So what we are doing, and we are going to implement the first set of projects in Meghalaya, which is in the northeast of the country, is that we are putting up batteries in these decentralized solar plants. We are upgrading the public lighting infrastructure in the villages, and we are providing induction cook stoves and LED bulbs to the village households. All that is amortized in the power purchase agreement itself. And therefore, I am able to provide sustainable green energy to the villages, to the households, making them efficient, and also making sure that we take care of their public lighting needs. So again, coming back to my point, such decentralized, disaggregated clean energy projects can help the world, particularly those parts of Asia and Africa and many other parts of the world where a lot of fossil fuel based on energy otherwise will be used to light up the rural areas. This is a model that is something that can be exported around the world. Again, you don't need billions of dollars of the grant money to get this off the ground. Yes, of course, you need, as Dr. Mathur mentioned, readiness finance and risk mitigation finance. So, in conclusion, let me first once again thank Bengal Chambers for inviting me, and I would once again urge the two excellencies sitting here to consider this proposal of at least having some bit of more attention on energy efficiency and decentralized clean energy, which is absolutely be kind of a backbone on which, according to me, the sustainability agenda, whether it is 1.5 degrees or whatever it is, will actually be met, because this is where the balance between development and climate change is there. And also, you don't need in this model of particularly decentralized generation with storage, we don't need to wait till 2023 and 2025 for the battery cost to fall down. You can do it right now. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. You have mentioned about various aspects of the efficiency and particularly the quality of supply. Quality of supply is also very much linked with what we are aiming for. Now, we all are privileged and honored, and we have been given this honor to facilitate Dr. Sunita Narayan for her years of contribution to advocacy of sustainable development. Dr. Sunita Narayan has been with the Center for Science and Environment since 1982. She is currently the Director General of the Center and editor of the fortnightly magazine Down to Earth. She is a writer and environmentalist who uses knowledge for change. Way back in 2005, she was awarded the Padma Shri by the Indian government. She has also received the World Water Prize for work on rainwater harvesting for its policy influence in building paradigm of community-based water management. She advocated solutions to build a coexistence agenda with local communities so that benefits of conservation could be shared and the future secured. Dr. Sunita Narayan was a member of Prime Minister's Council for Climate Change as well as the National Ganga River Basin Authority. I can go on, but the most importantly, what I mentioned, he dedicated his entire life, career for this great cause. I would request the Secretariat to play a video, and then I would request our Honorable President of the Chamber to facilitate Dr. Narayan.
Sunita Narayan has been with the Center for Science and Environment since 1982. She is currently the Director General of the Center and the Treasurer of the Society for Environmental Communications and editor of the fortnightly magazine Down to Earth. She is a writer and environmentalist who uses knowledge for change. In 2005, she was awarded the Padma Shri by the Indian government. She has also received the World Water Prize for work on rainwater harvesting and for its policy influence in building paradigms of community-based water management. In 2005, she also chaired the Tiger Task Force at the direction of the Honorable Prime Minister to evolve an action plan for conservation in the country after the loss of tigers in Sariska. She advocated solutions to build a coexistence agenda with local communities so that the benefits of conservation could be shared and future secured. Dr. Narayan was a member of the Prime Minister's Council for Climate Change as well as the National Ganga River Basin Authority. Dr. Narayan began work on climate change in the early 1990s. In 1991, she co-authored Global Warming in an Unequal World, a case of environmental colonialism, which played a critical role in establishing the principle of equity in the Framework Convention of Climate Change. Dr. Narayan, working with her colleagues at CSE, has been actively engaged in advocating for air pollution control. She believes that the answers to the growing problems of pollution will be in reinventing the growth model of the Western world so that we can leapfrog technology choices and find new ways. Water is clearly most important asset for the country. For Dr. Narayan, it is an issue of great passion as she devotes time to research and advocate for the need to change the paradigm of water management in the country.
It's my singular honor to felicitate Dr. Sunita Narayan for her huge contribution in the realm of sustainability.
Thank you.
We are deeply honored, Madam, to felicitate you, to recognize your contribution, and with your permission, may I be allowed to read the citation. To Dr. Sunita Narayan, Director General, Center for Science and Environment, and Director, Society for Environmental Communications, and publisher, Down to Earth. On this, the 26th day of the month of August in the year of 2021, on the occasion of the 14th edition of the Bengal Chamber's annual Environment and Energy Conclave, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry is honored to felicitate you for your inspiring leadership in sustainable development and green agenda in the global arena. Your immense contributions in the fields of environment management, natural resources, and creating public consciousness about the need for sustainable development are indeed unparalleled. Your leadership in publications in the realm of environment has paved the path for thought leadership. The Bengal Chamber is privileged to have a long association with you and look forward to taking this association forward. With our deepest regards.
Thank you.
I wish you were here in person, but there's always the hope. We always nurture the hope of seeing you in person sometime in the near future.
Absolutely.
We will send, Angana, are we sending the, we'll send the plaque to you. And may I request you, Dr. Narayan, to share your thoughts and address all of us, please. Over to you.
Thank you. Firstly, Dave and Gautam, thank you so much. I mean, it's such an, I'm deeply touched by this honor, and thank you so much. I'm also sorry that I'm not with you in Kolkata. Every time I come, I find your hospitality, the warmth, and the willingness to work together. I mean, I am somebody, as you know, is somebody who's always kicking and shoving and pushing. And I'm always amazed how much we have found that we can actually have a conversation together. We may not agree with everything, but we are on the same side. And our deep commitment to sustainability means that we will find the answers together. So thank you so much for this honor. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I definitely hope to see you next time in Kolkata. You know, coming at the end of a very stimulating and fascinating inaugural session where you've had very interesting viewpoints from Melinda, from Sophie, from Saurabh telling us about how his organization is really focusing on decentralized energy, working towards, you know, as I see it, the energy access issue is even more important than the energy transition issue. And that combined together gives us the big solution where you can actually find a solution for the poor in the world. And you can do that with clean energy sources. I mean, there is no other best win that we could have. So what Saurabh told us was fascinating. Ajay, of course, and his work at the Solar Alliance and really finding those solutions so that we can move ahead at scale and pace that is needed. And what I heard from him today was fascinating. And of course, Manjeev and I go back a long way, and we've had fascinating conversations over the years. So I'm really glad to have heard him again today. And thank you for Melinda for telling us about the fascinating work, particularly that the US is doing in Kolkata. I think that was really interesting for me to learn. And of course, Sophie, for the UK's leadership as we go ahead to COP26. It's not a great time in the world to talk about climate change, and yet it's the time when we must talk about climate change. It is very clear that COVID has disrupted our lives, and it is also very clear that COVID is so much a result of our dystopian relationship with nature. And so it tells us of the need for making a change in the way we work with nature, we live with nature. And that's really where climate change and our understanding of climate change and what we need to do must be really rooted. Because in some senses, what COVID has brought out is the sharpness of the interdependent world. The fact is, when as a climate activist, and Manjeev reminded me how old I am and how I was in Rio in 1992, and we pushed for the issue of climate justice and equity there. But still, the very idea of the planetary boundaries, that we live in this one earth, was something that was not so clear. It was something in which countries' self-interest has continued to dominate, in spite of the fact that we must collaborate, because if we do not collaborate, we cannot have either an ambitious agreement or an effective agreement. We know that. Justice and climate justice and equity is at the core of the world finding a way to collaborate. Because if the rich polluted in the past, the poor will pollute in the future. And so the only way that we can actually find a way to be able to do this agreement together, which is effective and ambitious, is to collaborate. And it has to be based on the principles of justice and equity. So these are words. But what COVID has brought to us is the reality of those words. Today, it is very clear that if we do not vaccinate all, nobody will be safe. We are in a deadly race between the virus, the variant, and the vaccine. And that sharpness of our ability to be able to live together, to be able to collaborate together, for us to be safe together, is something that we in Delhi, for instance, have also understood when it comes to air pollution. I mean, air pollution, unlike water pollution is an issue on which the rich of India can cop out and actually start using bottled water. But you can't do that with air. You can have all the air purifiers you want, you can filter the house air that you have, but you will still have to breathe. And the fact is, if there is an inequity in energy access, and the poor women of India still continue to use biomass fuels for cooking, or industry in India continues to use dirty coal or pet coke to drive its industrialization, we will have air pollution. And it will affect the rich and it will affect the poor. So our ability to build an inclusive and affordable future is at the core of a sustainable future. We know that in India. And that's quite different from the rest of the world, because the rest of the world has been able to divorce the issues of equity from the issues of environment. Whereas in India, because affordable growth is at the core of anything that we do with sustainability, for us, the issue of equity is the core of even what we do with national environmental challenges. So we know that. Now comes the big existential threat of climate change. I mean, it's all been said. I don't need to repeat it. I think Gautam started with it. They've reiterated it. Every one of the speakers have spoken with passion, commitment, and clarity. The fact is, we have run out of space, we have run out of the carbon budget, and we need to act now. The IPCC report this time has no maybes anymore. It has no ifs and buts. It's absolutely clear. You know, I keep saying the world of buttoned up scientists or suited, booted scientists, it's very difficult for them to ever be so certain about anything. I mean, I've grown up with fighting with scientists who have always had many, many uncertainties attached to every statement. And every politician has been able to say, oh, but there's not enough clarity yet. We still need more. This time, the IPCC report, every second sentence says certainty, complete certainty. We know that humans are responsible for the stock and the current emissions that are causing greenhouse global warming. We know that the impact of this is already being felt in the world. We can even attribute the impact to single events in the world. So we can tell you how much of the flooding in Germany is caused by climate change. So there is clarity now. But I have to say, and that is something where I am, and I think Dave and Gautam will forgive me for this, but they know me well enough. I am not so sanguine as my rest of my speakers on what we have done till now and what we are doing currently. I think we need to put our foot on the gas and step on it much faster. When I was in Rio, it was very clear the Rio conference agreed on a very important principle. It said the world has to collaborate. For it, there are certain countries, and at that time, 75% of the emissions were from six countries and the EU. And these countries had to reduce, but they needed to provide space for other countries to grow. But the other countries would grow differently because they would get money and technology so that they didn't need to make the mistakes of the already rich countries in the world. That was in 1992. The only change that has happened between 1992 and say today, 2021, is that there is one more country which has joined the ranks of the original 7, which is China. So today, between China and the original 7, over 70% of the stock of emissions of the past are contributed by this group of countries. Now, I'm stating this point just to make the point that climate change is about that agreement in which countries would reduce and others would get the space to grow. And that did not happen. But today, when we sit in 2021 and we look at COP26 and we look at the future, let's be very clear that we have run out of carbon space and the carbon budget. Manjeev, it is not 500 gigatons, but 400 gigatons, which is currently left between now and in the carbon budget if the world wants to stay within 1.5 degree centigrade rise. So just 400 gigawatts. And if you add up the emissions currently, then you know that 400 gigawatts, even if you take the very, very ambitious, and I think for once, Melinda, I would say the US is really walking the talk. President Biden's 50% reduction by 2030 is undoubtedly very welcome. But even if I take if I take the US plan into action, I take the EU, the UK NDC, which is also ambitious, we still are going to run out of the entire carbon budget, remaining carbon budget, in the next 10 years. So we have to remember this, that we are standing at a precipice which requires us to act much faster. And we are not doing that currently. So there is an issue about the question about how countries will reduce, how much they will reduce, and how fast they will reduce. Now, this is where I want to have make it clear that net zero is only aspirational as of today. It has no flesh, it has no bones. It has no way that we can say that any country is going to be net zero in 2050. Let's also be very, very clear that the net zero plans of most countries are waiting for disruptive technologies to kick in. And that is something that we cannot afford to do. So we have to talk about action today. And to talk about action today, I think what we need to do is to focus on 2030, not net zero. We do not need to talk about net zero because also it believes too much on the role of the absorptive capacity of the sinks. And we know today the amount of uncertainty there is in calculating that. We also know that science is telling us that as temperatures increase, the capacity of sinks to absorb carbon dioxide will even go down. So given all that, it is very clear that we need to focus on 2030, not on net zero. Now, if I say all that, I must also spend a few minutes to say that this does not mean that India is off the hook. The Indian government very clearly is doing what you would call actions which are comparable to its emissions and the stock of emissions in the atmosphere, which is why India has not taken on an absolute emission reduction target. We have taken on an emission intensity reduction target. Okay, and we are on track as far as that is concerned. But as an Indian environmentalist, I would expect more from my government. I would expect more because it is in my self-interest. It's not about climate change. It's about the co-benefits that we will get of being able to not just walk the talk, but run the talk and move ahead with greater speed. So instead of us looking at climate change as an issue where we are comparing ourselves to the rest of the world, we need to look at climate change and action that we need to take as what is in our best interest. And this is where, Gautam, I must say, and you're part of that industry, I have to say, CSC and our work on thermal power, we are absolutely unhappy with what is happening currently. After 2015, we got emission standards, we pushed, we got the standards, progressive industries moved to set up FGDs, to reduce their emissions, and then because of the pressure, and of course, every country wants growth today post-COVID. Every country is looking at browning the growth rather than greening the growth. We're going backwards. We know that, you know that. We've got new notification which says that you can continue to pollute as long as you pay a penalty. This is not acceptable. We also know that in our part of the world, e-vehicles are very important, but e-vehicles are not important as individual vehicles. We are going to have to make transformational changes, and that will come out of moving towards mobility transformation. So we cannot anymore talk about cars. We have to talk about buses, trams, walk, cycle. That's the model that our cities can do. Because in our cities today, there is such gross inequity in how many people drive and how many people take a bus. And so we have an opportunity to reinvent. So we can and must do more. And I think that's my final word right now. And I know we've run out of time. I want to say that this is where the Bengal Chamber needs to work with us more, needs to be much more aggressive in pushing those transformational changes. I know you, Deb, I know you, Gautam. You're not the type who just talk big and do little. You're the type who walk the talk. And so please help us to take this leadership to really talk about what's that transformational change that we can make in our world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sunita Narayan. Very relevant, very emotional, very passionate. Definitely you have spoken about the energy access is more important or equally important, like energy transition, what we are speaking of. I was just writing, is it because of COVID where we are now, or is it because of us where COVID is now? Climate justice and equity, who is the contributor? You have specifically mentioned. We have heard about digital divide. We know how the divide is. So, net zero, in your view, requires disruptive technology, and it is not only the policy framework or something ambitious plan, it also requires the enablers. The enablers are also important to design to achieve the target. Offline, I will talk about my company, but only thing I can tell you, the first initiatives of e-vehicle in the city of Calcutta, one of the first initiatives, including setting up the charging stations, were set by CSC. And the pollution figures what we operate in our thermal power plants are way above the normatives. We have been awarded almost all certificates on the pollution and accolades. I will share with you in offline. We have a great commitment as an organization. We are well ahead with the FGD program. So definitely we are committed on this aspect. It was a very, very thought-provoking, participating, emotional, and very contextual deliberation. We are running late. Ongona is continuously chasing me to finish the session as quickly as possible. Thank you all again. Thanks all the speakers who have contributed greatly. And I hope the next 2 days there will be lot many values which will be added, and we will be able to plan a journey towards not only bringing sustainability, climate justice, as well as we will prepare ourselves for the COP26. Thank you. Thank you with this.
Thank you, sirs. So it brings up to the session on COP26.
You're on mute.
Does it have your contact number?
Yes. Yeah, sir, can you hear us?
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good evening. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this session, which is on COP26, Enhancing the Pace of Sustainability in Business. We have representatives from industry in this particular session.
Yes.
I have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Subir Chakravarti, Senior Vice President, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Exide Industries, as our first speaker. But I will just introduce the names of the speakers, and I'd call upon Mr. Subir Chakravarti to speak first. He will be followed by Mr. Harish Saran, Executive Director, Marketing and Commercial of PTC India Limited. Then Mr. Chandan Sengupta, Senior Vice President and Head Marketing and Commodity Business, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. Ms. Madhulika Sharma, Chief Corporate Sustainability, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Raghav Raj Kanoria, Managing Director, India Power Corporation Limited. Mr. M.C. Rakshid, Executive Director, Commercial, Damodar Valley Corporation Limited. And of course, we have, to round up the session, we have Mr. Gaurav D. Joshi, who's a Senior Environmental Specialist with the World Bank. Thank you all for participating in the session. I will now request Mr. Subir Chakravarti to share his thoughts.
So, good evening to all of you. And thank you for inviting me to speak in this session. So it is very heartening to see that global momentum is building up well to achieve net zero in carbon emissions, and to do so more quickly than previously envisaged. Having said that, I reckon that for a country to transition to carbon neutrality is easier said than done, as it needs to balance its developmental goals juxtaposed with its climate goals. This is more prominent for a large and rapidly growing emerging economy like India than perhaps anybody else. As India strives to meet its climate change goals by 2050, it faces an uphill task. It must address issues like energy transition to renewable sources, curtailing industrial pollution, and calibrated move towards electric mobility. The reality is that for a country to meet its net zero commitments, it needs to transform its economy and industries therein. With evolving regulations and growing investor pressure, businesses are increasingly coming forward with their respective net zero commitments. And this calls for changes in business models which are sustainable without hindering growth of these businesses. And this takes me to my first agenda item: what should businesses do? I would say that businesses need to begin with analyzing the baseline emissions data across the whole value chain of the organization. This should include the data by emission sources, geographies, as well as business functions. With the baseline data at hand, it is critical for businesses to project their emissions growth. The above information should be the starting point for businesses to design their decarbonizing journeys. It is important to look at the whole value chain and ecosystem and not just the organization itself. This will enable them to plan holistic solutions towards the net zero business model. It will also take businesses to foster greater partnerships with some of the participants in the ecosystem. Startups with relevant experience and technology can be value accretive partners in this journey, and corporates need to look at this dimension closely. Recalibration of business operations and processes will be key to mitigate emissions in the first place. World over, corporates are now reassessing their business travel requirements. Air travel accounts for about 5% of global emissions. Any reduction on this front will play a pivotal role in the overall reduction in emissions. The pandemic and the resultant push to a virtual way of working is already pushing corporates to rethink their corporate travel plans and expenses. Workplace changes, tools, and technologies. What can be said about air travel is equally true about our workplaces. Workplace changes, including flexible working and remote working tools and technologies, can form the bedrock of emission control for organizations. Digitizing business operations will also play a disproportionately positive role in decarbonizing the value chain. This will require businesses to work with their technology vendors, system consultants, and business managers. Any conversation on climate conservation is incomplete without speaking about clean energy generation, transmission, and eventual use. And that's my second agenda item. As a country which has been traditionally dependent on fossil fuels, it is heartening to see India racing towards its commitments under the Paris Agreement. The same is a result of sustained policy focus and participation from the industry on areas like renewable energy, enhanced energy efficiency, water efficient processes, green mobility, planned afforestation, waste management, and recycling. Energy efficient technologies will play a key role going forward in determining our energy requirements as we stride towards double-digit growth. These technologies will include smart home technologies, technologies used in smart energy neutral buildings, new interior and exterior lighting technologies, and sensor-based consumption mechanisms. The above will require technology innovation as well as capital. It is hence important for the governments, both central and state, to play the role of policymaking and facilitating investments in these areas. We at Excite are a responsible corporate and are committed to drive positive change by inculcating sustainable practices across the organization. To achieve energy efficiency, we have created an energy management cell which aims at minimizing the effects of climate change by reducing emission of greenhouse gases. We reduced energy consumption by 1.4% and fuel consumption by 5.9% for the year 2021. We recorded green energy consumption of 15% during the year and have also implemented off-site solar generation and rooftop solar installations. My third agenda item is with respect to a specific sector, building and construction. Building and construction industry in particular is responsible for approximately 40% of all carbon emissions in the world and hence provides the single largest opportunity for reduction in energy consumption and GHG emissions. Currently, buildings in India account for around 1/5 of total CO2 emissions and nearly 33% of the nation's energy use. The building sector continues to be also one of the largest consumers of natural resources and is expected to emit 7 times more CO2 by 2050 as compared to with 2005 levels. India's potential to save on carbon emissions in this sector lies in the buildings that are yet to be built. Estimates tell us that about 70% of India's 2030 urban infrastructure is yet to be built, implying there is significant scope to save embodied carbon emissions. The emissions from the full life cycle of building materials. In India, the real estate sector is responsible for most job creation and GDP multiplication, driving the economic growth in the country. It will take multiple stakeholders, designers, investors, manufacturers, government and researchers across the whole value chain to accelerate decarbonization in this segment. We also need to ensure reuse of existing assets, promote renovation instead of demolition, and see new circular business models that reduce reliance on carbon-intensive raw materials. Next on my agenda is an approach that is gaining significant attention these days from the perspective of green, sustainable, and resilient growth: nature-based solutions. Rightfully so, as some of these solutions can also help address other global challenges like poverty and equitable growth, and that too in a cost-effective manner. For example, the report by Global Commission for Adaptation notes that the cost-to-benefit ratio of preserving mangroves is up to 1:10 in terms of avoided losses from coastal flooding and non-market benefits associated with fisheries, forestry, and recreation. However, in practice, nature-based solutions still remains largely scattered and sporadic over the years, mainly due to lack of data, non-availability of adequate resources, limited commercial prospects, and continued overexploitation and destruction of natural ecosystems. It is time we build a knowledge base and research evidence, particularly on how these solutions can help address climate risks and contribute to mitigation and adaptation efforts, move from pilots and be scaled up to cover wider geographies. Scientific research, economic assessments, and strategic implementation will go a long way in scaling up these solutions. One of the main areas of nature-based solutions is water security. There is a need for large-scale water security projects for revival and recharge of water sources and related areas of sustainable land use and restoration. Towards this end, interventions like rainwater harvesting, afforestation, reforestation in catchments, groundwater recharge, resilient crop planning, spring shed development, wetland restoration, and river basin conservation will play a pivotal role. Rainwater harvesting practices in rural and urban spaces, increase green cover in rural and urban areas, and efficiency of water use in agriculture through technological as well as crop selection and related practices will also improve water security under nature-based approaches. Practices like drip irrigation and watershed management has been in use for some time now. However, there is need to massively scale up these projects to effectively address the issues of water access and availability. This will certainly require addressing the institutional capacities, which are currently inadequate, that constrain their implementation. We at Excite are also committed towards ensuring efficient water management by recycling and reusing water for various purposes within the organization. Towards this end, we follow standard protocols for waste management stringently at all our manufacturing locations. Moving on, any of the above approaches or solutions can only work if there is flawless public-private partnership. This brings me to the importance of unlocking private investments in climate protection projects, which will be of critical for businesses and economies as a whole. Towards that goal, governments need to prioritize achievement of the commitments under the Paris Accord. The government should act quickly to integrate its nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, into state-level strategies and budget processes. It must also put in place clear and consistent policies such as carbon pricing and performance standards. Attracting private investment will also require a robust domestic enabling environment with reduced risks and measures to promote investment and capital flows. Lastly, it is equally, if not important, to find and devise adequate reporting mechanisms for these efforts by the businesses. Businesses are finding it hard to manage reporting on climate risks and need to take urgent steps to meet the expectations of regulators as well as investors. The number of Indian companies responding to disclosure platforms such as Carbon Disclosure Project is on the rise. In the coming year, greater reporting with adequate disclosures will be required, driven by pressure from lenders, investors, and customers alike. Needless to say, this will take accountants, business leaders, regulatory bodies, and environment all to come together and develop a comprehensive reporting framework which is easy for businesses to follow from a compliance perspective. In the end, I firmly believe that the forthcoming COP26 at Glasgow in November 2021 presents an excellent opportunity for countries to recalibrate their current level of preparedness, their action plans, and their commitments. This will not be easy, as it will take a lot of stakeholders to work closely, and needless to mention, shall require relentless efforts from each one of us. Thank you all.
Thank you, Subir. That was a comprehensive overview of actions that industry needs to take to address the challenges of COP26. COP26 has the objective of securing global net zero by 2050 or earlier, and limiting the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. And this cannot be done without the initiative and active participation of industry. And that is what we want to address through this session. I will request the speakers to limit their comments to 10 minutes each, and at the end we will have so that we'll have time for some Q&A. I now invite Mr. Harish Saran, Executive Director, Marketing and Commercial, PTC India Limited, to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Good evening, fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Subir has covered a lot of details on this topic, but certainly I will limit myself to the area where we are working. So as all of us know that 5 years have passed since countries including India agreed for their own nationally determined contributions, and it's high time global community need to take a view on the progress made during last 5 years and also assess the adequacy of efforts towards minimizing climate change and its impact thereof. While in a global setup, there can be different observable patterns of climatic change, varied impact of these into the businesses and narratives to control through our internal targets and achievements. I feel that entire philosophy of climate change and its impact will work on the basic principle of reduce, reuse, and recycle in uses of resources and adaptation of our business processes for these changes. PTC as a service-oriented company, which is basically trading electricity, which is again predominantly led by fossil-based sources, like the power which is available from coal-based thermal power plants. There is a structural limitation in making power available to all. This gets compounded with the technological limitation in making renewable power available round the clock. As we all know that wind or solar, they cannot substitute as a resource for round the clock power. Still, as a responsible corporate, we continue to invest heavily in making the power delivery cycle follow reduce, reuse, and recycle principle. Our consultancy business on energy efficiency solution has played a vital role in reducing our own electricity consumption by 30% with their suggestions on reducing the energy demand without affecting our productivity. While industrial processes may need to adapt to their specific requirements to reduce their energy requirement, the cardinal principle of saving energy demand will go a long way in delaying the climate change. We as a corporate has been championing the adoption of green energy in energy basket, and as early as 2016, PTC signed PPA of almost 1050 megawatt long-term for a period of 25 years with different wind projects from 5 different developers. Although there was no national level average power purchase cost available because it has been started very recently, but seeing the trajectory of APPC, it will be safe to assume that discovered wind energy tariff was few paise higher than conventional thermal power. The utilities have done their part. Now my considered view is that industries may become a big demand driver for green energy if they also start adapting to the imminent changes and ready to pay some premium towards sustainability of their business ecosystem. Further, a very important point, we also need to understand that a country with 130 plus crore population will be deprived of basic living standard if an impractical mitigation plan is pushed over on us by global community. We have to be very practical. Thank you. These are my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saran, for your succinct views. You have talked about the use of the 3 R's for, not only in terms of the company's resources, but also in terms of its processes and the need for appropriate mitigation mechanisms that are suitable for the country. I now request Mr. Chandan Sengupta, Senior Vice President and Head Marketing and Commodity Business of Haldia Petrochemicals, to share his thoughts with us. Kindly unmute yourself, Mr. Chandan.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, all the panelists and all the delegates. Thank you so very much for inviting us. With the permission of the chair, I would just take a minute to recount a small personal experience. I think, as you can make out, I'm fairly ancient. And when I was young and in school and college, we used to have a magazine called World Watch, where I remember we all used to get very scared reading that by 2030, the world will run out of fossil fuels and there'll be no power left in the world. And the general theory was then like, please don't use too much power, don't use too much fossil fuels, because there's not going to be any power and fossil fuels left in the world. Now in 2021, we are trying to figure out how to reduce the use of fossil fuels. So to that extent, I think we have completely come a full circle. Thank you very much, BCCI, for organizing this extremely topical and important event. And I think we are already seeing the various aberrations in climate change. We have seen this pretty much unheard of floods in Germany. We have seen this, heard of this very high temperatures in places like Canada and Italy. We have heard of the snowstorm in Houston, which put out of action a huge amount of productive facility. And very near home, we have seen in 2 consecutive years, within a year actually, in West Bengal, 2 almost super cyclones hitting us, Amphan and the Yas. So obviously, climate change is no longer something which is either in the PowerPoint or in one of these esoteric academic meetings. It's a reality. And I think as a humanity, we got to do something about it. Well, against the backdrop, the goal of limiting the increase in global temperatures by 1.5% by 2050 is still 3 decades away. 3 decades is a very long time, and we really don't know what's going to happen if already things are happening in 2021. What sort of catastrophe is going to come, whether we're going to really until 2050 and hope everything comes in before more catastrophe strikes us. The COP26, this is the Conference of Parties, which was supposed to be last year, is expected to be a carbon neutral conference with sustainability at the core, and is expected to leave a long-term and positive legacy for the future. That's the wish list. Having said that, I think the COP26 is being thought of and is being termed as the first corporate COP. Since if the world is to limit the global increase to 1.5 degrees as per the Paris Agreement, the responsibility of reducing emissions would lie squarely with the manufacturing and, more importantly, with the private sector. We'd like to present Haldia Petrochemicals Limited, which is the largest petrochemical unit in the eastern India. We have ambitious plans for expansion across the coastal regions, either in the southern or eastern India. All our expansion plans, very honestly, comes with the present thing we deal with, which is hydrocarbons. And by definition, hydrocarbons include carbons. So I think there would be a lot of you who would be thinking that in a net zero carbon thing, why on earth have you gone and invited a company which is dealing with hydrocarbons, which at the end of the day has carbons in it, and how exactly we fit in there. And that's what I'm going to take the rest of the time, which will be as allotted by the chairman. I would briefly talk about our current activities, our future plans, and how exactly we impact the value chains of what we produce and what we intend to produce. Currently in our plant at Haldia, our focus is on improving energy efficiency, which by its very fact would mean that at the end of the day, there is going to be less of carbon emission. We have already put in place a desulfurization unit to take care of the BS6 and the Euro 6. I know that's nothing to write directly to do with carbon, but that is something which produces noxious sulfur dioxide, which makes the world at the end of the day not such a great place to live in. In our township, we are putting our emphasis on increasing the usage of solar energy to reduce our carbon footprint. We did talk about the new project. The new project is going to be either in West Bengal or somewhere up to southern India, and definitely on the coastal belt, because you cannot have a petrochemical unit in India today other than in the coastal unit. It is expected to be an integrated unit which would also have lots and lots and lots of hydrocarbons all around. That's what it's all about. Currently, the refineries in the world, and especially in India, produce 15 to 20% of petrochemical feedstock, and the balance is fuel. We are actually looking for a technology which would produce much lesser of fuel oils and maybe 60 to 65% of petrochemical feedstock, which is again hydrocarbons and which includes carbons. But in the first stage, what we are going to do is we are going to reduce 35 to 40% of emission, which otherwise the fuel oils would have emitted to the atmosphere, stage one. In our proposed project, we are going to use more of solar energy and wind energy since we would be in the coastal region. And we are trying our best to use more and more of blue hydrogen rather than, well, let's not talk about green hydrogen, let's be honest. We are in business and green hydrogen today is not so economically viable. So we are looking to use more and more of blue hydrogen. And what are we going to produce out of the 65 or 60% of petrochemical feedstock? We are going to produce what is known as polymers, or generally known as plastics. I think plastics is bad word. I mean, you can't really walk into a school or anywhere without it saying, this is a plastic-free zone and do not use plastics. So we at times we feel like we are some sort of a criminals in the industrial world because we make plastics. Honestly, we are not so bad as you guys think we are. We of course make plastics. And believe me, without plastics, the world will be a very, very difficult place to live in. Very recently, we have all seen the COVID. You have seen pictures of people wearing the PPEs, and we all wear masks. Whether we like it or not, these are all made of plastics in one form or the other. I mean, you really can't have a jute PPE or some other metal face mask or something of that. You can, but it's not going to be very comfortable. So why are plastics get so badly affected? Simple. It's a human behavior. It's like I didn't do it. I did the homework, but my dog ate it up. We use this sort of example a lot in our school days. Believe me, there's no dog here. It is us who are the people who go around littering things all over the place. And today, whenever there is a waterlogging in Mumbai or a cow dies in Uttar Pradesh, plastics get banned. And only 3 to 4% of the plastics which are made across the world is really used in making these plastic bags. So I think let us not throw the baby along with the bathwater. I mean, I think that's going to be rather ridiculous. I don't know whether the managing director of Excite is still there. We talk about the electric vehicles. That's the big thing that's going to happen and help the emissions and so on and so forth. But electric vehicles are going to require batteries. And what do you expect the batteries to be made of? I mean, you can't really have batteries made of jute or batteries made of metal. Batteries got to be made of plastics. Today, you've got a whole lot of very fuel-efficient cars. Now, how did they become fuel-efficient? Of course, there has been improvement in the combustion technology, but also the weight has gone down. And the weight didn't go down because the iron, suddenly the density of iron became lower or something of that. That's because more and more plastic and compounded plastics got into it. The weight became lesser. And the cars became more and more energy efficient, reduced the emission. And that was thanks due to plastic, which is actually part of the material science today. Carry bags. I mean, you walk into a fancy shop and it's written, we don't use plastics. Great. What do you use? You use paper. Oh, how great. If the entire world used only paper bags for packing your stuff, believe me, in 5 years, you wouldn't find any trees across the world. That's going to be some strange world you're going to live in. Of course, in the urban fancy malls, well, it's very fashionable to walk out with a nice handmade parchment bag. It's not going to suffice the 140 crore population of India also. We don't honestly have so many trees. Even otherwise, the COP26 sustainability governing principles say promote use of responsible sources and responsible resources across the value chain. Great. Today, if you're going to pack 500 grams of coffee in a glass container, it's going to weigh 500 grams. If you're going to pack 500 grams of coffee in what we call the tin, actually it's not tin, that's actually galvanized mild steel, it's going to weigh 180 grams. If you were to pack 500 grams in a plastic laminate, it's going to weigh 12 grams. And in terms of the energy which will go in, glass would require 1600 to 1700 degrees to melt. Steel would require 12 to 1300 degrees. I'm sure Abraham would know much about steel than I would to melt. Plastics, on the other hand, would require, depending on what you're using, 160 to 220 degrees. Just figure out how much energy you're going to require to pack 500 grams of coffee. And that is where I think what the hydrocarbons and carbons is all about, to use whatever resource we have much more efficiently and be more responsible in our behavior. Let us not just say just because you're using hydrocarbons or carbons, they can actually help in making the world a better place. But because believe me, there is not enough more energy efficient materials around. As a company, we are fully conscious of what we have to educate our customers and vendors. And one of our major activity over the next 5 years is to work with our customers and see what the gentleman before me talked about, the 3 R's, how to reduce the weight of the various items for packaging. And we are working with 2 very major FMCG companies in Calcutta. Unfortunately, because of the non-disclosure agreement, I can't be revealing their names, as to how they can reduce and use the more reprocessed materials and use lesser of the virgin materials. And so that even the customer is not affected. It is safe as far as the health and other factors are concerned. I think it is going to require a lot of the corporate initiative to really ensure that we use lesser carbon, use it more responsibly, and create awareness all across. We make plastics, but we are not really so bad guys. We are also equally, I should say, aware of the responsibilities as a corporate citizen, because we are going to stay in the same world as non-polymer guys are. Because at the end of the day, we are world citizens. And believe me, we are going to fulfill our responsibilities as a proper corporate citizens. We are going to use carbon. That's our business as a part of hydrocarbon. But we are going to ensure that people use it responsibly and make the world a better place for everyone to live in. Thank you so much for a patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sengupta. And I think you have ably defended the hydrocarbon industry. And we realize now that it's not as bad as people make it out to be.
Thank you so much.
And some industries have the reputation. For example, the cigarette industry always has to justify its existence, in terms of other things they do. So I could empathize with you when you started, saying, what is a hydrocarbon company doing in this forum? Certain industries are known to be energy guzzlers. Steel industry is one of them. But a lot of wonderful work has been done by companies all over the world. And we are proud that Tata Steel is one of the companies that have taken the lead in many areas, in the areas of sustainability. And I'll now invite Ms. Madhulika Sharma, who is the Chief Corporate Sustainability of Tata Steel, to share her thoughts with us.
Good evening, and thank you for inviting me to this forum. And good evening to all my fellow panelists. It was very interesting to actually get all divergent views, because I will also probably defend try to defend some part of the steel, sector's challenges that we face. So I'll not go into, COP26, Paris Agreement, etc. I think the context has been set very well in this forum, as well as in the earlier talk which was there. So I'll start with the steel sector. So steel sector globally will account for about 7% of greenhouse gases emissions in the atmosphere, and in the heavy industry sector, that's the largest contributor. Of course, power sector and the transportation sector takes that lead. Having said that, if unfortunately we are termed as hard to abate sector, because for us the carbon is not a fuel requirement, right? It's a part of our process requirement, because in the furnace there's a chemical reaction which is reducing the ferrous or the ferric oxide to pure iron, and leaves behind carbon is a reductant here, and leaves behind carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. And that is how, it's our footprint. And if it's a process requirement, and this process of making steel, it has been there for long, and it has been perfected for last 200 years or so. And the alternative to carbon for actually being a reductant is, as of now, probably technologically not feasible, as well as commercially not viable. However, there is a lot of work which is happening in making hydrogen as an alternative. And we hear a lot about hydrogen. I think only on this Independence Day, I think Prime Minister Modi has made hydrogen, which will not only be an answer to a sector like steel, but I think also answer for other sectors like cement, etc. So that is our challenge. We are hard to abate sector. I think even if we become the most efficient plant, we use the best raw material, we'll still have a footprint, which is in a typically benchmark, blast furnace route of steel making. It will be about 1.8 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of steel. So having said that, what are the but there is a silver lining, or for the steel sector, because steel will still, just like the earlier speaker was defending plastic, that it is going to be there. And I agree that even if we are using our mobile phones or iPads, it has got a lot of plastic, right? So it's a part of a lot of solutions that the mankind needs. So similarly, steel, I think it will continue to be a material of choice, because of its first, the properties that it has, which is, high weight to strength ratio, the ductility, and most important, that it is infinitely recyclable without losing its, the virgin property. So that is the, the good thing for steel, which is there. And also that, it is part of a lot of green transition solutions, be it solar panels, be it wind turbines, be it making, for generating hydropower, if you want to make dams, or whether you want to make even electric vehicles. So steel is going to be there. So that's the world will still require steel. And that is why, if you look at some projections which are there, between say 2020 to 2050, there will be in fact a marginal increase in steel demand. In India is going to be a different chapter, because in India, because we are a developing economy, we have not yet built the infrastructures which are required for answering some of these challenges which the country faces. The steel demand is going to increase by 3 to 5 times. So our current share in the global steel production is about 5%, and it is said that by 2050 it will grow to 20%, whereas China, which is the largest steel making capacity, there the demand is actually, or the production capacity is actually going to contract significantly, and that place will then be taken by India. So that puts actually the Tata Steel, being a very large Indian player, puts us in our challenges become more significant in terms of that, and it is a capital intensive sector, which means that for 1 million ton of steel plant that we put through the blast furnace route, typically it's a $1 billion money that you put, and hence your strategy till now is always that you sweat your assets over a very long period of time. Now, if the steel demand is to grow, and being a flagship, being a oldest steel company in India, of course our ambition is, and our rightful ambition is, to at least defend our market share in this growing market. However, the dilemma is that we already have a 20 million ton of steel capacity in India. And we want to, be a part of this story, which means we have to actually double our capacity in next 10 years. So we were a 2 million ton plant for about 100 years, and then we added this capacity in last 20 years. And then now in 10 years, we want to double this capacity and become a 40 million ton plant. So the dilemma or the challenge for us is, or I think for any other Indian steel plant, is that with your limited resources in terms of, because steel is also a cyclic industry, while, recently we have made very good profits, but it's a cyclical industry and there are upturns and downturns in the business. So where do you invest your money? Whether it is on the transition of your existing assets or it is in the development of new technologies. The other point I'll also like to make is that we also have a European operation, but for them the challenge is to just transition their existing asset base, and hence most of their energy and resources is focused on that. But for us, it's not only transition of our existing base asset, but also to put in new asset, and hence the resource allocation is an issue, and which technology to adopt, because the technology alternatives like hydrogen, they are at a very low technology readiness levels, and there are some pilots which has happened. There's been a lot of news in last week about SSAB producing the first green steel, etc. But it's at a very low scale, low level of readiness, and it requires a lot of enablers which I'll talk about, and hence the new capacity that we have to put, which technology do we adopt? If we go for the traditional route, then we have an added asset which we have to either create a transition plan or have a huge risk of being stranded assets, and all of this requires a lot of money, right? As I said, anyway, steel is a capital intensive sector. So how do you get this money? So this is our book of challenges for the steel sector, especially operating in India. Now, having said that, it's not that we don't have a plan. There was the first speaker mentioned about disclosures, and I think it's a very important tool. We have adopted as an organization. We have adopted, and we have taken the lead in India at least to adopt the TCFD framework for climate change risk assessment, and also do disclosures. It has helped us to evaluate scenarios and to then create a long-term decarbonization roadmap. We have made it into horizons. We have a short-term plan, which is for us, short-term is 2025. There is a medium-term, which is 2030. So we have a very clear sight of action for the next, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And then we have a roadmap which says that it hinges more on scenarios, which is largely based on how the policy is going to, evolve in the country and how the technology is going to evolve. Policy is a very important lever, because see here, if I start putting resources and I put tomorrow, there's a known technology which has got a reduced carbon footprint, which is gas-based DRI, but that is about 1.5 times the steel produced will be about 1.5 times expensive. Other thing is India is not, availability of gas is not guaranteed in India, and it's not, to create that supply chain itself is a humongous task. But I don't get as a producer, I don't get a first mover advantage here, because steel at the end of the game is a commodity. The floor prices are set by, the global trade. It's globally the most traded commodity. It doesn't have any color, or smell or taste that you can differentiate a product. So our competitors, if they are not putting, the end consumer is not actually understanding that it has come through a more greener route. So there is a need. So now I'll come. So what are the answers, or what are the enablers that are required? Of course, the technology piece is the biggest enabler, and that I think the steel sector is going to work. They have to work, and especially in India, because we cannot be followers. Till now, I think most of the sectors in India have taken the policy of being good adapters of technology. But here, because you have to grow, it's your need. I think we have to take a leadership in piloting some of these technologies, developing them, scaling them up. So that onus is there on the steel sector. However, it will, require support from customers, because there has to be a demand activation. There has to be a need which has to come for this, procurement of this green steel. And that's where we have become member of a forum called Responsible Steel. We are the only Asian producer who has become member of this Responsible Steel. It's a effort to create standards and certification process, so that it enables the consumers or the end customers to differentiate based on certain claims, and that is also required in India, I think, and that is why the regulations become very important. As of now, we don't have actually a clarity on how the regulation is going to pan out, whether there will be and the whole renewable story, which we now, everywhere we say on all forums, but it actually took about 15-20 years to come at this stage where the costs are, lower than the other sources. And there were, policies of subsidies for the producers, and certain from the consumer side, there were like RPO obligation, etc., which was put, so the demand was created. And I think something similar is required for sectors like steel to actually create that demand. And then, of course, all of this requires a lot of money. I don't think the steel sector globally has the wherewithal to actually finance the whole transition. And that is where I think, again, regulations and help is required from policymakers to ensure that this sustainable finance or the green finance, which is being talked about, starts flowing into these sectors, which are going to be the backbone of the Indian economy, right? And on top of it, I think a lot of collaboration required across stakeholders to actually make it happen. Because even if it's hydrogen, I think, I don't think the steel sector will have the wherewithal to create a supply chain of hydrogen. Hydrogen inherently is it's a hazardous material to be transported. So you need to bring in a lot of players in this sector to actually make it happen. And the time is very limited. So, I heard part of Ms. Sunita Narayan's, her speech, and she said that I think this is the time is very limited and we need to all come together. I think that's the need of the hour. This decade has been termed by United Nations as a decade of action. I guess for the steel sector, this 5 to 10 years is actually, for the Indian steel sector, it's a definitive, moment, and it can create or, destroy the sector in the country. I think every one of us wants this sector to actually flourish, and we have to start taking these leadership positions on some of these subjects. And the other thing is that, but steel, again, when we were, I had joined this role when COP21 had just happened. I mean, at that point of time, the more talk was on renewable, on power, etc. But in 5 years, I've seen the whole tone and the tenor and the subjects have changed. People don't talk about power anymore because that's probably the answer is there. But steel has certainly taken center stage, as a run-up to COP26, as part of the climate group. There are a lot of events which are happening where we are doing some side talks. But so steel is taking that space. I hope we materialize, and probably when we are doing the next COP, we will be saying that we have already found solution for steel. Let's move to some other sectors. That's the hope that I'm carrying, that this COP is going to do to the sector like steel. So with this, I'll end. I think I have used all my 10 minutes. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Madhulika, for a very interesting talk. As you mentioned, in COP21, the discussion was more about the power sector, and the two speakers that are coming next are both from the power sector, and I think we'll also get to know some of the progress that has happened in those areas. So I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Raghavraj Kanoria, Managing Director of India Power Corporation Limited, to address us.
Thank you, Mr. Stephanus. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be here at the 14th Environment and Energy Conclave. Especially a privilege to be here on this panel amongst such distinguished, experienced guests from all sectors, energy sector and various other sectors. I'm glad to represent India Power Corporation in this session. IPCL has been a part of the power sector for more than 100 years and is present across the entire value chain, from power generation, both conventional as well as renewables, power transmission, power distribution, and we have seen the transition which is going on in the power sector. This is one of the key sectors, and we've seen dramatic structural changes which has happened in the last decade or so in order to bring down carbon emissions. Sustainability has been a major focus for almost all governments and companies in the power sector, with almost all new investments in generation coming in the renewable space. In India, for example, more than 75% of new investments in generation is only in the renewable space. And associated downstream investments in power transmission and distribution are also centered around how the large amount of renewable power can be integrated into the grid. However, it's very relevant because the energy sector contributes more than globally, the energy sector contributes more than 70% to the overall carbon emission, and out of that, the power sector has the lion's share. So it's one of the key contributors to carbon emissions, and therefore the focus of governments, companies are well placed. Being the largest contributor, power sector, of course, has been a focus for the Indian government as well. And one of the key focus areas has been on renewable addition. The government had one of the central themes of the present government is achieving 175 gigawatt of renewable power by 2022 and 450 gigawatt of renewable power by 2030. Despite various challenges, I think the government, various companies in this sector have done quite well and achieved a significant share of that. If we consider hydropower, which has been large hydropower, which has been now classified as renewables by the government and the authorities, we are already at more than 150 gigawatt, and we are well in place to reach that 175 gigawatt target. However, when the target was set, large hydro was not part of the renewables classification. And if we take that into consideration, we are just above 100 gigawatt, and we may extend the 2022 deadline by 1 year or so. But we are well in target to achieve that 175 gigawatt number. I feel, however, to accelerate the pace of decarbonization, we have to look at the coal generation sector very closely, even though I think, as various colleagues have mentioned in the past, that it's not one of the very investor friendly, or, it's not a very, very good term, coal and thermal plants, but however, it's the reality. It contributes to more than 75% of India's overall power generation today in terms of energy, and significant amount in terms of capacity as well, and will continue to be at a level of more than 15% for close to 20 years. So we need to make thermal plants cleaner, more efficient, and viable. I'll come to the viability part later, but one of the key areas which the government is focusing, but we can do as stakeholders, as a chamber, we can do a lot more, is to encourage the retirement of old plants. Close to 30 gigawatt of plants are beyond 25 years, which are highly polluting and already are slated for retirement. But there is a lot of effort which can be made to retire these plants earlier, which will end up saving more than 50 million tons, estimated 50 million tons of coal annually. This will also help newer plants invest further in their emission control equipments. Today, I think one of the main challenges for the coal power sector is that the utilization factors have been in the range of 50 to 55% for the last few years, and expected to be in the same range, which makes the viability of this sector a big question mark. If this sector is not viable, the larger plants and newer plants are unable to invest into emission control equipments, which are required to make them more environment friendly, to cut down SOx, NOx, carbon emissions. An estimated 80,000 crore or $10 billion is required to comply with the latest round of emission norms. And most plants, except the ones owned by central governments, will find it a struggle to raise financing for these, because investors are not keen to look at thermal power sector. Due to low utilization factors, the viability is under question mark. Their main customers, which are the discoms, are financially unviable, making it very, very difficult to operate these on a continuous basis. I feel that the central and state governments jointly need to provide dedicated funds and look at innovative solutions for financing these emission control equipments expeditiously. Currently, the target is to achieve them by 2024, which I think is achievable, and definitely most plants are working towards that. However, this target earlier was kept at 2022 and then delayed to 2024. And unless there are viable financing solutions, there are a lot of equipment providers, there are a lot of good solutions available, but if they're not good financing solutions, it will be difficult to achieve that by 2024, and we may need to push this target. The government may need to push this target once again. I think, as I said, that they will help. Some of these measures which I mentioned in the thermal power sector will help reduce coal usage substantially, and also the emission control equipments will help reduce SOx emissions by more than 80%, which is very, very substantial. Another key area in the power sector, which has been a focus, and I think each and every one of us have been hearing for a very long time, is power distribution, which is the key link in the entire sector. The last 10 to 15 years, the government has focused on improving access to electricity, the quality of supply, which is 24/7 supply, and reduction of AT&C losses. Due to the inefficient state-owned discoms, the AT&C losses are still quite high and are in the range of around 20%, whereas most countries operate at, on an average, at 6 to 7%. Based on these some calculations which we did internally, every 1% of AT&C loss reduction has a potential to reduce roughly 10 million tons of CO2 emissions annually. This is because, of course, we consider that at least 70% of power will be for the near term coming from thermal, and each unit of savings in energy reduces roughly 0.9 kgs of CO2. So if we look at it, roughly every percentage in India translates to almost 10 million tons of CO2 annually. That means if we look at 10% reduction of AT&C over a period of next 5 to 7 years, it could lead to 100 million tons of CO2 saving on an annual basis, which is very, very substantial. What is required is attracting more investments in the distribution sector by creating innovative models for private sector participation, bringing in new technologies such as smart metering, smart grid, and of course, reinvesting in old infrastructure and networks. The government in its last budget has announced more than 3 lakh crore of investment in this sector. But, these investments have been, generally every few years, the large investments announced by the government in the distribution sector. But because of the high operational losses, the ability for these discoms to reinvest into new technologies, into their network, gets limited to a very large extent. It's generally used up in absorbing large operational losses itself. So to get out of the vicious cycle, I think aggressive reduction of AT&C losses is required. And as I said, new models, more participation from private sector and, more vibrant distribution sector is what is required very quickly. I believe with the right measures, the power sector itself has a potential to save more than 150 million tons of CO2 annually in the near term. This is something which, is based on calculations which we did internally on focusing on the thermal and distribution sector. Of course, there are other parts of the power sector and various other sectors, but we feel that this is quite substantial and contributes to almost 5-6% of the overall CO2 emissions of the country annually. India Power as a DISCOM, we're targeting to reach 50% renewable integration in our portfolio by 2024 from existing 11%. And we are also focusing on smart grid and smart metering projects in utilities all across India. We are implementing one of the first PPP projects in the state of MP currently as we speak for 350,000 customers. Being a participant of the power sector, I've tried to focus on some of the key initiatives within the power sector itself. Many of them have been implemented and thought by governments. What we need to do as stakeholders, as a chamber as well, focus on, focus on seeing how these can be implemented faster, more efficiently, and how we can get more people on board for such initiatives. Chambers such as Bengal BCCI as well will play an important role in opinion making and policy advocacy. It was great to learn about different perspectives from our panel members on their perspective on different industries with a common goal of making the world a better place to live in and achieving the carbon emission targets. I'd like to thank BCCI once again for including me on this panel, and very good evening to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kanoria.
You're on mute, Mr. Stefanos.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kanoria. You have described several of the actions that have been taken by the power sector and some of the real serious challenges that face the sector. And I'm sure that our next speaker will also have many things to say on this subject. So I'd like to invite Mr. MC Rakshit, who's the Executive Director Commercial of Damodar Valley Corporation, to share his thoughts with us.
So thank you, Abraham sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Sir, my dear panel members, one thing, just there is a hectic schedule throughout the day. Myself was also busy with many meetings. Sir, thank you for giving me a chance to share my company's experience in this area towards journey towards net 2050. Sir, just for my introduction, Damodar Valley Corporation is established in 1948. That is the first multi-purpose river valley project of independent India, and across its operation area in Jharkhand and West Bengal. And it has a business in power generation, same, and transmission and distribution. Another mandates what have been given by the government is the flood control, irrigation, water supply, soil conservation and afforestation, and promotional of industrial growth across the valley and socio-economic development of the valley. That is the mandates given by the government through Damodar Valley Corporation Act 1948. Sir, our power generation, presently the generation, the renewable sector is very minimum like others. Also, presently we are around 2.3% 2.3% of our total generation capacity only the renewable sector, which comes from hydro, mainly hydro, sir. Then we have planned, since we have a large dams across the valley, Maithon, Panchit, Tilaya, Kunar, we have already planned and made a joint venture to install the solar plant across the rivers, which capacity will be around 2000 megawatt. This is the floating solar. Apart from that, we have also taken up a project in reversible pump turbine, whose capacity is around 1500 megawatt. So we have just made a roadmap up to 2030. Now it is 2.3%. So up to 2030, we will reach up to 32% of renewable energy. So if we keep this target as 32% 2030, so definitely it is, we are very much hopeful that we will reach to net zero by 2050, if we can keep our space in this way. Sir, this is the plan we have taken. Just one thing we added, that what our speakers also told, that regarding the thermal generation, that lot of carbon emissions there, no doubt about it, and we are really helpless. Government is given the lot many directives to control the emission level, and since the power is required also, so we cannot stop down those plants. So FGD has come in. We have also taken all the plants under FGD, and already order has been placed and work is going in full progress. We'll try to reduce the emission level through that methodology what government is directed. Another things that, sir, what we have already told, that it is we have achieved around 34% by 2030. So first we have taken that solar in floating mode solar around 2000 megawatt. Then hydro, I have already told 1500 megawatt pump storage in Logo power. Then we also thought about some battery storage system around 10 megawatt as a pilot project. Let us check how it is being efficiently used. Then, sir, we are also already commissioned recent times around 1150 megawatt thermal power plant. Recent times we have decommissioned, sir. Another things we are also trying across the valley to install out the e-vehicle EV charging station. Since we have the long transmission distribution network from across the valley from this Bardhaman to Kodarma. So we are trying also that, and sir, also trying our updating our TND network to reduce the loss to some extent. In our case, loss is very minimum. It is around 2.5%. What other discoms are facing around 15 to 17%, but in our case it is 2.5%. Sir, one thing we want to share in this way, that the so much of solar power is entering in the grid in the daytime. So during daytime, we are forced, since it is a must run status, the solar, all the renewable energy generator are having a must run status. So we cannot stop them. What we have to rather stop them, our thermal generation. So we have to back down the thermal generation, and master unit should run. But during the evening peak, what will again happen, that solar power is gone. So again, we need that conventional powers from during peak hours. So it is a big challenge for us. So we are also trying for this sort, what already shared, that the pump storage unit, so that we can daytime we can pump in the water in the pond, and evening peak we can get it through turbine. So it is a big challenge. Although we are talking all these things, but we are seeing it is a big challenge for the operators to maintain both the things, that the thermal units same at the solar and these units. So we are hopeful that in near future, the storage mechanism, that battery storage, like battery storage or hydrogen interrupts or whatever they are telling, that is a big technology. So unless some technology improvement is there in storage sector, it is really difficult for this type of power business to handle the total power quantum and serve the consumers to their satisfaction level, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rakshit. Actually, you had 5 minutes left, so if there are anything you want to add, you can add something more. So,
nothing, sir. Nothing to add much.
Okay. So we come to our final speaker of the day before we go into a Q&A or brief discussion mode. I have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Gaurav Joshi, who is a senior environmental specialist from the World Bank. So till now we've heard from, let us say, practitioners or industry representatives, but Mr. Joshi is a specialist in the subject of environment, and we look forward to hearing his thoughts. Over to you, Mr. Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanos. I am delighted to be in this distinguished panel. I've definitely learned a lot, and I thank each of the panelists for being open with their views. Where I come from to this conversation is the funder's perspective, right? We are a bank. We are owned by the 180 member countries that make up the World Bank board. And our clients are also government or entities owned by them. So at one time we were in conversation with DVC also, but essentially we lend to governments or entities which are owned by the government. So we are in a cooperative bank mode in some ways. In addition to the World Bank where I work, some of you may have heard of our sister organizations, the International Finance Corporation. I'm sure the Tatas would have heard of them. I think IPC would have heard of them or not, I would not know. But definitely Haldia, Tata and all those would have suitors in the International Finance Corporation, which looks at our private sector financing. We have a multilateral investment guarantee agency and an international center for settlement of disputes, which I don't think are much applicable here, but MIGA will probably come into play as the conversation with the government of India is evolving these days. And why are we important? Because of two reasons. We work across developing countries, so we have kind of pieces in many pies, and we finance with long tenor, hard currency, predictable interest rates. And we also bring to the table, I believe, very good quality, state-of-the-art knowledge about technical developments. We are, of course, grounded in countries. Like I am based out of Delhi. I've always worked for the India office in the 15 odd years that I've worked at the World Bank. In addition to investments, we also do policies and program support. So there was some discussion around very interesting stuff, and I had the pleasure of being organized into a team where Rajasthan's power sector was supported for policy changes. So that is the kind of work that the bank does. The reason I'm sharing this perspective is, unlike you all, I come to this from a very helicopter level thing, right? You guys actually get the work done every day of the week. And we come in when financing is needed or the government asks for our advice. So that is a slightly different vantage point. And I thought that this panel and the audience may have some advantage of listening to where I'm coming from. In addition, we look at climate change as a corporate priority. Some of you may already know, some of you may not. But we just announced our new climate change action plan. It covers the period between now, 2021 and 2025. Because we cover a lot of sectors, I cannot tell you how much of it will be in the power sector. But overall, we are going to put 35% of our group financing, which runs into, I think, hundreds of billions of dollars every year. We gave $100 and some dollars for the COVID, but hopefully the newer cycles will not take so much of COVID, but will go into infrastructure, will go into power, will go into sectors where actually climate change can be tackled in a good way. Good way in the sense, not that this is a bad way, but good meaning mitigation side of things. And we're also expecting to support adaptation because, as many have pointed out, net zero and the attendant goodness of climate is some distance away and we will have to adapt. So half of the bank's financing, 35% of the group financing and half of the bank financing are the targets that we have taken. We hope that we will be able to help countries adapt to climate change. And our energy portfolio is shifting. That is the one thing that this panel and the audience may be interested in knowing. We've stopped financing coal for a long time, I think now a good part of 5 years. and we continue to help Government of India look at renewables. That is what we were going to do with DVC. Now we have a large program with IREDA, with the State Bank of India for rooftops. And there is also discussion on storage, which is one of the key things which will help the transition to renewables, as many of my preceding speakers have spoken about. So that is where we get involved in. And in addition, we also look at environment and social impacts of the whole business, right? So there is the net zero, but that they say in Hindi, and I'm sure that there will be an equivalent Bangla expression. I don't know the English one, but the Urdu couplet is "Dunya mein aur bhi gam hai mohabbat ke siwa." So hopefully the bank's involvement will help make sure that the environment gets protected while we get on with transitioning to fuel sources and energy sources which are good for climate, and the communities get improved outcomes. So that is where we believe that we can make a difference. And I think since all have spoken to climate, let me shift gears and speak briefly to two things which I believe are just as important. I think sustainable as a concept, of which climate is a big part, but also other environmental values, such as greenery, such as forests, on which the entire existence of the physical infrastructure depends. And the society, which actually consumes all that infrastructure that has been talked about, produces, are also just as important stakeholders. And in our drive for making investments that deliver items that we kind of cherish, we sometimes tend to make trade-offs. And some of the trade-offs harm environment or people. At the World Bank, we have an environmental and social commitment which allows us, through our framework, to look at each of our investments in a systematic way. We look at resource efficiency, we look at critical habitat avoidance, we look at climate change for sure. I mean, there is no doubt about it. But we look at other things so that whatever benefits the climate change mitigation brings to us is actually useful for the society. And we try to do it consistently. So we support renewables, as I've said, in generation. We are supporting the government of West Bengal in looking at one point DVC. We are looking at other things in distribution. We've looked at Rajasthan. We've completed policy analysis there. And we've tried to reduce losses in distribution, something that my preceding speaker spoke about eloquently. So that is something that we work actively with the government of India. And please remember that since we lend to governments, our work is done at the pleasure of the government of India and in partnership with them. So that is the kind of work that we do. I believe that we are contributing to decelerating the growth of climate harming or climate change accelerating emissions, to use the correct term. We are helping communities better manage impacts that cannot be avoided. We are making sure that the systems which will have to take in all the renewable power and other climate-friendly technologies are ready to do those. And we are doing that very concretely. So I wanted to flash this one slide about select examples so that it does not appear very theoretical, what I have just said. And if I can just share this one slide, if somebody can say if the slide is visible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's visible, yeah.
Okay. So the idea is to talk about what we have been able to do on the ground. We've been able to get out of the bustard sanctuary. There are only 130 left around the world. And I think the transmission and distribution for the green corridors is now facing a Supreme Court order around it. We've tried to work, and these are with power grid corporations. So this is not abstract. This is actually concrete work on the ground. We've worked with... Yes, please. Somebody was speaking. May I go ahead?
Please continue.
Yeah. And we've looked at biodiversity. We are now looking at treated wastewater reuse. And this will probably happen in underground transmission distribution network, so that both the losses are lower and therefore there is reduced emission, avoided emission, and we are able to put wastewater to good use, which would otherwise have stressed the environment. So we're trying to do things. As I said, we also provide policy advice, and you can see here a cutout where we've worked with the National Highways Authority of India. It includes linear infrastructure of all kinds, and I thought that this was quite graphic, so I put it there. This deals with roads, but it also deals with transmission lines and bird diverters, and it talks about how lines could be taken underground. We are hoping that we will be able to reduce impacts on elephants, for example, where there are elephant corridors. We'll be able to reduce impacts on bustards. We've reduced impacts on vultures. So things like these. And that is where I think the bank has a good role to play. I think working with enlightened industrial chambers of commerce, we will be able to push the agenda both on the corporate sustainability side. And you can see one bullet around it. We worked with Power Grid to make sure that they report about their sustainability efforts and remain accountable for it, because they are looking at it with the GRI standards, right? So there is something that we are trying to do across the spectrum. We do this with power sector, we do this with transport sector. Wherever the government of India brings us as a partner of choice, we are trying to influence government to make sure that we provide infrastructure and services using that infrastructure, which are sustainable and climate friendly. I think I've taken just about 10 minutes. So thank you very much. And I was the last speaker, so I have stood between many interesting conversations. Thank you again for your attention, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Thank you very much, because you actually drew our attention to areas which haven't been spoken about before, which is the biodiversity and the sustainability aspects. And we have a little bit of time for Q&A. So let me start with one of the questions that has come, and I will address it to either of the gentlemen from the power area, that is either Mr. Raghav or Mr. Rakshit. That is, one of the attendees is asking, in addition to capital investment, will intermittency and uncertainty of solar power because of weather, without very large scale storage, will it be a serious threat to large scale solar power? So I know that Mr. Rakshit had mentioned about it, so I would like one of you to take up the question from your perspective, that if we don't have large scale storage, then will that become a stumbling block to large scale development of solar power? So, Raghav, would you like to?
Sure. I'll attempt, to give my views on this. I feel definitely a very large scale expansion in solar energy cannot be adapted to the grid very, very easily. Therefore, I think the government has planned a lot of transmission capacity, a lot of expansion in the distribution systems are also happening to adapt to the intermittency, to the changes which happen on a literally minute to minute basis in the power system. So the roles of transmission grids, distribution grids are changing tremendously, and large scale solar is one, but we also have to take into account the rooftop solar, where there's going to be so much of dispersed solar generation. So distribution generation grids definitely need some sort of balancing, which currently is not available to a very large extent in India. Coal-based power is not very effective in balancing, because it takes time, it's slow to balance, to ramp up, ramp down. So the only ways where we can do this is either gas based generation, pump storage, and battery storage, of course. So currently, I think we have a lot of pump storage, and there's a lot of projects planned which will help to a very large extent. Gas-based generation, we have a large capacity of almost 25 gigawatt, and at the right time, I think that will come into use. Currently, it's all operating for the last 8-10 years at 20% capacity, but that I think will be a very important source as well. And large scale battery storage is something which, again, we are seeing just the first few projects coming up next year or 2022, 23. So it's going to be interesting. If you ask me my personal views, I don't have anything specific to add because we've not seen large scale grid storage in India. Globally, yes, there are storage projects. They're doing well. There are some technical issues. There's some commercial viability issues, but slowly those are getting streamlined. But I think pump storage, gas and gas-based generation will play a more important role in the near term. And then say 5 years plus, battery storage with more technical, with better efficiency and better commercial viability will play a more important role.
Thank you, Mr. Kanoria. So, if we look at the discussions that, or the thoughts that were shared here today, one thing is certain that manufacturing industry and especially steel sector, power sector, etc., there are serious challenges, but the industry is also looking at it very seriously to, address it through various approaches. And one common thread running across maybe the use of technology, and there is serious exploration of new technologies to address challenges that specific industries are facing. So I have a question for Mr. Sengupta, who, when we were talking about plastics, there has been a lot of discussion and popular discussion about biodegradable plastics. It is still a very small, let us say, proportion of the plastic world. But could you throw some light on adoption of biodegradable plastics?
Thanks, Abram. Well, yes, those are fashionable words, biodegradable and biocompostable. Honestly, very few things in this thing are really degradable. We are also talking of biofuels, biopolymers, and various other things. Now, the thing is, let's say, I know of somebody in North India who's making what he's calling the biodegradable sort of utensils made out of cornstarch and polypropylene powder. It sells at a premium. It's anything other than biodegradable. And unfortunately, across the world, and whenever these sort of technologies come in, there is always 95% people trying to make a fast buck, because by the time you really figure out whether it's biodegradable or not, in all probability, you and me will be gone. Because anything which is reasonably biodegradable takes around 100 years to figure out whether it's really biodegradable. There is another thing which is called the biocompostable, which actually breaks it down and makes it into some sort of a micro powder, which is worse than like littering plastic things. Because when you go around littering these plastic bags, at least you can see by the sheer mess it creates. When is this biocompostable, it degrades into this powder, and you can't even make out, and it really gets into the soil and various other things. So as of now, yes, there's a lot of money being put into these biocompostable, biodegradable, but nothing really, honestly, to my knowledge, has really come to commercial terms. Anything which you use agricultural product like cornstarch and all, if really you were to use so much of cornstarch to make the plastic bags which people use across the world, there's not going to be much land left for you to grow the food, which is not going to be very good for the humanity, I guess. So I think, it's still in the very nascent stage and nothing really remarkable has happened. And it's far, far away from commercial, to the best of my knowledge. But yes, a lot of money is going into it, but it's a far cry by the time a replacement really happens.
So I have another, thank you, Mr. Sengupta. I think that clarified a lot of things. I have a question now for Ms. Madhulika. So Tata Steel has a huge engagement with the community, and as part of COP26, one of the challenges is actually adaptation, protecting communities and natural habitats. And I think in India, there is a lot of good work done by Tata Steel. If you could share some of the highlights with us.
So thanks. I'll attempt to be as brief as possible. Again, it's a subject on its own. I think on adaptation, so while I think a lot of our, as a corporate, the focus is on transition because that's the imminent risk that we see, but the physical risks and, the impact which will come because of the physical risks that we as a society, as a country, as a sector will be faced is equally important. I think Mr. Joshi mentioned about it. And I had also said that we have adopted this TCFD framework for our climate change related risk. We are in the process of actually having our physical risks related to climate change assessed for our key operating sites. We will have a better clarity on our adaptation strategy not saying that we are not doing enough, but in a holistic manner.
If I may interrupt, because it's a very broad subject, I should have been more focused. So mining is an area which is common to both power and steel upstream. So, and that's one of the areas which is very visible. So, is there something that
So I was So I just wanted to give a background on our physical risk assessment part, but on the work that happens either through community or on our CSR initiatives, but more specifically, I'll talk about our biodiversity initiatives. So we understood that this is again a very deep subject. In fact, there will be, similar to TCFD, there will be TNFD, which will come shortly, and we are trying to get prepared. And so we have mining in our portfolio, and around 2012, which is about 10 years ago, we actually decided to have formally have onboarded IUCN to do a full assessment of our impacts and also how to mitigate. So we came up with biodiversity management plans for all our raw material sites. And the work is now happening. And in fact, if you go to our iron ore mines, you will actually not realize that these are, mining areas, right? And the focus is, of course, these are all aligned to the national biodiversity targets, which India has, and also the Aichi targets, which are there. We are now extending it to beyond raw materials to all our operating sites, that they will also have this, formal biodiversity management plans. We are in the process of getting these sites assessed and create a biodiversity management plan. So that actions, having said that, we have been taking actions. We are a 114 years old company. If you come to Jamshedpur, it may be one of the greenest industrial town that you see. But now we are taking a very formal approach and, seeing that how are we contributing and looking at it from a climate change perspective, right? So whether it's the plantation of trees and, promoting native species, or ensuring that, we are having the right, if you have to make a road, then whether you are, actually taking the right path. Are there any, a big thrust for us is currently now is on reclamation, restoration, and rejuvenation. So we have done recently a lot of work in rejuvenating some of the water bodies. It contributes in biodiversity, it helps in climate change, it helps the local community development around that water body. So I'll maybe restrict to this, and if somebody is interested, can go further. But I know that it's time. So
thank you very much, Madhulika. So one final question, and I think maybe Mr. Joshi can respond. This is about China. China has been in the news recently for actively phasing out. I mean, they have been phasing out some of their less energy efficient industries, And over the last 1 year, China has hugely restricted their steel production. And again, in many sectors, the older technologies are being phased out. I think somebody had mentioned in the context of coal, I think Raghav had mentioned that somebody, what we want to do here, phase out some of the older plants and replace them with more efficient. So would you be able to share some of the, your perspective on how China has been doing, and is there something that we can learn from them? And I think that we'll conclude with this question because we are, you're muted. So may I ask you to unmute?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Because this is very close to my heart, I started speaking before unmuting. Sorry about that. The reason for that is very simple. Because what China did around Beijing, I think it is called the Jijingji region, is a story in itself. It has taken meticulous Chinese planning and Chinese execution, but it is worth thinking it through in our context, because what they did was, because they wanted the air to be clean, because they thought that they were now in a position to take those decisions, they were able to take an entire set of industries which was not as efficient. As Raghav said, there are things which are inefficient yet working in India, right? I think we have taken baby steps this year. I think the Honorable Minister of Power has announced about 1,000 megawatts being kind of put to death in some ways. I think 1345 was the number, if I remember correctly. So that has happened. What China did was, it tied it with air quality improvement. It said, we are going to do two things. We're going to make sure that these inefficient plants, which are actually polluting the air, are going to go into a more clean mode. So in some cases, they had to expend energy, if you see what I'm saying, because they had to put in the technology. And in some places, they actually improved the technology so that they became more energy efficient, so that their emissions to be reduced came down. And that combination has helped the Jijingji region, I think, reduce their particulate emissions. And we haven't yet calculated the carbon dioxide emission reduction contributions of that. But the bank has been involved with a $500 million project. So we're talking real money, real project, real result on making sure that these energy inefficient industries become more energy efficient. Some of them have retired, like they have retired plants in India. And that combination has helped them achieve what they thought was a commensurate goal, which is get air quality. Simultaneously, they got climate benefit also. So this is how they have done. So let me stop here. I think we are way about time, but there is stuff on this all across the bank portfolio in China that you may want to talk about, and I'm happy to take any conversations offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshi. And with this, I'd like to thank all the participants for sharing your thoughts and really bringing into focus the challenges of industry and what industry is doing. And I think Mr. Joshi has whetted our curiosity, and that could be subject for a whole seminar in itself. But I'd like to thank you once again, and thank you, Angana from Bengal Chamber, for putting it all together. So are we in a position to conclude the session?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, we may conclude this session here. So this brings us close to the day one. Do join us tomorrow, day 2. We have very diversified sessions. We will start at 2 p.m. IST with engaging with students, children actually, what on their thoughts of green planet, which will then be followed by sessions on vulnerable landscapes, renewable transition, natural gas and carbon market dynamics and green funding. So with this, we would thank all of you for joining us today. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.